concerned both with themselves and with this thing and that. They assert that they are seeking great piety and devotion, and yet cannot accept a single word of reproval without answering back. Be certain of this. They are far from God and are not in union with God. In this way, they seek wrongly, and the further they range, the less they find what they are looking for. They proceed like someone who has lost their way. The further they go, the more lost they become. But what then should they do? First of all, they should renounce themselves, and then they will have renounced all things. Truly, if someone were to renounce a kingdom or the whole world while still holding on to themselves, then they would have renounced nothing at all. And indeed, if someone renounces themselves, then whatever they might keep, whether the kingdom or honour or whatever it may be, they will still have renounced all things. For whoever does not truly have God within themselves.
With Asana, AI teammates can pull real-time data and help keep work on track, so every team can work smarter and faster. Asana, the #1 AI work management platform. Try for free today at asana.com.
But must constantly receive God in one external thing after another, seeking the divine in diverse ways, whether by particular works, people, or places. Such a person does not possess God. The least thing can impede them, for they do not have God and do not seek, love, and intend God alone. It is not only bad company, but also good company that can obstruct them. Not only the street, but also the church. Not only evil words and deeds, but also good words and deeds. For the obstruction lies within themselves, since in them God has not become all things. We should be able to recognize true and perfect love by whether or not someone has great hope and confidence in God. For there is nothing that testifies more clearly to perfect love than trust. It is written, they have become rich in all virtues. Truly, this cannot happen unless they first become poor in all things. Whoever desires to be given everything must first give everything away. You should not imagine that your reason can evolve to the extent of understanding God. Rather, if God is to shine divinely within you, your natural light cannot assist this process, but must become a pure nothingness, going out of itself. Only then can God enter with his light, bringing back with him all that you have renounced and 1,000 times more, including a new form which contains all things in itself. A free mind is one which is untroubled and unfettered by anything. Which is not bound its best part to any particular manner of being or devotion, and which does not seek its own interest in anything, but is always immersed in God's most precious will, having gone out of what is its own. There is no work which men and women can perform, however small, which does not draw from this its power and its strength. We should pray with such intensity that we want all the members of our body and all its faculties, eyes, ears, mouth, heart, and all our senses to turn to this end. And we should not cease in this until we feel that we are close to being united with that which is present to us and to whom we are praying. The outward person is the swinging door. The inner person is the still hinge.
Well, I just feel sorry for him. He has to move out of that house. Well, before it was, he has to pay him off on it. He has to move out.
Only those for whom God is present in all things and who make the very best use of their reason know what true peace is and truly possess heaven.
He's aware. I didn't even aware exactly why he was filing this check. She may be aware.
They speak most beautifully of God, who can maintain the deepest silence concerning the divine in the fullness of their inner wealth.
Yeah, we have to move out 60 days after you get that check. That's what I'm thinking. That's what it is.
Let God work in you. Give the work to God and have peace.
I don't know for sure. You gotta be right there as far as the age goes. You know what I mean?
Don't worry if God works through your nature or above your nature, because both are God's, nature and grace. All beings are words of God. God's music, God's art. Sacred books we are for the infinite camps in our souls.
I'm gonna change up my.
Every act reveals God and expands the divine being. I know that may be hard to comprehend. All creatures are doing their best to help God in the birth of the divine. Enough talk for the night. God is laboring in me. I need to be silent for a while. Worlds are forming in my heart.
Rhonda texted me this afternoon and said, "Did you mail those invoices?" I did. Okay, so I said, "Yes, did you make it down to the bank?" She has never answered my text. So I'm assuming that maybe she got pressed for time and was planning on doing it tomorrow. So she didn't answer. She was supposed to do this today. So I would have appreciated it a lot. Matter of fact, it's still registered as delivered, but not read. You can read that short text without it. Better make it to the bank tomorrow. So, you know what I forgot to do? I was gonna stop by the bank. $10. 17. Yeah, no, I know. It came out on the 15th. It's actually before Monday. It's Monday. No, the 15th is Sunday. Father's Day. Flag Day is the 14th. You know that. It's good. And of course, we got Juneteenth coming up on the 19th. You know, to me, it's just disrespectful to the whole nation. You know, changing that up and making it all about race.
All that God asks you most pressingly is to go out of yourself and let God be God in you. God is a God of the present, which takes you and receives you as you are found now. Not as you have been, but as you are now. you should know that God must act and pour fully into the moment you are found ready. We should be able to recognize true and perfect love by whether or not someone has great hope and confidence in God. For there is nothing that testifies more clearly to perfect love than trust. Though it may be called a nescience and unknowing, yet there is in it more all-knowing and understanding than without it. For this unknowing lures and attracts you from all understood things and from yourself as well. The lack of peace that you feel can only come from your own self-will, whether you are aware of this or not. Start with yourself, therefore, and take leave of yourself. Truly, if you do not depart from yourself, then wherever you take refuge, you will find obstacles and unrest, wherever it may be. Those who seek peace in external things, whether in places or devotional practices, people or works, in withdrawal from the world or poverty or self-abasement. However great these things may be, or whatever their character, they are still nothing at all and cannot be the source of peace. Those who seek in this way seek wrongly, and the farther they range, the less they find what they are looking for. They proceed like someone who has lost their way. The farther they go, the more lost they become. But what then should they do? First of all, they should renounce themselves. And then they will have renounced all things. Truly, if someone were to renounce a kingdom or the whole world while still holding on to themselves, then they would have renounced nothing at all. And indeed, if someone renounces themselves, then whatever they might keep, whether it be a kingdom or honour or whatever it may be, they will still have renounced all these things. Treat all things as if they were loaned to you without any ownership, whether body or soul, sense or strength, external goods or honours, house or hall, everything. Only those for whom God is present in all things and who make the very best use of their reason know what true peace is, and truly possess heaven.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Welcome to Big Tobacco's Fantasyland, where vapes are deemed safer. Never mind, they can contain cancer-causing arsenic and lead.
I entered into unknowing, and there I remained, unknowing, transcending all knowledge. He who truly arrives there cuts free from himself. All that he knew before now seems worthless. And his knowledge so soars that he is left in unknowing, transcending all knowledge. This knowledge in our knowing is so overwhelming that wise men disputing can never overthrow it. For their knowledge does not reach to the understanding of not understanding, transcending all knowledge. Once in the dark of night, when love burned bright with yearning, I arose, O windfall of delight. And how I left, none knows. Dead to the world, my house in deep repose. In the dark, where all goes right, thanks to a secret ladder, other clothes. O windfall of delight, in the dark, enwrapped in those, dead to the world, my house in deep repose. There in the lucky dark, none to observe me. Darkness far and wide. No sign for me to mark. No other light. No guide except for my heart, the fire inside. That led me on, true as the very noon is, truer too, to where there waited one I knew. How well I knew, in a place where no one was in view. O dark of night, my guide, night dearer than anything, all your dawns discover. O night, drawing side to the side, the loved and lover, sheathe the lover loves, lost in the lover. Upon my flowering breast, kept for his pleasure garden, his alone, the lover was sunk in rest. I cherished him, my own, there in air from plumes of the cedar blown. In air from the castle wall, as my hand
Fentanyl is closer than you think. Yep, literal record scratch for a record scratch moment. Maybe you're having a good night out because fentanyl is only in so-called hard drugs, right? Actually, fentanyl has been found in party drugs like cocaine and ecstasy. Even the tiniest amount can be deadly. Get all the facts at factsfightfentanyl.org.
as my hand in his hair moved lovingly at play. He let cool fingers fall, and the fire there where they lay. All senses in oblivion drift away. I stayed, not minding me, my forehead on the lover. I reclined, earth ending. I went free, left all my care behind, among the lilies falling, and out of mind. Upon a quest of love, hope sturdy and steadfast, I flew so high, I caught the prey at last. In this divine affair, to triumph, if I might, I had to soar so high, I vanished out of sight. Yet, in the same ascent, my wings were falling fast, but love arose so high, I caught the prey at last. Just when this flight of mine had reached its highest mark, my eyes were dazzled, so I conquered in the dark. I gave a blind black surge for love. Myself surpassed and went so high, I caught the prey. There exists only the present instant. A now, which always and without end is itself new. There is no yesterday, nor any tomorrow, but only now, as it was 1,000 years ago, and as it will be 1,000 years hence. People who dwell in God dwell in the eternal now. God cannot know itself without me. Existence itself stands in need of nothing, for it lacks nothing, whereas everything else needs it, because outside of it, there is nothing. Nothingness stands in need of existence, as a sick man lacks health and is in need. Health has no need of a sick man. To want nothing, therefore, characterizes the highest perfection, is fullest and purest existence. Everything is meant to be lost, that the soul may stand in unhampered nothingness. The shell must be cracked apart if what is in it is to come out. For if you want the kernel, you must break the shell. And therefore, if you want to discover nature's nakedness, you must destroy its symbols. And the farther you get in, the nearer you come to its essence. When you come to the one that gathers all things up into itself, there you must stay. The soul in which this birth is to take place must keep absolutely pure and must live in noble fashion, quite collected and turned entirely inward. Not running out through the five senses into the multiplicity of creatures, but all interned and collected, and in the purest part, there is God's place. He disdains anything else. The soul is scattered abroad among her powers and dissipated in the action of each. Thus her ability to work inwardly is enfeebled. For a scattered power is imperfect. Do not imagine that your reason can grow to the knowledge of truth, of God. Whoever possesses God in their being has the presence in a divine manner, and it shines out to them in all things. For them, all things taste of God. And in all things, it is God's image that they see. It is a certain and necessary truth that one who resigns their will wholly to God will catch God and bind God. So that God can do nothing but what that person wills. The most powerful prayer, one well nigh omnipotent, and the worthiest work of all, is the outcome of a quiet mind. The quieter it is, the more powerful, the worthier, the deeper, the more telling and more perfect the prayer is. To the quiet mind, all things are possible. What is a quiet mind? A quiet mind is one which nothing weighs on, nothing worries, which, free from ties and from all self-seeking, is wholly merged into the will of God and dead to its own. When we plant in the soil of contemplation, we shall reap in the harvest of action. There is a huge silence inside each of us that beckons us into itself, and the recovery of our own silence can begin to teach us the language of heaven. Spirituality is not to be learned by flight from the world or by running away from things or by turning solitary and going apart from the world. Rather, we must learn an inner solitude wherever or with whomever we may be. We must learn to penetrate things and find God there. The very best and noblest attainment in this life is to be silent and let God work and speak within. Therefore, it is said, in the midst of silence, the secret word was spoken to me. People should not worry as much about what they do, but rather about what they are. If they and their ways are good, then their deeds are radiant. If you are righteous, then what you do will also be righteous. We should not think that holiness is based on what we do, but rather on what we are. For it is not our works which sanctify us, but we who sanctify our works. The soul in which this birth is to take place must keep absolutely pure and must live in noble fashion, quite collected and turned entirely inward, not running out through the five senses into the multiplicity of creatures, but all interned and collected and in the purest part. There is that place. Be sure of this. Absolute stillness for as long as possible is best of all for you. To be receptive to the highest truth and to live therein, one must be without before and after, untrammeled by all their acts or by any images they ever perceived, empty and free, receiving the divine gift in the eternal now and bearing it back unhindered in the light of the same with praise and thanksgiving. If the only prayer you ever say in your entire life is thank you, it will be enough. Above thought is the intellect, which still seeks. It goes about looking, spies out here and there, picks up and drops. But above the intellect that seeks is another intellect, which does not seek, but stays in its pure, simple being, which is embraced in that light. In silence, one can most readily preserve their integrity. Be willing to be a beginner every single morning. You may call God love. You may call God goodness. But the best name for God is compassion. The most important hour is always the present. The most significant person is precisely the one sitting across from you right now. The most necessary work is always love. Above all else, know this. Be prepared at all times for the gifts of God, and be ready always for new ones. For God is 1,000 times more ready to give than we are to receive. Become aware of what is in you. Announce it, pronounce it, produce it, and give birth to it. Love will never be anywhere except where equality and unity are. And there can be no love where love does not find equality or is not busy creating equality. Nor is there any pleasure without equality. Practice equality in human society. Learn to love, esteem, consider all people like yourself. What happens to another, be it bad or good, pain or joy, ought to be as if it happened to you. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, secretly, all nature seeks God and works towards truth. You need seek God neither below or above. God is no farther away than the door of the heart. God is like a person who clears his throat while hiding and so gives himself away. God lies in wait for us with nothing so much as love. But God cannot know itself without me.
After years of craftsmanship and timeless style, our leather shop is closing. Exclusively at our online store, get 80% off our finest leather bags. This is one of my favorite products, our best-selling leather bags. Perfect for everyday use, compact, efficient and stylish. Built to last, made to move, and almost gone.
What I love most about Clear Choice, they made me feel so comfortable. I'm beautiful now.
Those who dwell in God dwell in the eternal now. There exists only the present instant, and now, which always and without end is itself new. There is no yesterday, nor any tomorrow, but only now, as it was 1,000 years ago, and as it will be 1,000 years hence. Truly, it is in the darkness that one finds the light. So when we are in sorrow, then this light is nearest of all to us. So when I am able to establish myself in nothing and nothing in myself, uprooting and casting out what is in me, then I can pass into the naked being of God, which is the naked being of the Spirit. Since it is God's nature not to be like anyone, we have to come to the state of being nothing in order to enter into the same nature that is. There is a power in the soul which touches neither time nor flesh, flowing from the Spirit, remaining in the Spirit, altogether spiritual. But if you seek truth and seek it for your own profit and bliss, then in truth you are not seeking God. We find people who like the taste of God in one way and not in another. And they want to have God only in one way of contemplation, not in another. I raise no objection, but they are quite wrong. I declare truly that as long as anything is reflected in your mind, which is not the eternal word, or which looks away from the eternal word, then, good as it may be, it is not the right thing. For they alone are a good person who, having set at naught all created things, stands facing straight, with no side glances, towards the eternal word, imaged and reflected there in righteousness. The human spirit must transcend number and break through multiplicity, and God will break through them. And just as that breaks through into me, so I break through into that. The only thing that burns in hell is the part of you that won't let go of your life, your memories, your attachments. They burn them all away, but they're not punishing you. They're freeing your soul. If you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you've made your peace, then the devils are really angels, freeing you from the earth. For the person who has learned to let be, nothing can ever get in the way again. Treat all things as if they were loaned to you without any ownership, whether body or soul, sense or strength, external goods or honours, house or hall, everything. The more deeply we are our true selves, the less self is in us. To the extent that you eliminate ego from your activities, God comes into them, but no more and no less. Begin with that and let it cost you your uttermost. In this way, and no other, is true peace to be found. Though it may be called a nescience and unknowing, yet there is in it more than all knowing and understanding without it. For this unknowing lures and attracts you from all understood things and from yourself as well. For to be full of things is to be empty of God. To be empty of things is to be full of God. The very best and highest attainment in this life is to remain still and let God act and speak in you. But God is not found in the soul by adding anything, but by a process of subtraction. Existence itself stands in need of nothing, for it lacks nothing, whereas everything else needs it, because outside of it there is nothing. Nothingness stands in need of existence, as a sick man lacks health and is in need. Health has no need of a sick man. To want nothing, therefore, characterizes the highest perfection, is fullest and purest existence. When the soul wants to experience something, she throws out an image in front of her and then steps into it. But everything is meant to be lost, that the soul may stand in unhampered nothingness. The shell must be cracked apart if what is in it is to come out. For if you want the kernel, you must break the shell. And therefore, if you want to discover nature's nakedness, you must destroy its symbols. And the farther you get in, the nearer you come to its essence. When you come to the one that gathers all things up into itself, there you must stay. When a person sees the one in all things, they are above mere understanding. For God wants nothing from you but the gift of a peaceful heart.
You're still copy pasting.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Chewy Mints. Yes to fresh.
If anyone went on for 1,000 years asking of life, why are you living? Life, if it could answer, would only say, I live so that I may live. That is because life lives out of its own ground and springs from its own source. And so it lives without asking why it is itself living. I will tell you the truth. Any object you have in your mind, however good, will be a barrier between you and the inmost truth. As long as I am this or that, I am not all things. We must come into a transformed knowing, an unknowing which comes not from ignorance, but from knowledge. In this breaking through, I receive that God and I are one. Then I am what I was. And then I neither diminish nor increase. For I am then an immovable cause that moves all things. There is something in the soul that is so akin to God that it is one with that. It has nothing in common with anything created. Isness is God. Where there is isness, there God is. Creation is the giving of isness from God. And that is why God becomes where any creature expresses God. But God is not good, or else he could do better. Whatever God does, the first outburst is always compassion. But the less theorizing you do about God, the more receptive you are to God's inpouring. For the person who has learned to let go and let be, nothing can ever get in the way again. Some people want to see God with their eyes as they see a cow, and to love him as they love a cow, for the milk and cheese and profit it brings them. This is how it is with people who love God for the sake of outward wealth or inward comfort. They do not rightly love God when they love God for their own advantage. If I had a friend and loved him because of the benefits which this brought me, and because of getting my own way, then it would not be my friend that I loved, but myself. I should love my friend on account of his or her own goodness and virtues, on account of all that they are in themselves. Only if I love my friend in this way do I love them properly.
You wash your whole body every day, so why don't you wash your whole mouth?
Listerine, wash your mouth.
So I was on a date the other night. Ooh, tell me more. And then what happened? And then what happened? And then what happened? Well, dinner was the best part.
El Churrascazo Brazilian Grill, making every meal the highlight of your night. Call 305-800-FOOD.
A human being has so many skins inside, covering the depths of the heart. We know so many things, but we don't know ourselves. 30 or 40 skins or hides, as thick and hard as an ox's or bear's, cover the soul. Go into your own ground and learn to know yourself there. For suddenly you know it's time to start something new and trust the magic of beginnings. Wisdom consists in doing the next thing you have to do, doing it with your whole heart, and finding delight in doing it. The outward work will never be puny if the inward work is great. Some people prefer solitude. They say their peace of mind depends on this. Others say they would be better off in church. If you do well wherever you are. If you fail wherever you are. Your surroundings don't matter. God is with you everywhere. in the marketplace as well as in seclusion or in the church. One must learn an inner solitude wherever one may be. If you look for nothing but God, nothing or no one can disturb you. God is not distracted by a multitude of things, nor can we be. We are all meant to be mothers of God, for God is always needing to be born. There's a place in the soul where you've never been wounded. Love is as strong as death, as hard as hell. Death separates the soul from the body, but love separates all things from the soul. Only the hand that erases can write the true thing. The eye through which I see God is the same eye through which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one eye, one seeing, one knowing, one love. I am as sure as I live that nothing is so near to me as God. God is nearer to me than I am to myself. My existence depends on the nearness and the presence of God. Theologians may quarrel, but the mystics of the world speak the same language. Nothing in all creation is so like God as stillness. My Lord told me a joke, and seeing her laugh has done more for me than any scripture I will ever read. How then should I love God? You should love God non-mentally. That is to say, the soul should become non-mental and stripped of her mental images. For as long as your soul is mental, she will possess images. As long as she has images, she will possess intermediaries. And as long as she has intermediaries, she will not have unity or simplicity. As long as she does not truly love God, for true love depends upon simplicity. Indeed, you must love God as He is one, pure, simple, and transparent, far from all duality. And we should eternally sink into this one, thus passing from something into nothing. Now, you might say, how can this be? I cannot feel God's presence in any way. Listen to this. Sensing God's presence is not in your power, but in that. God will show itself when it suits God to do so. And it also can remain hidden if that is God's wish. This is what Christ meant when he said to Nicodemus, "The Spirit breathes where it will. You hear its voice, but do not know where it comes from or where it is going." For God has not linked our salvation with any particular kind of devotion. Any one devotional practice has things which others lack. But the effectiveness of all good practices comes from God alone and is denied to none of them. For one form of goodness cannot conflict with another. Therefore, people should remember that if they see or hear of a good person who is following a way which is different from theirs, then they are wrong to think that such a person's efforts are all in vain. If someone else's way of devotion does not please them, then they are ignoring the goodness in it, as well as that person's good intention. This is wrong. We should see the true feeling in people's devotional practices and should not scorn the particular way that anyone follows. But where is this true possession of God, whereby we really possess God, to be found? This real possession of God is to be found in the heart, in an inner motion of the spirit towards that, and striving for that. Not just in thinking about God always and in the same way, for that would be beyond the capacity of our nature and would be very difficult to achieve and would not even be the best thing to do. We should not content ourselves with a God of thoughts, for when the thoughts come to an end, so too shall God. Rather, we should have a living God who is beyond the thoughts of all people and all creatures. That kind of God will never leave us unless we ourselves choose to turn away from that. Now pay attention to this. God is nameless, for no one can either speak of God or know God. Therefore, a pagan master says that what we can know or say of the first cause reflects ourselves more than it does the first cause. For this transcends all speech and all understanding. God is being, beyond being. God is a no-thingness, beyond being. Therefore, St. Augustine says, the finest thing that we can say of God is to be silent concerning him, from the wisdom of inner riches. Be silent, therefore, and do not chatter about God. For by chattering about God, you tell lies and commit a sin. If you wish to be perfect and without sin, then do not prattle about God. Also, you should not wish to understand anything about God, for God is beyond all understanding. A master says, if I had a God that I could understand, I would not regard that as God. If you understand anything about God, then God is not in it. And by understanding something of God, you fall into ignorance. And by falling into ignorance, you become like an animal, since the animal part in creatures is that which is unknowing. If you do not wish to become like an animal, therefore, do not pretend that you understand anything of the ineffable God. I would petition with all my might. I would cause so much trouble that I bet God would come to his senses and never do that again. What keeps us alive? What allows us to endure? I think it is the hope of loving or being loved. I heard a fable once about the sun going on a journey to find its source, and how the moon wept without her lover's warm gaze. We weep when light does not reach our hearts. We wither like fields if someone close does not rain their kindness upon us. The prophet said, God guides the
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
It's the redeemed through a narrow way into the broad road, so that they come into the wide and broad place. That is to say, into true freedom of the spirit, when one has become a spirit with God. God, who is faithful, allows his friends to fall frequently into weakness, only in order to remove from them any prop on which they might lean. It is precisely these props which our Lord wishes to take from them, so that he alone will be their help and support. In no way do our works serve to make God give us anything, or do anything for us. Our Lord wishes his friends to be freed from such an attitude, and thus God removes their support from them, so that they must henceforth find their support only in God. Even now, one rarely hears of people achieving great things unless they first stumble in some respect. Remember this. all suffering comes to an end. And whatever you suffer authentically, God has suffered from it first. Truly, to have committed a sin is not sinful if we regret what we have done. Indeed, not for anything in time or eternity should we want to commit a sin. Whoever knows the ways of God should always be mindful of the fact that God, who is faithful and loving, has led us from a sinful life into a godly one, thus making friends of us who were previously enemies. Which is a greater achievement even than making a new earth. This is one of the chief reasons why we should be wholly established in God. And it is astonishing how much this inflames us with so great and so strong a love that we strip ourselves entirely of ourselves. Now, some people are of the opinion that they are altogether holy and perfect, and go around the place with big deeds and big words, and yet they strive for and desire so many things. They wish to possess so much, and are so concerned both with themselves and with this thing and that. They assert that they are seeking great piety and devotion, and yet cannot accept a single word of reproval without answering back. Be certain of this. They are far from God and are not in union with God. In this way, they seek wrongly, and the further they range, the less they find what they are looking for. They proceed like someone who has lost their way. The further they go, the more lost they become. But what then should they do? First of all, they should renounce themselves, and then they will have renounced all things. Truly, if someone were to renounce a kingdom or the whole world while still holding on to themselves, then they would have renounced nothing at all. And indeed, if someone renounces themselves, then whatever they might keep, whether the kingdom or honour or whatever it may be, they will still have renounced all things. For whoever does not truly have God within themselves, but must constantly receive God in one external thing after another, seeking the divine in diverse ways, whether by particular works, people, or places, such a person does not possess God. The least thing can impede them, for they do not have God and do not seek, love, and intend God alone. It is not only bad company, but also good company that can obstruct them. Not only the street, but also the church. Not only evil words and deeds, but also good words and deeds. For the obstruction lies within themselves, since in them God has not become all things. We should be able to recognize true and perfect love by whether or not someone has great hope and confidence in God. For there is nothing that testifies more clearly to perfect love than trust. It is written, "They have become rich in all virtues." Truly, this cannot happen unless they first become poor in all things. Whoever desires to be given everything must first give everything away. You should not imagine that your reason can evolve to the extent of understanding God. Rather, if God is to shine divinely within you, your natural light cannot assist this process, but must become a pure nothingness, going out of itself. Only then can God enter with his light, bringing back with him all that you have renounced, and 1,000 times more, including a new form which contains all things in itself.
Fentanyl is closer than you think. Yep, literal record scratch for a record scratch moment. Maybe you're having a good night out because fentanyl is only in so-called hard drugs, right? Actually, fentanyl has been found in party drugs like cocaine and ecstasy. And even the tiniest amount can be deadly. Get all the facts at factsfightfentanyl.org. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
A free mind is one which is untroubled and unfettered by anything. Which is not bound its best part to any particular manner of being or devotion, and which does not seek its own interest in anything, but is always immersed in God's most precious will, having gone out of what is its own. There is no work which men and women can perform, however small, which does not draw from this its power and its strength. We should pray with such intensity that we want all the members of our body and all its faculties, eyes, ears, mouth, heart, and all our senses to turn to this end. And we should not cease in this until we feel that we are close to being united with that which is present to us and to whom we are praying. The outward person is the swinging door. The inner person is the still hinge. Only those for whom God is present in all things and who make the very best use of their reason know what true peace is and truly possess heaven. They speak most beautifully of God, who can maintain the deepest silence concerning the divine in the fullness of their inner wealth. Let God work in you. Give the work to God and have peace. Don't worry if God works through your nature or above your nature, because both are God's, nature and grace. All beings are words of God. God's music, God's art. Sacred books we are for the infinite camps in our souls. Every act reveals God and expands the divine being. I know that may be hard to comprehend. All creatures are doing their best to help God in the birth of the divine. Enough talk for the night. God is laboring in me. I need to be silent for a while. Worlds are forming in my heart. All that God asks you most pressingly is to go out of yourself and let God be God in you. God is a God of the present, which takes you and receives you as you are found now. Not as you have been, but as you are now. You should know that God must act and pour fully into the moment you are found ready. We should be able to recognize true and perfect love by whether or not someone has great hope and confidence in God. For there is nothing that testifies more clearly to perfect love than trust. Though it may be called a nescience and unknowing, yet there is in it more all-knowing and understanding than without it. For this unknowing lures and attracts you from all understood things and from yourself as well. The lack of peace that you feel can only come from your own self-will, whether you are aware of this or not. Start with yourself, therefore, and take leave of yourself. Truly, if you do not depart from yourself, then wherever you take refuge, you will find obstacles and unrest, wherever it may be. Those who seek peace in external things, whether in places or devotional practices, people or works, in withdrawal from the world or poverty or self-abasement. However great these things may be, or whatever their character, they are still nothing at all and cannot be the source of peace. Those who seek in this way seek wrongly, and the farther they range, the less they find what they are looking for. They proceed like someone who has lost their way. The farther they go, the more lost they become. But what then should they do? First of all, they should renounce themselves. And then they will have renounced all things. Truly, if someone were to renounce a kingdom or the whole world while still holding on to themselves, then they would have renounced nothing at all. And indeed, if someone renounces themselves, then whatever they might keep, whether it be a kingdom or honor or whatever it may be, they will still have renounced all these things. Treat all things as if they were loaned to you without any ownership, whether body or soul, sense or strength, external goods or honors, house or hall, everything. Only those for whom God is present in all things and who make the very best use of their reason know what true peace is, and truly possess heaven. I gave a blind black surge for love. Myself surpassed and went so high, I caught the prey at last. The higher up I went there, in this dizzy game, the lower I appeared, more humble, weak, and lame. I cried, but none can win. And sinking fast, oh fast, yet went so high, I caught the prey at last. Then marvelous, I made 1,000 flights in one, for hope of heaven will see all it can wish be done. I hoped for this alone. I hoped, was not downcast, and went so high, I caught the prey at last. The spring that brims and ripples, oh, I know, in dark of night. Waters that flow forever and a day through a lost country. Oh, I know the way in dark of night. Its origin, no knowing, for there's none. But well know, from here all sources run in dark of night. No other thing has such delight to give. Here, earth and the wide heavens drink to live in dark of night. Though some would wade, the waves unforded still. Nowhere a bottom, measure as you will. in dark of night. A stream so clear and never clouded, never. The wellspring of all splendor whatsoever in dark of night. Bounty of waters flooding from this well invigorates all earth, high heaven and hell in dark of night. A current the first fountain gave birth to is also great, and what it would, can do in dark of night. Two merging currents of the living spring. From these a third, no less astonishing in dark of night. O fountain surging to submerge again, deep in the living bread that's life to men in dark of night. Song of the waters calling, come and drink, come, all you creatures, to the shadowy brink in dark of night. This spring of living water I desire. Here in the bread of life I see entire in dark of night. In the twilight of life, God will not judge us on our earthly possessions and human success, but rather on how much we have loved. Never give up prayer. And should you find dryness and difficulty, persevere in it for this very reason. God often desires to see what love your soul has. And love is not tried by ease and satisfaction. In the dark night of the soul, bright flows the river of God. In the inner stillness where meditation leads, the Spirit secretly anoints the soul and heals our deepest wounds. Contemplation is nothing else but a secret, peaceful, and loving infusion of God, which, if admitted, will set the soul on fire with a spirit of love. Seek in reading, and you will find in meditation. Knock in prayer, and it will be open to you in contemplation. Silence is God's first language. However softly we speak, God is so close to us that we can be heard. Nor do we need wings to go in search of God, but merely to seek solitude and contemplate God within ourselves, without being surprised to find such a good guest there. Live in the world as if only God and your soul were in it. Then your heart will never be made captive by any earthly thing. Do not let your eye be drawn by the false beacon lamps regards this birth, where it takes place. Where is he who is born? Now I say, there is a quiet desperation that moves through the spiritual communities of our time. It's a weariness that settles into the bones of those who have sought for years, even decades, without finding what they cannot even name. And we carry yoga mats like badges of hope, and we attend retreats as pilgrims seeking salvation. And we collect teachings like precious stones that might somehow, when we arrange them in the right configuration, unlock the door to what we sense lies just beyond our reach. And we live in the most spiritually informed age in human history. Ancient wisdom traditions that were once hidden in remote monasteries are now available at the touch of a screen. Tibetan Buddhist practices can be learned online. Vedantic philosophy fills countless books on countless shelves. Sufi poetry flows through social media feeds. Shamanic journeying is taught in weekend workshops. The mystical teachings of every tradition on earth have been translated, interpreted, and made accessible to anyone with the desire to learn. Yet, enlightenment seems further away than ever before. And this is not just a mere observation. It is a recognition that really strikes at the heart of our contemporary spiritual crisis. And never before have so many had access to so much wisdom. Never before have seekers been so well informed about meditation techniques, breathing practices, energy work, and contemplative methods. And the shelves of spiritual seekers overflow with books promising transformation, and their calendars fill with workshops and retreats and ceremonies, and their minds overflow with concepts about consciousness, presence, and awakening. And still, they search. And the exhaustion that characterizes our spiritual age is not the fatigue that comes from lack of effort. It seems to be this bone-deep weariness that emerges when enormous effort produces small or minimal lasting change. It is the quiet despair of the seeker who has tried everything, learned from everyone, practiced with dedication, yet they remain essentially sort of where they began, maybe a little further, perhaps more informed, certainly more practiced, but not fundamentally transformed. And if we watch a modern spiritual seeker move through their day, we will see how they carry within their physical layer a tension that no amount of yoga can permanently release. And we can notice how their emotional layer churns with seeking itself.
You're about to lose $40,000 for your car accident because you don't know this one trick. Check this out.
Theologians and other clerks, you won't understand this book, however bright your wits, if you do not meet it humbly. And in this way, love and faith make you surmount reason, for they are the protectors of reason's house. Reason, you'll always be half blind. Love and faith have no shame, no honor, no fear for what is to come. They are secure, says love. Their doors are open. No one can harm them. Now listen, reason, says love, so as to understand better. A person who is on fire feels no cold. A person who is drowning knows no thirst. Now this soul, says love, is so burned in love's fiery furnace that she has become the very fire, so that she feels no fire, for in herself she is fire. Through the power of love, which has changed her into the fire of love, this fire burns of and through itself, everywhere, incessantly, without consuming any matter or being able to wish to consume it, except only from itself. For whoever feels some perception of God through matter, they see or hear outside themselves, or through some labour which they there perform of themselves, is not all fire. Rather, there is some matter together with the fire. For people's labours and their wanting matter outside themselves to make God's love grow in them is only a blinding of the knowledge of God's goodness. But one who burns with this fire without seeking such matter, without having it or wanting to have it, sees all things so clearly that they value them as they must be valued. For such a soul has no matter in her which prevents her from seeing clearly, so that she is alone in it through the power of true humility. And she is common to all through the generosity of perfect charity, and alone in God, since perfect love has taken possession of her. This soul, says love, is flayed by mortification and burned by the ardour of the fire of charity, and her ashes are strewn by the nothingness of her will upon the high seas. In prosperity, she has the nobility of the well-born. In adversity, the nobility of one exalted. In all places, whatever they be, the nobility of the excellent. She who is such no longer seeks God through penance or through any sacrament of Holy Church, not through reflections or words or works, not through any creature here below or through any creature there above, not through justice or mercy or the glory of glories, not through divine knowledge or divine love or divine praise. Love says, meditation of pure love has only one intention, that she might always love faithfully, without wishing for any reward. And the soul cannot do this unless she is deprived of herself. For faithful love would not deign to have any consolation which came by the soul's seeking. Truly not. Meditation of love knows well that it is for the best, that she must not exert herself except in what is her task, and that is to will perfectly the will of God. And she leaves God to work and to order God's will as God pleases. For whoever wills that God might fulfill wishes to experience their own comforts does not place their trust solely in God's goodness, but trusts rather in those. And who are you, love? Asks reason. Are you not also one of the virtues and one of us, even though you be above us? I am God, says love, for love is God, and God is love. And this soul is God through its condition of love. And I am God through my divine nature. And this soul is God by love's just law. So that this, my precious beloved, is taught and guided by me, without herself, for she has been changed into me. And this is the outcome, says love, of being nourished by me. Ah, Lady Soul, says reason, you have two laws, your own and ours. Ours for belief and yours for love. And therefore you say to us what you please. And so you have called those whom we nurture fools. Those whom I call asses, says this soul, seek God in creatures, through worshipping in churches, in paradises they create, in the words of men and in their writings. It seems to beginners that men such as these, who seek God in this way, uphill and down dale, think that God is subject to his sacraments and to his works. Alas, they suffer such trials that it is pitiful, and they will go on suffering them, says the soul, so long as they maintain this way of life and such practices. But those people spend their time well and profitably, who do not worship God only in temples and in churches, but worship God everywhere through union with the divine will. Ah, reason, says soul, how wearisome you are. What trouble and what difficulty they suffer who live by your advice. Reason, says the soul, if I am loved to all eternity by the three persons of the Trinity, I have also been loved by them from all eternity. For just as in all goodness, God will love me to all eternity, just so I have been known to God's wisdom, as she who would be created by the work of its divine power. So therefore, since from the time that God, who is without beginning, has existed, I have been present in the divine knowledge, and shall be there without end. From that time, says the soul, did God love the work which would be performed in me by its divine power. From that time, says the soul, did God love the work which would be performed in me by its divine power. This soul, says love, has 6 wings, just as the seraphim. She no longer wishes for anything which comes by an intermediary, for that is the proper state of being of the seraphim. There is no intermediary between their love and God's love. Love is constantly made new in them, without any intermediaries. And so too in this soul. For she does not seek for knowledge of God among the teachers of this world, but by truly despising this world and herself. Ah, God, how great is the difference between the gift that a lover makes to his loved one through an intermediary and the gift made directly to his loved one by a lover. Love says, this daughter of Sion does not long for masses or sermons or fastings or prayers. And why, lady love, says reason? These are the food of holy souls. That is true, says love, for those who beg. But this soul begs for nothing, for she has no need to long for anything which is outside her. Now listen, reason, says love. Why should this soul long for those things which I have just named, since God is everywhere, just as much without them as with them? This soul has no thought, no word, no work, except for employing the grace of the divine Trinity. This soul feels no disquiet for any sins which she once committed, nor for the suffering which God underwent for her, nor for the sins and the troubles in which her neighbours live. What does this mean, love? Says reason. Teach me to understand this, since you have reassured me about my other questions. It means, says love, that this soul is not her own, and so she can feel no disquiet, For her thought is at rest in a place of peace, that is in the Trinity. And therefore she cannot move from there, nor feel disquiet, so long as her beloved is untroubled. But that anyone falls into sin, or that sin was ever committed, this is displeasing to her will, just as it is to God. For it is his own displeasure which gives such displeasure to this soul. But nonetheless, says love, in spite of such displeasure, there is no disquiet in the Trinity, nor is there in such a soul who is at rest within the Trinity. But if this soul, who is in such exalted rest, could help her neighbours, she would help them in their need with all her might. But the thoughts of such souls are so divine that they do not dwell upon past or created things so as to apprehend disquiet in themselves. For God is good beyond all comprehending. Love says, so such a soul has no name, and therefore she has the name of the change into which love has changed her. So do the watercourses of which we have spoken, who are called sea, for they are all sea, as soon as they have returned into the sea. For in the same way, no kind of fire can keep any matter separate within it, because it makes of itself and of the matter one thing, not two, but one. So it is with those of whom we speak. For love draws all their matter into itself. One and the same thing is made of love, and of such souls, and not two things, for that would be disharmony. But there is one single thing, and so there is harmony. Love says, if anyone were to ask such free souls, untroubled and at peace, if they would want to be in purgatory, they would answer, no. If they would want here in this life to be assured of their salvation, they would answer, no. If they would want to be in paradise, they would answer, no. Why would they wish for such things? They have no will at all. And if they wished for anything, they would separate themselves from love. For God, who has their will, knows what is good for them without their knowing or being assured of it. Such souls live by knowing and loving and praising. That is the settled practice of such souls, without any impulse of their own. For knowledge and love and praise dwell within them. Such souls cannot assess whether they are good or bad, and they have no knowledge of themselves, and would be unable to judge whether they are converted or perverted. Or, to speak more briefly, let us take one soul to represent them all, says love. This soul neither longs for nor despises poverty or tribulation, mass or sermon, fasting or prayer, and gives to nature all that it requires, with no qualm of conscience. But this nature is so well ordered through having been transformed in the union with love, to whom this soul's will is joined, that it never asks anything which is forbidden. Such a soul is not concerned about what it lacks, except at the needful time. And none but the innocent can be without this concern. Reason says, for God's sake, what does this mean, love? I'll tell you in reply, reason, says love, as I have told you before, and yet again I tell you that every teacher of natural wisdom, every teacher of book learning, everyone who persists in loving their obedience to the virtues does not and will not understand this as it should be understood. Be sure of this reason, says love, for only those understand it who should seek after perfect love. But if by chance one found such souls, they would tell the truth if they wanted to. Yet I do not think that anyone could understand them, except only those who seek after perfect love and charity. Sometimes, says love, this gift is given in the twinkling of an eye. And let those who is given it hold fast to it, for it is the most perfect gift which God gives to a creature. This soul is learning in the school of divine knowledge and is seated in the valley of humility and upon the plain of truth, and is at rest upon the mountain of love. Such a soul, says love, swims in the sea of joy that is in the sea of delights, flowing and streaming from the divinity. And she feels no joy, for she herself is joy. And so she swims and flows in joy without feeling any joy. For she dwells in joy, and joy dwells in her. For through the power of joy, she is herself joy, which has changed her into itself. Now they have one common will, like fire and flame, the will of the lover and that of the beloved. For love has changed this soul into itself. The soul, sweetest, pure, divine love, says his soul. How sweet is this changing by which I am changed into the thing that I love better than I love myself. And I am so changed that I have therein lost my name for the sake of loving. I, who can love so little, and I am changed into that which I love more than myself. That is, into love. For I love nothing but love. I have said before, says the soul, that I lack nothing, because my beloved has from all time sufficient and will have enough for evermore. What then should I lack? I do not love myself, except only for God. And what God has, which I do not have and shall not have, is more my own than what I do and shall have in my possession from the divine itself. Love says, already I have said that such souls value every affliction of their heart, both for body and for soul, as highly as if it were prosperity, and prosperity as highly as adversity. And this is true, says love, if such things came to them as highly as adversity. And this is true if such things came to them without their will being the cause. And also such souls do not know what is better for them, nor how God wants to provide their salvation, nor the salvation of their neighbours, nor for what reason God wants to show justice or mercy, nor for what reason God wants to give to the soul the exalted gifts of the goodness of God's divine nobility. And therefore, the soul set free has no will at all, to will or not to will, except only to will the will of God, and to submit in peace to the divine command. Lady Love, I ask yet one more question, says Reason. Why does this book say that this soul has everything and yet has nothing? That is true, says Love. For through divine grace, this soul has God. And one who has God has everything. And it says too that she has nothing, because everything which this soul has within her from God, through the gift of divine grace, seems nothing to her. And it is nothing, too, in comparison with what she loves, which is in God. And which God will not give to anyone except only to itself. And it is in this sense that this soul has everything, and yet has nothing. She knows everything, and yet she knows nothing. With an empty mind and an open heart, let yourself be naked before grace.
I'm back with another episode of Just Because It Is Old Doesn't Mean It Has to Be, with our new Aquasana whole house water filtration system.
Let your mind rest in this dark awareness of God, in all of this naked existence. It is not who you are or what you've been that God sees with merciful eyes, but what you want to be. Contemplative prayer, when done right, is the respectful love and ripe fruit. It's the cloud of unknowing, the hidden love longing offered by a pure spirit. It takes you into silence. Far from thoughts and words. It makes your prayer very short. In it, you learn how to reject and forget the world. God cannot be known by reason, nor by thought, caught, or sought by understanding. But God can be love, and chosen by the true, loving will of your heart.
In my life, I've been told you can.
But across time, the breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. But what are these secrets? And why must they be heard in silence before the world awakens? Because there are parts of you that can only be heard when the world stops speaking. There is a presence that lives beneath your name, your roles, your habits. A being that waits patiently, endlessly for you to turn within. Not the you that scrolls and performs, but the you that dreams, aches, remembers. The one who was here before your first memory and will remain after your final breath. That self is not found in the crowd. It is born in solitude. In the next few minutes, we will walk with Rumi into the sacred terrain of the soul, into the silence where the truth first begins to breathe. We will speak of the power of being alone, not as an escape, but as a return. We will explore what it means to face the void, to know yourself, and to dissolve the illusion that you were ever disconnected from love. This is the spiritual path Rumi walked. This is the journey inward. We fear being alone, not because we dislike silence, but but because in silence the masks fall. In the presence of others, we learn how to shape ourselves. We learn what to say to please, how to move to belong, how to smile to be accepted. But in solitude, there is no audience. There is no script. There is only the echo of your own breathing, the slow rhythm of your thoughts unfolding, the weight of presence pressing inward. And it is there, in that still chamber, that the journey truly begins. Rumi knew this. He did not romanticize loneliness, but he honored solitude as sacred space, a retreat not from life, but into it. He once wrote, "A little while alone in your room will prove more valuable than anything else that could ever be given you." These words are not poetry, they are prophecy, because the soul does not awaken in crowd, it awakens in isolation, when the world finally stops speaking and your essence begins to whisper. In solitude, you begin to notice things you never had the time or courage to see. You notice the quiet ache beneath your smile, the thoughts that circle endlessly like birds in a cage, the parts of you that never found language. There is no one to impress here, no one to lie to, no one to perform for. It is in this aloneness that the true self begins to stir, not the self built on reactions or shaped by memory, but the unchanging presence beneath it all. It is uncomfortable at first, the silence can feel deafening, the stillness unbearable, because we are not used to witnessing ourselves without distraction. We are used to running from pain, from truth, from the vast unknown of our own hearts. But if you stay, if you remain seated in the fire, something starts to soften. The racing thoughts settle, the armor begins to loosen. The stories you've told yourself about who you are, what you lack, what others did to you, they begin to dissolve. What's left is raw, real, and utterly human. And in that rawness, you are no longer fragmented, you are whole. The purpose of solitude is not to isolate you from life.
As a social media consultant, I have audited over 500.
Use this meditation if you are in a place in your practice where you can comfortably turn your attention away from thinking and sit in a place of presence and stillness and enjoy it. Everyone's progress is different. There is no right or wrong, and the journey is the most essential part of the process. Trust that the ones attracting this information are also ready for it. If you have been meditating for a while and find the calm stillness, the next level is inquiry. That is the action, the doing part of meditation. I laughed when I first heard this because I thought it was hilarious to have the words do and meditation in the same sentence. What I previously thought of as polar opposites actually combine to form a practice which will take you out of this world. So when you're ready, find a comfortable position. Gently placing your hands in your lap or wherever is comfortable for you, and breathing deeply in and down. Feeling your body relaxing and letting go. Allowing your body to sink and become heavy on the floor. Feeling the floor rise up to support your body. Allowing all of your attention to congregate in this moment right now. All of your focus is on breathing. Breathing in and out. Relaxing. Relaxing. Feeling your body becoming heavy and still. Allowing your body to fall into the background of your awareness and focusing only on breathing. Resting your attention on the rise and fall of your chest as you breathe. And your heart space open. Relaxing. Becoming more and more present as you sit here now. Notice when you have a thought. Become aware of your thinking as it is playing in your mind. When you feel and hear a thought running, you can choose to put your attention on that thought and follow it. But in this moment, we are going to choose to turn our head and look in another direction, away from the thought. Turning your attention away from any thoughts that arise. Alternatively, you can imagine that any thought is a cloud. As you become aware or conscious in that moment that you are thinking, place that thought into the cloud and allow it to drift past your awareness. Allow it to float by. You are much bigger than any thought you can think. You are like the sky, clear and blue. So for now, focus on your presence, your body breathing, as you sit and place any thoughts, as you become aware of them, into the puffy white clouds, and allow them to pass. Become more and more present as you sit here now. As you turn away from your thoughts or place them in clouds, take a moment to notice the elevated part of you that is doing that. The part of you that is not attached to those thoughts. The higher consciousness part of you that is aware. Who is this consciousness that is turning away from the thought? Who is this that has moved the focus and attention? Who is this observer? Feel yourself as the observer now. Become aware that this observer exists, that your thoughts are separate and they don't represent the whole of who you are. Become aware that there is something else taking place when you choose to turn away from your thoughts. In this place where thoughts don't run the show, in this place where you are more than thinking, there is presence, there is peace. There is a knowledge, a consciousness of a being beyond the thinking mind. This presence is not separate from who you are, but it is a part of you, a large and dynamic part. This being that is aware of the thoughts and chooses to turn away feels like the more significant part of you. It feels like the higher, knowing part of who you are. It feels like gentleness, like softness. It feels like quiet acceptance without time. It feels like the place where there is no issues or problems. It feels like a place where there are no walls or rooms. There is no distance. The thinking mind likes to make issues and likes to feel separate. The thinking mind likes there to be comparison and measure. But here, where you are the thinker and not the thoughts, you are able to observe them as they come into your awareness. And if you choose, you can let them pass. Here in this space, it is like pure peacefulness, like smooth, infinite limitlessness, like calm stillness. Sit in this space for a while. Feel what it is like to recognize the thoughts and actively turn your attention away from them whenever they arise. Feel into this place. Feel the peacefulness in the place of vast presence. Now, using the energy that has been created within this calmness, we will use action, movement, intention, direction, inquisition within this spaciousness. Stay with me. We are going beyond to the very core of your being. there is more to you than just this observer. There is more than calm stillness. There is a depth to your being beyond anything you could have ever previously imagined. So breathing, aware of the calm presence and stillness, being the observer of the thoughts. Turn away now from any thoughts you may be aware of. I want you to get acquainted with your observer energy. Are there any characteristics you can feel about this observer? Are there any traits that you are familiar with? What is something you notice about this observer? Feel into the observer. I noticed my observer felt humorous, like it finds so many things funny. It seemed to laugh a lot. It finds many of my thoughts hilarious. It seems to roll around in fits of laughter at some of the thoughts and stories produced by my mind. How does your observer feel? What are some of the characteristics? Let me just say here that there is only love and well-being. It is a fact, and you are either allowing it or blocking it with your mind-made beliefs. Therefore, if you are experiencing anything that is not on the love wellness line, and your mind is involved in causing fear, you are always safe. You are always in the presence of love. Only fearful thoughts create fear-filled reality. This is about love. Turn your attention away from your thinking and back to the witness of your thoughts, the one that observed the thoughts in the first place. Now, let's investigate. If you have noticed a characteristic of your observer, who is making that observation? Stay with me. This may feel like mental gymnastics, but let's see how far you can go. Who is observing the original witness of your thoughts? If you have noticed characteristics of that energy, then another observer must exist for those observations to be made. Now you have a second observer that is the witness to the first. Can you notice any characteristics of this second observer? What does this presence feel like? Allow the new witness to come into the foreground of your awareness. What are the overall feelings or characteristics of this second witness, the one that observed your observer? Become familiar with the energy of this presence that observes. Once again, for these observations to be made, there must be another witness. Turning your attention around again so that you may notice what this third observer feels like as it is witness to your second observer. What are the main characteristics of this third observer? Is it calm or kind? Is it compassionate or loving? How does it feel to you? Taking the adventure of discovery. I will allow some space for you now to uncover each new observer as you witness characteristics within each one. Continue turning your attention around to embody the new observer and discover for yourself where this path leads. Like circles within circles, eventually leading you to the source of all creation.
Need a free phone? Listen up. If you're on SNAP, Medicaid, SSI, or Section 8, you're eligible for a...
Welcome to this guided hypnosis session where you will step into the full realization of your divine I am power. My name is Jessica. Aphrodite.
Rebuke the malice, the envious minds, and the glances plotting against my material and spiritual evolution. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Keep away the minds that try to deceive us. Keep away the perversions and the reapers from our paths. Archangel Michael, in front of me, is opening paths and doors, assisting us in being light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. Archangel Raphael, whose name means God heals the soul, who works alongside Michael in cleansing and healing. Help me reduce or eliminate pains, whatever they may be, whether short-term, medium-term, or long-term, whether chronic or everyday. Bring me health, assist me in daily challenges. Assist me in always walking in righteousness and being deserving of the good news of the Most High. O Saint Raphael Archangel, God of healing, observer of human plans, I ask, place your healing rays upon my head. Purify me from all pain, illness, and cleanse my being, body, mind, and spirit. Fill me with the energy of vitality and a healthy life. Purify my mind from all spiritual ailments. Purify my aura so that I attract only blessings into my life. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Archangel Raphael, in front of me, is opening paths and doors, assisting us in being light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. Dear Archangel Gabriel, strength of God, messenger of grace, master of sacred situations, and revealer of good news for the gentle and just children of the Most High. Guide me to open my mind and wisdom, to hear and feel divine messages clearly, deciphering the desires of the Most High for me. Archangel Gabriel, messenger, strengthen me, guide me in my difficult moments. Help me to do the Lord's will, like Mary, accepting his desire. Help us to become increasingly good bearers of divine grace. Be with me wherever I go. Come upon me in this moment of devotion. Receive my requests and take them to the Most High's altar. Come, messenger archangel, hear my supplications with every beat of my heart. Help me be a person of light, walking in righteousness. Just as the Virgin Mary was chosen among women, here I am to bear and hold the divine presence and dwelling in my being. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Archangel Gabriel, in front of me, is opening paths and doors, assisting us in being light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. Archangel Uriel, called the living God, angelic light, herald of wisdom, guide me in my intellectual activities. Help me embrace my wisdom and inner calling. I know you will come to my aid when I'm trapped in hopeless situations, bringing comfort and new solutions. Show me, dear Uriel, how to heal every aspect of my life, turning disappointments into victories and discovering blessings amidst adversity. May your light illuminate my path to true understanding and spiritual growth. Archangel Uriel, whose name means divine light, enlighten my mind with information, ideas, and good wishes. I invoke your presence to bring solutions to various areas of my life, be it personal matters, professional, financial, business meetings, studies, interviews. Archangel Uriel, the seeker of God, the angel of wisdom, divine fire. Your power assists those depressed by loneliness or pain, promotes human gratitude to God and unconditional love. Among all the archangels, you are the most loving. Protect me, promote unity and unconditional love in my life, as well as devotion, gratitude, and love for God. May you always be by my side, showing the right answers, guiding the best paths and the best solutions. Help me always be a person who radiates light, who walks in righteousness and the perfection of divine justice. Archangel of wisdom, help me always walk towards truth and love in the grace and communion of our Jesus Christ. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Archangel Uriel, in front of me, is opening paths and doors, assisting me in being a light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. Archangel Jophiel, the omnipresent seer who sees the connection between everything and everyone. I ask you, expand my mind, my heart, ignite the flame of love within me. Help me find inner peace, resolve conflicts, transform existing relationships, forgive and nurture true and blessed love. Archangel Jophiel, the beauty of God personified.
Earn a respected accredited bachelor's degree in as little as 2.5 years with WGEA.
I address you with devotion, seeking to move the energy of self-love and guidance in my life. Inspire me with your divine creativity. Help me see the beauty and grace and divine wonders, including within and around me. May beautiful thoughts spring forth in my heart and mind, guiding me towards a better soul, a more fulfilling existence, and being a dwelling of divine light before all who surround me. Help me have patience and wait on God, appreciate life's pleasures with ease and joy. I invoke your presence to add love, joy, and smiles to my life. Archangel Jophiel, knower of your own virtue, I know you can quickly transform negative states into positive ones. Aura of darkness and full divine light, I acknowledge your wonderful ability to heal all malicious minds and keep away from me the deceit and schemes of evil. Jophiel, extend your support over me, bringing love, patience, and wisdom into my life so that I may live balanced and serene in the presence of God. May I nurture and focus on the positive aspects of love and divine grace, making my existence a sublime expression of this divine light. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Archangel Jophiel, Archangel of light and infinite wisdom, is in front of me, opening paths and doors, and assisting me in being light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. Archangel Celestial, Archangel of worship, you who are among the most venerated archangels in heaven and on earth, hear my plea at this moment. Guide me to knowledge, discernment, understanding. With every step, may I feel the divine presence brought by your assistance, and in doubt, be guided by your light of truth, Archangel Celestial, light of understanding and perfect worshiper of God. With your flame, illuminate the darkness of the mind, reveal the mysteries, showing me the way. Your presence is a guiding beacon. Your love is a flame that warms my heart. You who are among the revered archangels of heaven, come to our meeting at this moment. Make divine light shine upon me so that I may contemplate the presence of the Most High upon me. O perfect worshiper, your words are heavenly and guide me. Make me also a perfect worshiper of Master Jesus. Purify my heart so that I trust only in God, the one who sees, hears, and answers. Divine intercessor archangel, incline your ears to my yearnings, elevate my thoughts, purify my intentions, guiding me towards true worship. In devotion, I find peace. In contemplation, the harmony of the soul. O Archangel of perfect prayer, with your intercession, elevate my spirit to the one seated on the throne. In divine presence, I feel the touch of heaven. Your company brings serenity to me. Your prayer is a melody that calms my troubled life. Your silence is an inspiring sacred space of praises that fills my heart. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Archangel Celestial, Archangel of worship, infinite wisdom, in front of me is opening paths and doors, and assisting me in being a light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. O Archangel Barakiel, lightning of God, whose name bears the Archangel of divine blessing, the one who bestows God's blessings upon humanity, bearer of wonders and the miracle of God. You were created to elevate our prayers and bring miracles to our hearts. I ask that you grant me the miracle to my heart. I ask for your assistance. Grant me peace, serenity, inner love, and divine kindness. In adversity, help me to follow the good paths. In scarcity, be a celestial aura that sustains me. Your blessing is rain that fertilizes the soil of my spirit, germinating the seed of faith in the belief of divine love in the spirit. Archangel of blessing and miracle, with your hands you distribute the bread of life and blessings to our hearts. In your generosity, I discover divine wealth, security, and providence from God. Your grace is a gift that nurtures. Your love is the wealth that satisfies. In the presence of the 7 archangels, I find refuge and peace. With divine intercession, anxiety fades, fear turns into courage. I am grateful for your blessings that you have brought to me, for the unconditional love that, like celestial rain, purifies my being and elevates me to a being with purity of spirit. I feel the warmth of divine love and celestial harmony. In the silence of your company, I find answers. In the melody of your voice, I discover the symphony of life. Your presence inspires my journey, guiding me with wisdom and grace. May each moment be a harmony, each challenge a symphony to be unveiled. Keep away from me all destructive and malevolent energies. May this ending cycle be completely healed so that I may begin a new cycle full of love, health, purity, spiritual vitality, and serenity. Archangel Barakiel, Archangel of divine blessings, of prosperity and abundance, in front of me is opening paths and doors, and assisting me in being a light on the journey and walking towards truth and divine justice. O celestials, archangels, guardians of my life, come with your wings of radiant light, encompass our home, our lives, our family. Dispel the darkness, transmit the density, purify our auras. May every corner of our home shine with God's peace, with celestial harmony. Undo, O messengers of God, the ties of fear, the chains of anxiety. May all insecurity turn into trust, and all fear turn into faith. Surround our dwelling with your protective light. be the invisible walls against all negativity, all evil, against every action of the enemy and malevolent minds. In the silence of the night, in the brightness of the day, watch over our home, our sacred refuge. Let no evil enter, let no hatred prosper, let no discord find space within us. For blessings of purification, celestial waters that cleanse and renew, let the energy of love flow in our lives. O celestial beings, may serenity dwell in our hearts. With your hands of light touch every member of our family. Strengthen the bonds of love, tighten the ties of understanding and respect. May health be our mantle, may joy be our sustenance, and under your protection, may we grow in grace, wisdom, and love. Envelop our lives with the breath of hope, with the scent of faith. May each step be guided by your light. May each decision be inspired by your wisdom. Undo the enemy's plans, neutralize all adversity against us. May our path be illuminated, may our journey be blessed. O seven archangels of God, sentinels of the divine throne.
Charge Privileges makes it easy to earn points and maximize any vacation. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Start a 30-day free trial from Adobe Staff and get millions of videos, images, and more.
May your intercession make us increasingly beings of light. May peace be our flag. May harmony be our anthem. In deep gratitude, I lift my heart and voice to the celestial messengers who promptly answer our invocation. With your protective wings, encompass our lives. May our devotion inspire you to protect and purify our lives incessantly against any evil and negative forces. Dissolving all evil and fear, bringing light to our essence. In the melody of your celestial song, I feel the harmony permeating every space, every nook, and filling my life with the celestial order. Tranquility settles in, love expands, and the purifying energy transmutes what once weighed heavily. Your presence, O celestial beings, is a balm for the soul, the divine breath that resonates, that calms our minds. In the sacred silence of your love, I find peace. Fears dissipate with every step. I feel supported by your light in our earthly journey. You are the guiding beacon, guardians of the divine. Your assistance is a sacred gift, and under your wings, all evil is kept at bay. O seven powerful archangels, emissaries of the divine, guardians of prosperity, lead my life through prosperous and abundant paths. With faith, I proclaim, we are under the protection of the archangels. We will fear no evil, even if I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. We will not fear, for I feel the presence of the glorious aura of the seven archangels. In the vast universe where stars shine and silence speaks of divine majesty, the seven powerful archangels remain as sentinels, taking care of us. Emissaries of the divine, guardians of fortune and blessing, your presences are endless sources of comfort and hope for all who seek. Thus, I lift my soul and call for the intercession of the archangels, asking them to lead me through paths of prosperity, through the path of abundance, through the route of well-being in my life. Life, with its multitude of challenges and battles, sometimes leaves us at the mercy of strong and uncertain winds. But in moments of difficulty, when the sight seems blurred, it is your presence that I seek. The Lord is my light and my salvation, and under the protection of the archangels, I see the path lighting up, revealing a journey full of promises and blessings for my life. I know that under your tutelage, O celestial beings, stones turn into steps, and obstacles into opportunities to grow. O divine archangels, who witness the movement of constellations and the flow of rivers, who witness divine greatness, come to me as I meditate on the words of this wonderful prayer. Come upon me and let celestial glory and splendor shine upon me. Beams of light, I ask that you penetrate my life, that each dawn brings the promise of light upon my life. Let each sunset witness a prosperous and blessed day. Blessed is the man who trusts in the Lord, and by trusting in your protection, I wish for every aspect of my life to flourish in the human heart. It demands a spark of longing, a hunger for prosperity that goes beyond the material. We desire to thrive in love, in joy, in wisdom, and in all forms of wealth that enrich the soul. O seven archangels, I ask that you nurture this spark, satisfy this hunger, and may all my days be filled with deep and true enrichment. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning, and with your help, I hope that each morning brings new joy, a renewed blessing, one more reason to smile and give thanks. Prosperity in its essence is not just the accumulation of goods, but the ability to fully enjoy all the gifts that life offers. Thus, I ask the archangels to help me recognize and value every gift that the universe gives me, and to teach me to enjoy every moment, every laugh.
This is the biggest secret of 2025, and they don't want to.
The girl is observed in the state of vomit, somehow in a luxuriating manner echoing the pose of immobility that is brought about after death's caresses. The poet is looking upon her with desire, and through his evocation of this image is enticing the listener of the poem to do the same. The entire field of perception that includes longing, sleep, and death is enveloped by the charms of Eros and Aphrodite. This becomes apparent to us in the expression limb relaxing, which is used by the poets of antiquity to describe the effects of death upon the warrior, after which Hypnos, or sleep, enshrouds his eyes with a crape of darkness. But for us, Hypnos visits only temporarily, allowing us to recover our strength and vitality. But for the dead, such veiling betokens a more permanent cessation of sight. The girl's longing or desiring, or hopothos, implies, according to Socrates' understanding of the term, a lack or deficiency. Since desire arises from absence, from things which we do not possess, hopothos, or longing, creates a mirror image within our own soul, so that her desire, or Alkmund's desire, becomes our own. The two movements of desire seek a resolution in union in the imaginative plane. Photos, if we recall from an earlier video, is a companion of Aphrodite, along with Phaedo or Persuasion. He is also the son of Eros. Freud popularized the notion of the opposition between Eros and Thanatos, desire and death, and interpreted it in conformity with his own understanding of psychoanalysis. But what is rarely discussed is the link between Eros and Thanatos, which is mediated by the power of sleep. In fact, sleep is such an incredibly important auxiliary of Aphrodite's power that wooden statues of it have been found on the Acropolis in the temple of the Aphrodite warrior. Similarly, images depicting death and sleep can also be found in the shrines of Aphrodite Ambologiera, or Aphrodite who postpones old age. She spoke. From her breasts unbound the elaborate pattern piece strap, and on it are figured all beguilements, and loveliness is figured upon it, and passion of sex is there, and the whispered endearment that steals the heart away even from the thoughtful. Such is the description we find of Aphrodite's girdle, which has a magical ability to inspire desire in others, including our mournfully desiring girl. In the Iliad, Aphrodite has imbued Hera with the charms to seduce her husband Zeus by lending her the girdle. And after Hera inflames his erotic passion and fulfills his desire for union, inspired by the arts of Aphrodite, the all-powerful Zeus is overcome by sleep. Such is the cosmic power of Aphrodite and Eros.
When it comes to travel, you're a winner. That's why when you sit behind a Pride baby, it stops being such a baby. That's why you.
So spake she, and ox-eyed queenly Hera smiled, and smiling laid the zone in her bosom. She then went to her house, the daughter of Zeus, Aphrodite, but Hera darted down and left the peak of Olympus. On Pyrrhia she stepped in lovely Amatria, instead of the snowy mountains of the Thracian horsemen. Even over their topmost peaks, nor braved she the ground of her feet. And from Athos she stepped upon the billowy sea, and so came to Lemnos, the city of godlike Thoas. There she met Sleep, the brother of Death, and she clasped him by the hand, and spake and addressed him, Sleep, Lord of all gods and of all men, if ever thou didst hearken to word of mine, so do thou even now obey, and I will owe thee thanks all my days. Lull me to sleep the bright eyes of Zeus beneath his brows, so soon as I shall have lain thee by his side in love. Of course, this is all part of Hera's plot to temporarily incapacitate Zeus while she interferes again in the Trojan conflict without his knowing. This capacity of Aphrodite to overpower Zeus is something rather unsettling for the god, and suggests a power greater and more primordial than its potency. Although she is commonly understood as the daughter of Zeus, it is important to recall that the Hesiodic Aphrodite is not even an Olympian, and her father is not in fact Zeus, but Zeus's grandfather, Uranus, whose name signifies the one who conceals. This obscurity and covering very much mirrors Aphrodite's relationship with Hypnos and Thanatos, who also act in a similar fashion by covering the eyes of the subject upon sleep and death. Sleep and darkness, along with Aphrodite's powers, all involve forms of binding. After all, upon the death of the Titans, Zeus's thunderbolts flash and blind them, and henceforward they are called Chthonioi, and therefore belong to the sphere of the night. Just as sleep binds us in darkness until we emerge once again into the daylight. Aphrodite's primordial powers have the potential to subvert Zeus's entire domain, and she therefore poses a considerable threat. Despite thousands of years of cultural creativity surrounding Aphrodite's image and myth, along with our preconceived notions of the goddess, it is important to explore a deeper unveiling of her personhood, and to dispel the false notions that have accumulated over the centuries. I want to echo the remark of Gabriella Peroni, that Aphrodite is not the goddess of love nor peace, nor is she the goddess of sex, with a few reservations added of my own. Aphrodite is indeed not a goddess of love, Ares is not a god of war, and Poseidon is not the god of the seas. In fact, the point is well made. The Greeks did not limit their gods by assigning them gods of something. That is simply not how they understood the deities. Another thing to remember is that each god or goddess is a divine individual, and that individuality is not reducible to a circumscribed archetype. This is a deeper meaning to a polytheistic conception of the gods. The gods and goddesses are not your psychic processes, they're not your emotions, nor predictable configurations in your astrological natal chart. You cannot reduce the unique personality of a god to a set of definitions or functions. And even to speak of deities as being primarily expressions of divine powers is only a part of the picture. They encompass all these attributes and much more besides. To compound this complexity is the notion that polytheistic societies not only contain a multitude of gods, whose ultimate number is unknown and unknowable within a given pantheon, but also that the god or goddess posing the same name is not in fact various aspects of a singular individuality, but each is simultaneously a unique individuality itself. Therefore, there are multiple Aphrodite's. This may seem unnecessarily chaotic and complex, but we must be reminded that this is a result of our own philosophical inheritance and metaphysical presuppositions, which seek to reduce all multiplicity to an ultimate unity. The ancient Greeks did not share this need for neat theological systems. Our need to reduce and organize complexity and proliferating multiplicity is our problem, not theirs. In the case of Aphrodite, her primary powers include the capacity to provoke eros and establish intimate relationships, leading to the act of sexual union through a mixing of beings on multiple levels of reality. Aristotle refers to an expression that was spoken of her, ten kurion theon des mixeos, the goddess presiding over mixes. Her mixing forces the four elements that would originally have preferred to stay separate, separated and self-sufficient in a state of homoousia. This can be seen in Empedocles' cosmology, where the cycles of love, or philothes, and strife, or nepos, alternate, beginning first with the separation of all four elements under the dominion of strife, which are then combined and formed against their will into a mixture that creates the cosmos. For this reason, she is sometimes called philothes, which can be translated as love, but to see in this understanding something akin to a Christian love or a romantic love would be a mistake. Peronti emphasizes that conventional understandings of Aphrodite have reduced her to an image of femininity. Quote, the incarnation of love and beauty, alternatively associated with grace, tenderness, and harmony, or with seduction and deception. As Nicole Leroux has said, a goddess is not a woman. But when it comes to Aphrodite, everyone tends to forget this poignant statement. Perhaps love can be an outcome of the act of sexual mingling, but love in the commonly accepted notion is not her primary function. In Empedocles' system, Aphrodite is imagined in the middle of the cosmos spinning, and it is perhaps the spinning and spiraling movement of her girdle that emanates outward from the center to the periphery, until at last strife attains enough power to overcome her magic and break her bonds. The swirling movement emerged from her, quote, mid parts, which have connotations of the abdominal region, but also subtly reference and imply the human genitalia. There is certainly a joyousness or exaltation to Aphrodite, but her joy derives in part from a subjugation of the autonomous will of the elements, which seek a perpetual state of separation. It should also be remembered that in Empedocles' cosmology, the elements are simultaneously gods. They are not what moderns would understand as constituting the periodic table, nor are they simply atomistic. But without this mixing, nothing would be. In the collection of writings known as the Hermetica, we have reference to our world that contains the incarnated and incarcerated human being, who is simply referred to as a harmonized slave. Just as strife can release us from the bonds and chains we've been ensnared in by Aphrodite Philotis, the seeming charm and grace of love can be held responsible for imprisonment to the body and the senses. In ancient thought, truth is not a stable set of propositions, and lightness and darkness, veiling and unveiling, blend into one another and obscure any certain or fixed notions of final answers and dogmatic assertions. As Butler observes, and as I've mentioned before, Aphrodite's movement of consolidation and intermingling of opposing forces also results in forms of human organization that we'd understand as cosmopolitanism or internationalism. It is the emergence of strife within the economy of powers among political and national entities that inspires a need to reassert individuality, that in this level of analysis would correspond to feelings of nationalism. Such feelings quite possibly emerge from a sense of a threat taking the form of an all-encompassing globalism that always threatens the self-identity of a particular entity by weaving it into a larger whole. I am sympathetic to Peronti's critique of a one-sided, stereotypically feminine caricature of Aphrodite, but I believe that her intention is not to outright dismiss certain qualities of the goddess like grace, beauty, and seduction, but rather to de-emphasize those traits in order to showcase the multifaceted and sometimes surprising characteristics of the goddess that the literature and iconography can easily demonstrate. The notion of Aphrodite embodying peace and love is not attested to in the most ancient texts. In fact, we have early representations of her participating in the Gigantomachia, armed with weapons and in combat with giants. In this role as warrior goddess, she shows herself as the martial companion and partner in arms of Ares. In fact, in Hesiod's Theogony, they are considered a couple, whereas in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, they are presented as siblings. There is a primordial connection and synergy between the two gods. We have an amphora or Greek vase that depicts Aphrodite mounted on a chariot next to Poseidon. She is wearing an aegis, which is the distinct robe of Athena, echoing Athena's attributes and powers. Her place beside Poseidon on a chariot can also suggest that she is taking on the identity of Amphitrite, the goddess of the sea. Rather than the artist having a confusion of identities between the goddesses, this suggests to me that there are distinct overlaps between Aphrodite's powers and these other goddesses in this particular scenario or domain. Peronti notes that there is a, quote, functional affinity between Aphrodite and Athena, since in the Spartan Acropolis, Aphrodite Area, or deity of Ares, was worshipped alongside Athena Polieucus, guardian of the city. What we should see here is the protective and military role that Aphrodite also plays in defense of the polis and in the battlefront. We have sources that describe women in Corinth seeking prayers to her, in order to arouse in their warriors the ferocious power of, quote, the arrows of battle. But she was not only worshipped by women. In fact, we have evidence of soldiers, commanders, and all sorts of military personnel engaged in her cult worship both before and after a battle. Her epithets include strategis, of the commanders, or stratea, of the army. Perhaps the similarity of Amphitrite and the amphora is also an indication that Aphrodite also presides over sea and naval battles. Her association with naval battles also means that she presides over maritime enterprises like navigation and the protection of harbors. After all, the goddess emerged in Cyprus, born from the foam of the sea. Hence her name includes the root aphros, meaning foam. There can be a tendency to view complementarity in conjunction of opposites as a finite field horizontally arranged, where one pole occupies a space that precludes the other. We have inherited some of this conventional thinking by seeing Aphrodite opposed to Ares, or even complementary to Ares, as love is to war, for instance. If we do not see these two forces in hostile opposition, then many of us at least conceptualize this polarity as residing on a spectrum or a gradient. But what is being suggested here is that Aphrodite is just as comfortable in the domain of war as Ares himself. We should begin to see that her relationship with Ares should be viewed as a vertical superimposition. These two gods share such deeply sympathetic resonances that they overlap in function and activity. In fact, the very name Aphrodite was sometimes considered synonymous with warrior fury. At this point, it should not be surprising when we recall Empedocles' cosmology, where appearances may suggest harmony and cohesiveness, but erotically motivated expansion and assimilation lie just beneath the surface. Recall also the story of Hephaestus, setting a trap to net Aphrodite and Ares in flagrante delicto. Although she is technically married to Hephaestus in the Hieros Gamos, it is evident that marriage is not reflective of her true nature, and that there is an echo of her Hesiotic self, which saw her as companion and partner to Ares. In an interesting passage, Peronti asks, quote, "But how do we explain the passage in the Iliad where Zeus assigns to Aphrodite the erga gamoio, the works of Gamos, for marriage, and bans her from the polymia erga, works of war, reserved for Athena and Ares?" She then answers, quote, "These words of Homer's Zeus do not actually constitute a theological statement. They take on their full meaning once they are put back into the narrative context of the poem. The sovereign god's words reveal neither the real nature of Aphrodite, nor her exclusion from the world of war in general, but to confirm through a commentary tinged with irony that this goddess, allied to the Trojans, had to move away from the battlefield. There is a deeper reason for her association with the more virile and aggressive masculine attitude that can also be found in the Hesiotic myths. Not only does she possess warlike energy and vitality traditionally associated with masculinity, her very power is an incredible threat to Zeus's reign. We saw earlier how even Zeus can succumb to the forces of Eros and Hypnos. These are primordial forces that pre-exist his reign. In fact, they even pre-exist the birth of his grandfather Uranus. Zeus even had, at one point, to curb her proclivity to encouraging union between gods and mortals, lest a new force emerge that could challenge Zeus's reign. There is even a somewhat tragic dimension captured by Stesichorus' poem Geryoneus, in which the figure of the giant Geryon lives his life in uncertainty as to whether he is mortal or immortal, given his mixed ancestry, thereby confusing his status as a divine being, which ultimately needs to be decided upon combat with heretics. Such blurring of boundaries and distinctions is an inherent activity of Aphrodite.
For sure, he's going to blow away. He wants to rush out here, but it's too windy. He's trying to hunker down and make himself as heavy as possible, but he doesn't trust it, so he looks back to ask for some assistance. Now that he's held down, he's feeling secure. He's pretty sure he can't blow away now, so he's watching the neighborhood and getting his brushes. We haven't been to the groomer in a while. He's starting to get mats right here in between his arms. Surfer's not sure what I'm trying to do there, so he walks away. So we try again and go back to the main session because he always likes that. And then try again to sneak back here to these mats and get him out. The problem is the location. We could use anything, any tool to get him out. But the real problem is getting in there. It wouldn't matter what we used. Surfer is not about that spot. See that face he's making? He's saying he's trying to be a good boy, but he really doesn't like that spot. But also he shakes his head and that face shows his excitement about brushes. He's still very into that. And neighborhood watch, of course, because he's the protector. At first he allows the hunches because he's distracted, but then he notices what's happening. I asked him to come back and he looks back to say, okay, but not the haunches. He even said, please, but I'm still going for the haunches. Can you believe it? You could see the enthusiasm there in his eyes. This is just shock. He can't believe we just allowed that to happen. His airplane ears are very concerned. Then he decides he's finally going to speak up and let me know that he's done with the haunches. We try to go to the groomer every 6 weeks, but it gets expensive and Surfer charges way too much for rent. So we haven't been in a while, but we are going in a couple weeks. Surfer's fluffy pants have been wet, but don't tell him I told you. He always does such a good job brushing. And now his fur underneath can blow away and birdies while the protector watches the neighborhood and gets his treat.
The theogony begins with three primordial divinities acting together: Eros, Gaia, and Taurus. Gaia provides the cosmic foundation for all things, and Eros provides the procreative or generative function. It is only after the spontaneous emergence of Eros that the mechanism of procreation enters the cosmos. In this sense, Eros is the progenitor of Aphrodite, and later re-emerges in a re-embodied configuration as her child with Ares, which places Eros within the social realm of human beings. After Kronos castrates Uranos, his genitals fall into the Pontos, which is the salt sea, also known as the fruitless deep. In this sense, Aphrodite is not technically an Olympian, although she is later incorporated as Zeus's daughter in later traditions. She is in fact born from two fathers, Uranos and Pontos. Butler makes a very interesting observation regarding the true nature of Pontos' chemical composition. Given the epithet of fruitless deep and salty sea, he suggests that we can understand his daughter Aphrodite's nature as being primarily associated with eroticism rather than its byproducts. Aphrodite, therefore, is not terribly concerned with reproductivity. Also, after the castration of Uranos, the blood itself produced the giants and the vengeful Erinyes, who are both entities that are associated with wars and conflicts. Perhaps next time you gaze upon the birth of Venus by Botticelli, you will be able to see through the calm facade and composed gentleness of the goddess and detect the traces of hidden powers in this deeply misunderstood deity. One of the most beautiful devotees of Aphrodite is the poetess Sappho. For anyone who cares to immerse themselves in the radiance of this goddess and her dynamis, I cannot recommend her poetry more. But I want to take the last portion of this video to discuss a poet of the Augustan age who was deeply influenced by Hellenistic poetry. Sextus Propertius was a Latin poet born around 50-45 BC in what is now the town of Assisi in modern Italy. Much like the romantic devotional poetry immortalized by Dante and Beatrice, Petrarch and Laura, Propertius predates them both with his Cynthia. Much of his poetry is erotic in nature, and he speaks of love with slavish devotion and torturous highs and lows, and imbues his Cynthia with the qualities of a goddess, almost cruel in her command over his senses and his heart. But in his exploration of the intertwining of love and death, his Cynthia becomes a paragon of the powers of Aphrodite. But
why do couples choose to sleep under smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
Gift that the universe gives me. Enjoy every moment, every laugh, even every tear, as a precious part of my existence, where I can learn even amidst difficulties. Peace and truth walk by your side, O God of my salvation. Guide me, for you are the light of my path. I ardently desire to understand life's true values and embrace celestial grace in its purest and most authentic form.
If you wish to add anything to this prayer, please take this opportunity to do so. Sending your prayer through your heart to the goddess in her temple. Now allow the goddess to manifest in her full beauty and light in her energetic body. And in this feminine, gorgeous form, she begins to step into the pool to touch you. Touch your heart and sacral. Bringing you a new, fresh energy. One that feels like a healing and loving breeze. One that regenerates your heart, your mind and body with a new life. As if you're being touched by the essence of many roses. The beauty of roses. The beauty of light. Feel her loving presence touch the very core of your sexual being. Reminding you of your inner beauty and light as a child of the universe. Reminding you of the innocence of pleasure. Reminding you of the power of gentle sensual touch. Reminding you of the fire of bliss of intimacy. Just open to receive this transmission from the goddess direct into your energy field, into your heart and sacral, cleansing, expanding, a healing, loving light. And Aphrodite turns and steps out
person sits on a marble bench. She bids you sit beside her. She offers you now a gift. And this gift looks like a golden belt or a girdle or a golden sash. This is a gift of the magnetism of love. And this is a gift that enhances the magnetic dance of the masculine and feminine within you and within your reality. Bringing more grace, more joy into that dance. More love into that dance. More pleasure into that dance. Take this gift and wrap it around your body. If you have a stronger feminine energy, then perhaps this gift is best placed around your sacral. If you have a stronger masculine energy, then this gift perhaps is best placed around your solar plexus. And if you feel you have a pretty balanced energy, then you must choose where you place this gift. The goddess leans forward and kisses you, perhaps on the forehead, perhaps on the cheek, perhaps on the lips. And as she does so, her form begins to dissolve into gold light, disappearing from the temple.
Wednesday with LinkedIn's video team and 30 other creators. And here's everything I learned about how to create more engaging videos.
feeling of little interaction with the day. The dark mingles with the light, and at times they are indistinguishable. This mystery of light and dark can be seen reflected in the moon, which is heavily illuminated in a night sky by the reflection of sun rays. The moon is key in its higher source, but also has access to the depth, and therefore even more immediate sweep, showing body clouds in southern Brazil. So the dark side of Helios can also be reflected in children, most notably in the famous sorcerers, granddaughters of Helios, Turkey, and Medea. Etymologically, the name Turkey is derived from Kippos, which initially meant a circling of birds and of wolves. And Carl Karenyi mentions that in Homer it denoted the hawk. Who among us has not seen a hawk circling the sky looking for its prey? Similarly, the sun circles and at night disappears beneath the earth to continue its solar path through the underworld. After all, Parmenides and Hesiod share a similar cosmological system whereby the sun is present along with day in the house of night, exactly halfway through its circle. In the Argonautica, Jason and his crew, and having later picked up Medea, must travel to strange and far distant lands. But they must never find themselves roaming the same place twice. There is something called the Puzikos incident, which relates the story of how the Argonauts landed on the island of Doriones, ruled by the king Puzikos. After the king grants them hospitality and a warm welcome, the Argonauts depart, only to be met with a severe storm that in the darkness drives them back unknowingly to the island. Both King Puzikos and the Argonauts misidentify the other camp, and many Doriones are killed along with the king in the ensuing battle. Quote, they, the Argonauts, lamented for 3 days and tore out their hair. They raised a mound over the grave, marched round it thrice in armor, performed funeral rites, and celebrated games in honor of the dead man. The mound was to be seen down to later days, and the people of Puzikos continued to pour libations at it every year. Therefore, there is no backward movement along the solar path, no retracing of one's steps. You must first complete the circle, just as the sun must complete its circle. This darkness that descended upon the 2 groups of warriors and nearly destroyed them both is a darkness that clouded their perception and therefore their knowledge. But the Sufis identified a more intimate, primordial type of darkness, what they term the black light, or the luminous blackness. It is this conception that highlights the ambiguity of Helios' nature. Nothing seems more contradictory than a blackness that somehow possesses luminosity. But as the mystical experience has shown, it is precisely this black light that is the source of all visible light, because it exists in the very act of seeing. We can find parallels in this black light with the Sufis in Marsilio Ficino's first light, or lux, as opposed to the lumen, which is the light that is variable and is dependent on things of this world. The lux, on the other hand, is entirely autonomous and is the source of all other forms of light, but it is characterized by vigorous action and acts as an active agent. In Ficino's De Lumine, he provides a lengthy title to chapter 11, quote, light does not become the quality of that which is illuminated, but constitutes the act of that which illuminates. By constituting the act of illumination, Ficino is showing that it is through light itself that we are capable of vision. Similarly, the light of the good can only be grasped indirectly, just as we cannot look directly at the sun. For in the Republic, after the allegory of the cave, Socrates says, but at any rate, my dream, as it appears to me, is that in the region of the known, the last thing to be seen and hardly seen is the idea of the good. There is an implication in this hesitance in Socrates' words, which highlights the transcendent nature of the good, since it is beyond being. pequeñas lucidas. We cannot see it in its entirety, but we can get glimpses or shimmerings of it through the eye day that reveal themselves to our vision. And our vision itself murmurs to us as in dreams, with vague contours and outlines that can only intimate and never fully disclose its unmediated fullness. In this sense, Ficino can say, quote, nothing is brighter than light, nor God. Nothing is darker. Therefore, blindness is inherent to our discussion of light, because to understand vision is to understand obscurity. Blindness can come about not through a counterposed darkness, like some veil that covers your eyes, but through various degrees and gradations of light, through an excess or superabundance of light. This relation of one intensity of light to another can create darkness depending on the degree of that light's intensity. For this reason, the ancient Greeks could conceive of a lesser light. For example, the light emitted from a candle, that becomes a sort of relativized darkness in comparison to an even more intense bright light, perhaps the illumination of the entire room when the sun emerges from behind a cloud. Furthermore, in Suhrawardian metaphysics, the first intellect in its initial moment of contemplation is pure light, and the product of this contemplation is the second intellect. But there is a byproduct, because the act of contemplation of its essence cannot supply enough power to confer being onto the second intellect. Therefore, there is a space, or more accurately, a shadow. And as we descend the chain of hypostases and emanations of light, we find that by the time we arrive at the 10th intellect, all power is completely exhausted, at the same time as the shadow has accumulated and grown darker and more intense. We can see this union of dark and light to the angel of humanity, identified by Suhrawardi as the angel Gabriel, where one wing is of lightness, the other of darkness. And the mixture of the two representing day and night, you get the crimson color of dusk. It is acts of knowledge and true gnosis that increase the light wing and dissipate the dark wing of unconsciousness, allowing the angelic consciousness to slowly rise to the horizon of absolute consciousness. It should be noted that the angelic consciousness is not human consciousness per se, but an intermediary. When we think of the Orient or the East, we imagine a geographical location. But in the mystical tradition of the Sufis, the mystic seeks the Orient, which is precisely the summit of the heavenly North Pole. Allow me to quote Henry Corbin at some length. Quote, we have already recalled precisely that this cosmic Orient is not to be sought in the East on our maps, but in the polar dimension. In fact, this Orient is the celestial pole, the center of all conceivable orientation. It is to be sought in the direction of the cosmic north, that of the birth of life. The Occident represents the sensory material world, and it is twofold. There is the climate of sublunar terrestrial matter, that of our material earth, subject to generation and dissolution. And there is the climate of celestial matter, that of the spheres, consisting of an etheric substance, diaphanous and incorruptible, but still however deriving from the physical. The Orient begins from the climate of the soul, at the celestial pole, the emerald rock. There the spiritual sun rises before him, and his dawn reveals to him the perspective of an entirely new universe, wherein are ranked successively the souls summoned to govern human bodies for a time. In certain alchemical works, we see reference to an oriental quicksilver, Udrarus Anatolica. And Olympiodorus states, to the north they assigned the nigredo, to the east the albedo, the white substance which is called silver, for Hermes says the white substance is assigned to the east, inasmuch as they, the philosophers, made the beginning of the work equal to the beginning of the day, when the sun rises of the earth. Mark also Apollo, who says, behold, earth is taken for the procedure at dawn. This excerpt is quoted from the commentary on the work of Aurora Consurgens, whose authorship is still debated, though at the time C.G. Jung and Jungian analysts like Marie-Louise von Franz attributed to Thomas Aquinas. Its actual author may have been Ibn Umayyad, but it is still uncertain to this day. Let me quote the following passage which situates the dawning of the light between the four stages of the alchemical work. Quote, "Now the title of this book is baptized Aurora Consurgens, the rising dawn, and that for four reasons. Firstly, it is called dawn, as one should say, the golden hour, for so hath this science an hour for golden end for them that rightly perform the work. Secondly, the dawn is midway between night and day, shining with twofold hues, namely red and yellow. So likewise doth this science beget the colors yellow and red, which are midway between white and black. Thirdly, because at dawn they that labor under all the infirmities of the night are relieved and have rest. And so at the dawn of this science all evil odors and vapors that infect the mind of the laboring fade away and weaken, as the psalm saith, in the evening weeping shall have the place, and in the morning gladness. Fourthly and lastly, the dawn is called the end of the night, and the beginning of the day, or the mother of the sun. And so our dawn at its greatest redness is the end of all darkness, and the putting to flight of night, of that long drawn-out winter wherein he who walketh, if he take not heed, shall stumble. For of this indeed it is written, and night to night showeth knowledge, and day to day uttereth speech, and night shall be light as the day in its pleasures." Having quoted this alchemical document at some length, I want to make it clear that what seems to be intimated in this text is precisely the theurgic activity of photogogia, or drawing in of the light, albeit translated into the color symbolism of the alchemical opus. We will soon explore Iamblichus's and Proclus's incorporation of light into theurgic practice, but for now let us turn to Kirmani's The Book of the Red Hyacinth. Our excerpt from the Aurora Consurgens echoed the four colors of the alchemical work in reference to the orienting of the initiate to the rising of the dawn, that is black, white, yellow, and red. Kirmani identifies these as the primordial sources of color, but in their primordial orientation they represent the descending degrees and gradations of visibility along the lines of the four cosmic elements. Their correspondences are as follows. Red is fire, to yellow, which is air, to water, which is white, and finally to black, which is earth. Let us look a little deeper into the relation between light and color. Helpful in our exploration of the nature of light, Shaykh Muhammad Karim Khan Kirmani's treatise from 1851 entitled The Book of the Red Hyacinth. In it he criticizes the confusion of previous philosophers, beginning from Aristotle, who failed to make a distinction between the existence of color and the manifestation of color. For Kirmani, color encompasses the totality of universes. It is not just this plane of being that contains color, for it is that hues across the hierarchy of being. And when we ask whether color must be visible to exist, we reply in the negative, saying that this is fundamentally a confusion between existence and manifestation. For color is always in existence. It is simply in relation to the composite body that determines its intensity or manifestation. Even a room that is pitch black contains colors, but their manifestation is in a state of potentiality, and the room is not devoid of color. Light does not produce color as God produces man. It simply manifests it. In the realm of being, here on earth, as mortals, we are far removed from the immediacy and intensity of light. And so divine agents, whether daimons, angels, gods, or goddesses, must reveal themselves to us through simultaneous acts of veiling and unveiling. This occultation appears to us at times like an absence, but this is not entirely true, for there is nothing in the world of becoming that precludes the presence of the gods. It is simply that our subtle matter, or latifat, must be energized or intensified to the degree that our five senses become open to the obstacles that are impeding our perception of reality, of a clearer apperception of the higher divinities. After all, it is by means of color that light becomes visible, and when color becomes invisible to our eyes, it is an indication that we are approaching a higher principle. The divinities appear invisible, but they are existing on a higher subtle state. According to Proclus, the theurgist who has reached the highest degree of perception is capable of distinguishing the formless light from from the gods. At times, the gods may communicate with us, and this is precisely through their theophanies. We will speak briefly of how the gods manifest according to the Chaldean order. We hear Theurgus like Proclus praying outside Helios 3 times a day, at sunrise, noontime, and sunset, to draw in the rays of light from the sun. In this ritual called the immortalization of the soul, Apathanatismos Christuches, the two vehicles, the pneumatic and the luminous, are purified and drawn upward in these various aerial, lunar, and solar rays. The role of the Theurgus is to purify and to weigh. In everything you do, even in devotional practice, provided your acts are being offered up in the spirit of sacrifice, you are awaiting a response. But you are not alienated from knowledge of the gods. As Gregory Shaw says, before we become self-conscious or think at all, we are enveloped in the gods and have a, quote, innate awareness of them, an innate gnosis. But this receptivity that is so necessary to have established is what Iamblichus would refer to as the pora, which would be the making of a space by which the light of the gods could be received as divine visions, which would also entail providing a seat for the god, or an altar, or a temple, all translated from Petra, in which the god or goddess would place themselves. In the act of kenosis, we are withdrawing ourselves and making room for something else to enter, the divine light of the gods. Similarly, in the purification rituals associated with the powers of Apollo, it was necessary for the Theurgus to make him or herself able to receive visions that would be given by the divinities. There is a certain level of fitness, epidendiosis, that was necessary for the performance of such a work. And this fitness was required because the soul's vehicle was said to lose its spherical shape as it descended into matter. As fragment 133 of the Oracles states, let the priest himself, when first directing the works of fire, sprinkle gold douse with deep roaring seawater. This seawater is the analogical waters in the river of Lethe, which all souls must drink prior to reincarnating into the material world. Echoing a passage from Aurora Resurgens, quote, and so at the dawn of the science, all evil odors and vapors that infect the mind of the literate fade away and weaken. Proclus's commentary on fragment 196 of the Chaldean Oracle states, the flood strikes the pneumatic vehicle first and makes it heavier, for that is what receives the impression of stains and odors. The purification combined with waiting and passivity and opening of a receptive space for the divine theophanies does not entail a lack of preparation or absence of self-preservation and defense. For the test of photogogium has all sorts of perils, as can be gleaned from the Chaldean oracles. An instance of this is how to differentiate between varying degrees of divinity. How is one to know whether a hero or a daemon is entering one's imagination, or Hermes himself? Hecate, a goddess integral to the oracles, in particular into the cosmos on a more universal level, emerges in the theophany fully armed and ready for combat, quote, armed from head to toe. This warrior-like appearance can also be assumed by the Theurgus as a manifestation of her powers, and her weapons as tools for the Theurgus soul and intellect to make combat in order to ascend the divine realm in anagoge against any demonic entities that would seek to stifle this mortal ascent. But this image of Hecate in the attire of a warrior goddess should not be taken as an example of anthropomorphism, some sort of lack of imagination or lack of a sophisticated conception of deity. Because in the spirit of divine inspiration, fragment 142 records the goddess as saying, quote, bodies have been attached to our self-revealed apparitions for your sakes. As discussed earlier, light that is closest to the highest principles do not possess form or shape. For Proclus, the 3 types of apparition begin with formless light, which is most intimate to the deities. The mid-level apparitions occur as formed light or fire, and the lowest apparitions are those that are disclosed in human form. To echo Hecate's statement in fragment 142, it is for our sakes that the gods choose to communicate to us in human form, so that we could better understand their intentions. The purpose of this video is not to delve too deeply into the Chaldean oracles. Much has been said regarding the various fragments and their philosophical, theological, and theurgical dimensions. However, we want to amplify Proclus's notion of the luminous vehicle of the soul. In a sense, it was controversial even among Neoplatonists, but it is equally creative and original. Fundamentally, Proclus argues that light is corporeal. In this sense, light is a place, or topos, in that it possesses three-dimensional extension. And for this reason, we can speak of the luminous body, or the algoidin okema, a term used by Iambros. Proclus was deeply concerned with synthesizing incommensurables, asking, therefore, in what manner is the material connected to the immaterial? For example, what is it that connects the soul with the body? How is corporeality affected and integrated with incorporeality? For this solution, Proclus utilizes what is called the law of mean terms, which was developed by Iambros. This is a law in which two dissimilar terms can be brought into relation with one another through an intermediary that encompasses elements of both positions while being restricted to neither of them. Simplicius interrupts his commentary on Aristotle's physics to indulge in a bit of a digression regarding various theories of space and time. He begins by discussing the Aristotelian theory that place itself is reducible to a two-dimensional surface like walls and air. But for Proclus, place or space is a very fine body which precisely coincides with the physical world. This effectively provides us with two bodies that can occupy the same place at the same time. Without getting too much into the reasoning, we can summarize Proclus's conception of space or place as having the following attributes. It is an immovable, immaterial, and indivisible body. Place or space functions in such a way that the four cosmic elements, earth, air, water, fire, are held together and prevented from flying off or dissolving, and thereby maintain their unity. Proclus goes a step further and argues that light itself, being more rarefied than fire, and therefore the simplest of all things in the cosmos, is place itself. For light is place, and light is space. If this were not to be the case, then we have the problem of the abyss that lies between the material world and the immaterial worlds, having no attribute in common between the two that can allow for an interaction between them. Proclus manages to synthesize Platonic, Aristotelian, and Chaldean philosophies to create a very nuanced and sophisticated view of the body of life. For instance, he adopts Aristotle's doctrine of natural place, which states, quote, every simple body which is in its own proper place either remains stationary or is moved in a circle. For if it moves in an alien manner, either it is no longer in its own place or it is not yet in it. In this sense, place as body moves other bodies that occupy it. It is by this logical interaction that our luminous vehicle can in fact rise to join the luminous vehicle of the world's soul in the cosmos. They are of the same substance. Proclus is essentially utilizing Aristotelian physics to describe theory of descent. By incorporating the notion of light meets light, Proclus is suggesting that the same kind of substrate must be found both in the body that is contained as well as the container itself. Let us quote a passage from Simplicius in his exposition of Proclus's theory of light as a body. Quote, so that if of these light is the most simple, for all of the other elements fire is the least corporeal, but light less so than fire, it is clear that place should be light, the purest among all bodies. Accordingly, he says, we should envisage two spheres, the one of light, the other consisting of many bodies equal to each other in volume. Situate the one about the center and put the other inside it, and you will see the whole universe within place, moving within the immobile light, being itself immobile as a whole, in imitation of place, but having moving parts, in order to be in that way inferior to place.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at reviewglobal.edu.
Having said this, he confirms his account from Plato, who says that light, akin to the rainbow, which is mentioned in the Republic, is place, and also from the Chaldean oracles, citing what is said about the soul from the primal sources, giving light from on high to light, fire, heat in the universes. Right. Remember that for Proclus, place or space as a body of light is an intermediary between the body and the soul. As Proclus mentions in his commentary on the Catalyst, however, there is a higher subtle dimension of life, a divine life, or fire of the gods. The gods tell us to consider the extended shape of life, for although it is without shape above, it becomes shape through the procession. As discussed earlier, the gods in the most elevated apparition appear to us as formless life. Simplicius makes another observation that requires some sort of amplification in order for us to determine the place of theophany, where Theurgus encounters the emanation of the light of the gods, and the gods encounter their own presence among each other. Quote, "This is that light which is above the sphere of fire, a monad prior to the triad of the spheres of fire, ether, and matter. This, he says, is what first received the perpetual realms of the gods and what displays the direct visions within itself to those who are worthy. It is in the intelligible intellective triad that the gods first emerge as a true multiplicity, as Edward Butler says. It is this particular order of the cosmos which is characterized by synechia, or continuity, with the implication that this continuity forms a spatial connection between things and of sustaining or conserving them in a self-reflective or mediating function. Butler also identifies this place as the, quote, agora of the gods, where they express their multifaceted relations to one another. It is also at this realm where number emerges. The parallel to this level in the Chaldean system is the location of the second teletarch, the Sukhokrato, who is responsible for perfecting the ethereal world of celestial bodies and souls, the teletarchs being also responsible for establishing division and differentiation, which facilitates cosmogenesis. Having delved a bit more deeply into the nature of light and color, let us return to Helios and the sun. The visible sun manifests its light in the sensible realm, but its origin resides in the realm above it. It is the symbol of Apollo, as Proclus's commentary on Fragment 71 states, quote, "For it is this god, Apollo, he who arranges the whole cosmos into a single unity, placing the chorus of the muses around himself, taking pride in the harmony of life," as one of the Theurgists says. For Proclus, there are two sides, the visible and the invisible. But earlier, Julian the Emperor, who was deeply influenced by the works of Iamblichus, composed a hymn to King Helios, which identified three sides: the intelligible, which is the good; the intellectual, which acts as a mediator between intelligible and material realms; and the visible one. Proclus was also to adopt Chaldean Oracle Fragment 58, which, quote, "established the solar fire in the place of the heart. The Cardeus book, the center of the universe, the mirror image of the cosmic body, which would center the sun directly in the position of the human heart. This heart also seems to be the place of Iamblichus's notion of the imaginative faculties, the fantasticae dynamis, which are filled with intense divine light during the practice of Philogogia. Upon illumination of the soul's vehicle, the Theurgist's other sensory impressions are suppressed, and what enters the fantasticae dynamis are images of the gods. This encounter again occurs at the higher levels of being, but for this to take place, a space, like we said before, must be given for the god's light to be received. As Iamblichus says, quote, "In the contemplation of the blessed visions, the soul exchanges one life for another, and exerts a different activity, and considers itself then to be no longer human, and quite rightly so, for often, having abandoned its own life, it has gained in exchange the most blessed activity of the gods. But now, in all days hereafter, let's cease our wanderings and give our reverence to Helios and the sun. We will end this video with the last section of Julian's hymn to Helios." Card Dynamic. They have day.
This is the sun. As far back as 10,000 BC, history is abundant with carvings and writings reflecting people's respect and adoration for this object. And it is simple to understand why, as every morning the sun would rise, bringing vision, warmth, and security, saving man from a cold, blind, predator-filled darkness of night. Without it, the cultures understood the crops would not grow and life on the planet would not survive. These realities make the sun the most adorned object of all time. Likewise, they are also very aware of the stars. The tracking of the stars allow them to recognize and anticipate events which occur over long periods of time, such as eclipses and full moons. They in turn catalog celestial groups in what we know today as constellations. This is the cross of the zodiac, the oldest conceptual images in human history. It reflects the sun as it figuratively passes through the 12 major constellations over the course of the year. It also reflects the 12 months of the year, the 4 seasons, and the solstices and equinoxes. The term zodiac relates to the fact that constellations were anthropomorphized or personified as figures or animals. In other words, the early civilizations did not just follow the sun and stars, they personified them with elaborate myths involving their movements and relationships. The sun, with its life-giving and saving qualities, was personified as a representative of the unseen creator or God, God's Son, the light of the world, the savior of humankind. Likewise, the 12 constellations represented places of travel for God's Son, and were identified by names, usually representing elements of nature that happened during that period of time. For example, Aquarius, the water bearer, who brings the spring rains. This is Horus. He is the sun god of Egypt of around 3000 BC. He is the sun anthropomorphized, and his life is a series of allegorical myths involving the sun's movement in the sky. In the ancient hieroglyphics in Egypt, we know much about the solar messiah. For instance, Horus, being the sun or the light, had an enemy known as Set, and Set was the personification of the darkness, or night. And, metaphorically speaking, every morning Horus would win the battle against Set, while in the evening Set would conquer Horus and send him into the Underworld. It is important to note that dark versus light, or good versus evil, is one of the most ubiquitous mythological dualities ever known, and is still expressed on many levels to this day. Broadly speaking, the story of Horus is as follows. Horus was born on December 25th of the Virgin Isis Mary. His birth was accompanied by a star in the east, which, in turn, 3 kings followed to locate and adorn the newborn Savior. At the age of 12, he was a prodigal child teacher, and at the age of 30, he was baptized by a figure known as a Anup, and thus began his ministry. is the original source and sustainer of worldly life. Its intensity dispels darkness and destroys sins. The sun is the creator and preserver, the savior and redeemer, the origin and begetter of all living essence. O was the first name of the sun. O means sun and Om. Even so does On. This word On is supposed to mean the sun, and the Greeks translated it by the word Helios or Sol. The circumstance of On having been so translated by the Greeks must remove all doubt as to its real meaning, and from the identity of Onon, we thus obtain the most undoubted proof that the O must have been also a name of the sun, there being no more difference in meaning between O and On. And as truth theory informs us, this is why we turn our lights on. The following will serve to show various derivations are given of the word On. They are Om and Om. Ion, pronounced Theon, was a son of the sun god Apollo. Ion is also a Celtic name for God and the sun. Ani is Aeon. The sun Ani has in Sanskrit the form Ina. The sun, in Greece, Egypt, and Palestine it is On, Ion, Aeon, Ano, Ion, Oni, On, Ono, and Unni. El-On, the highest god in Phoenicia, is a compound of El, the sun, and On, Ani. In Sancho Nietham's account of Phoenician deities, it has the form El-Ion, or El-Ion. The Canaanitish term El-Ion is a compound of Eli and On, both titles of the sun. The word Amen is broken down to An, On, two ancient words that mean sun. Likewise, the sun god Aton. The sun was also worshipped under the title Abaddon, which, as we are informed by the evangelist, was the same as Apollo or Apollon. Phaethon, a much mistaken personage, was an ancient title of the sun.
As a social media consultant, I have audited over 500 high-performing LinkedIn posts. And what I discovered...
North of the city. This animal cult really... Zeus's position as the enforcer of cosmic justice, the tragic consequences when human needs such as hunger conflict with divine prohibitions. It is one of the clearest examples in the Odyssey of how human suffering results directly from failing to respect the boundaries established by the gods. It also demonstrates the significant power and status that Helios held within the Greek pantheon, as Zeus himself acted as the enforcer of the sun god's laws. The Homeric hymn to Helios, in Greek, provides our most direct ancient description of this primordial solar deity. And now, O muse Calliope, daughter of Zeus, begin to sing of glowing Helios, whom mild-eyed Eurypylus, the far-shining one, bare to the son of earth and starry heaven. For Hyperion wedded glorious Eurypylus, his own sister, who bare him lovely children, rosy arm Eos, and rich tressed Selene, and tireless Helios, who is like the deathless gods. As he rides in his chariot, he shines upon men and deathless gods, and piercingly he gazes with his eyes from his golden hair. Bright rays gleam dazzlingly from him, and his black locks, streaming from the temples of his head, gracefully enclose his far-seen face. A rich, fine-spun garment glows upon his body and flutters in the wind, and stallions carry him. Then, when he has stayed his golden-yoked chariot and horses, he rests there upon the highest point of heaven until he marvelously drives them down again through heaven to ocean. Hail to you, Lord. Freely bestow on me substance that cheers the heart. And now that I have begun with you, I will celebrate the race of mortal men, half divine, whose deeds the muses have showed to mankind. Here we learn Helios' divine parentage, son of the Titan Hyperion and Theia, or Eurypylus. His siblings were Eos, Dawn, and Selene, Moon, completing a celestial family that governed the rhythms of day and night.
This cosmic trinity, sun, moon, and dawn, represented the Greeks' earliest attempt to personify and thereby comprehend the celestial cycles that regulated their lives. The physical journey of Helios across the sky was described in vivid mythic words. Each morning, his sister Eos would open the gates of the east, allowing Helios to begin his daily search. He drove a magnificent golden chariot pulled by 4 fiery horses, sometimes named Pyrrhus, Eos, Ether, and Phlegon. At day's end, he would descend into the Western Ocean, where he would rest in a golden cup or boat that carried him around the northern stream of Oceanus during the night, ready to emerge again the next day. Ovid captures a similar eternal pathway in his Metamorphoses. Meanwhile, the sun's swift horses and the day's 9th hour had reached the goal. He could not leave his chariot's wonder, and so surrendered to the order of the laws that rolled the world. Even the sun god himself was bound by cosmic law, a timely Greek lesson about the ordered nature of the universe. Even the name Helios unveils how the Greeks understood the sun. In Plato's dialogue Cratias, Socrates engages in an extended etymological exploration of divine names, including that of the sun god. The origin of the sun will probably be clearer in the Doric form, for the Dorians called him Helios, and this name is given to him because when he rises he gathers Alizora, men together, or because he is always rolling in his course, i.e. Eilein Ion, about the earth, or from Iole, of which meaning is the same as Pochilai, to variegate, because he variegates the productions of the earth. The two words selos, brightness, and phos, light, have much the same meaning. This light about the moon is always new, near, and always old, Eno. For the sun in his revolution always adds new light, and there is the old light of the previous moon. While modern etymologists might dispute these weird origins, this passage reveals how the Greeks understood the sun's role. As the gathering force that brings people together after night's dispersal, as the ever-moving heavenly body of perpetual motion, and as the variegator of earthly life, bringing forth the many colors and forms of existence through its life-giving rays. Equally significant is Socrates' discussion of Selene, moon, which tells us that the moon reflects the sun's light rather than generating its own, a scientific fact embedded within myths crafted by Plato 2,500 years ago. However, the most famous story about Helios involves his son Phaethon, a story that cautions and explains the cosmos. When Phaethon begged to drive his father's solar chariot for a day, Helios reluctantly agreed after much pleading. Unable to control the powerful horses, Phaethon drove the chariot too close to the earth, scorching it. Zeus was forced to strike the boy down with a tomahawk to prevent further destruction. Euripides dramatized this tale in his tragedy Phaethon, of which only fragments remain. In one surviving passage, Helios attempts to dissuade his son. It is not easy to guide the chariot of the sun, for the road is steep in parts, and in parts sets one trembling as it dips towards the sea. The philosopher Plato saw deeper meanings in such solar myths. In his most famous allegory, the sun served as the ultimate metaphor for philosophical enlightenment. In the world of knowledge, the last thing to be perceived, and only with great difficulty, is the essential form of goodness. Once it is perceived, the conclusion must follow that for all things, this is the cause of whatever is right and good.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money you owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get that money you're owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you thought about hiring an attorney before, but you didn't because you were...
In the visible world, it gives birth to light and to the Lord of light, while it is itself sovereign in the intelligible world and the parent of intelligence and truth. Without having had a vision of this form, no one can act with wisdom, either in his own life or in matters of state. Here Plato elevates the sun beyond mere deity, the cosmic principle, the visible manifestation of the good itself, which illuminates not just the physical world, but the realm of ideas. This philosophical reinterpretation of solar symbolism would profoundly influence Western thought for millennia. The island of Rhodes claimed special connection to Helios, considering him their patron deity. According to Pindar's seventh Olympian ode, they say that when Zeus and the immortals were dividing the earth among them, Rhodes was not yet visible in the sea, but the island was hidden in sultry depths. Helios was absent, and no one marked out a share for him. Thus they left him without any allotment of land, though he was a holy god. When Helios mentioned it, Zeus was about to order a new casting of lots, but Helios did not allow it. For he said that beneath the grey sea, he saw a land rising from the bottom, capable of feeding many men and favourable for flocks. This mythic explanation for Rhodes' dedication to Helios was commemorated in the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, a massive bronze statue of the god that once stood approximately 108 feet tall at the harbour entrance. But beneath all the myth and poetry, Helios played a critical and practical role in Greek life. Oaths sworn by the sun carried special weight. Taking the oath by the all-seeing sun is central and among the most solemn acts of Greek religious practice. Fundamentally, the Greeks understood that divine power was inherently bound to cosmic order, to a logos rather than arbitrary will and chaos. The sun's predictable journey made it a natural symbol of this order. By the Hellenistic period, Helios began to merge with Apollo in popular worship, though scholars continue to distinguish them. The Roman poet Ovid makes this syncretism explicit. Phoebus or Sol, it's the same. This absorption into Apollo's complex divine personality reflects a broader pattern in religious evolution, where elemental deities often give way to more psychologically nuanced gods as cultures develop more sophisticated theological frameworks. What makes Helios particularly significant in the pantheon of solar deities is his pure, unalloyed association with the physical sun itself. Unlike Ra of Egypt, who accumulated a complex mythology as creator and king of the gods, or Mithras with his mystery cult and bull-slaying narrative, Helios remained primarily the personification of the sun orb and its daily stroll above our world. Helios and his chariot survived in Roman times and then during the Renaissance and the Baroque. In visual representations, Helios typically appears as a beautiful young man crowned with the aureole of the sun, driving his quadruped, called his chariot, across the vault of heaven. This imagery would influence not just later depictions of Apollo, but even Christian iconography of Christ, as Sol Justitia, son of righteousness. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, deeply influenced by Greek thought, recognized the sun's psychological significance when thus spoke Zarathustra. I am a forest and a night of dark trees, but he who is not afraid of my darkness will find banks full of roses under my cypress. While not explicitly referencing Helios, Nietzsche's work consistently employs solar imagery to represent the highest achievements of human consciousness, the illumination that comes only after descending into darkness, much like Helios' nightly journey through the underworld. Carl Jung, exploring the sun's archetypal significance and symbols of transformation, observed, "The sun is the image of God, the heart is the sun's image in matter. The sun, in turn, is an image of the source of life and of final wholeness of man." The ancients knew intuitively that solar worship was naturally human. Our dependence on light, our hope for renewal, our awareness of cosmic cycles. In Helios we encounter perhaps the purest embodiment of solar divinity in the Western tradition, a god whose identity was inseparable from the celestial body he personified. Before the sun became a complex symbol of divine kingship and creative power, before it acquired layers of theological and philosophical meaning, it was simply the brilliant charioteer crossing the sky, watching all, illuminating all, bound by cosmic law, yet essential to all. As we turn to Apollo, who gradually absorbed many of Helios' aphorisms, we will witness how solar symbolism evolved from this elemental personification toward more subtle and psychologically complex forms of divinity, a transformation that reflects humanity's own evolution of its religious and philosophical modus operandi. Where Helios embodies the physical sun as the blazing orb that traverses the heavens, Apollo represents something altogether more nuanced, the transformation of solar power into intellectual, artistic, and prophetic illumination.
If you're 55 or over, did you know there is a way to leave your loved ones with an inheritance of up to $300,000 without needing to earn more money or stick?
This luminous shift from elemental force to spiritual principle marks one of the most profound evolutions in religious thought, not just for the Greeks, but for Western civilization as a whole. The Homeric hymn to Apollo, far longer and more complex than the brief hymn to Helios, begins with divine awe rather than celestial mechanics. I will remember and not forget Apollo, the far shooter. As he goes through the house of Zeus, the gods tremble before him, and all spring up from their seats when he draws near and bends his bright bow. But Leto alone stays by the side of Zeus, who delights in thunder. She unstrings his bow and closes his quiver, and taking the bow from his strong shoulders with her hands, she hangs it on a pillar in his father's house and leads him to a seat and gives him nectar in a golden cup. Then his dear father welcomes his son, and the other gods make him welcome also, and Leto rejoices because she bare a mighty son and an archer. Unlike Helios, whose existence is synonymous with his function, Apollo emerges immediately as a personality, feared, welcomed, cherished. This hymn portrays him primarily as an archer god, yet as it unfolds, we witness the remarkable breadth of his divine portfolio: music, prophecy, healing, law, and eventually light. The earliest Greek sources show little connection between Apollo and solar attributes. Homer and Hesiod treat Helios and Apollo as entirely separate deities. Yet gradually, inexorably, Apollo began absorbing solar characteristics, particularly as Greek religion evolved toward more sophisticated theological frameworks. Aeschylus, in a fragment preserved by other ancient authors, provides one of the earliest explicit connections. Apollo the sun. It is he whom men call Apollo on earth, but Helios in heaven. This syncretism accelerated during the 5th century BCE and continued through the Hellenistic period. Notably, Apollo's epithet Phoebus, Phoebos, meaning bright or pure, facilitated this solar association. Callimachus, in his hymn to Apollo, composed in the 3rd century BCE, vividly portrays this radiant aspect. How the laurel branch of Apollo trembles, how trembles all the shrine. Away, away, whoever is sinful. Now surely Phoebus knocks at the door with his beautiful foot. See you not how the Delian palm has suddenly nodded pleasantly, and the swan sings beautifully in the air. Now of yourselves push back the bolts of the doors, push back of yourselves, ye bars, for the god is no longer far away. Make ready, young men, for the song and the choir. Instead of the physical sun itself, Apollo came to represent the sun's effects, illumination, clarity, and prophetic vision. This transformation parallels the evolving Greek understanding of divinity as increasingly abstract, conceptual, and even mathematical, rather than merely personified natural phenomena. Plato, who had employed the sun as a supreme metaphor for the form of the good, recognized in Apollo a similar principle of illumination. In his dialogue, Crates, Socrates offers several etymologies for Apollo's name. I do not believe that any single name could have been better adapted to express the attributes of the god, embracing and in a manner signifying all four of them: music and prophecy and medicine and action. Say rather an harmonious name, as beseems the god of harmony. In the first place, the purgations and purifications which doctors and diviners use, and their fumigations with drugs, magical and medicinal, as well as their washings and lustral sprinklings, have all one and the same object, which is to make a man pure both in body and soul. For Plato, Apollo is the purifier and the washer and the absolver from all impurity. Then, in reference to his ablutions and absolutions, as being the physician who orders them, he may be rightly called Apollo, purifier. Or in respect of his powers of divination and his truth and sincerity, which is the same as truth, he may be most fitly called Aplos, from applaus, sincere, as in the Thessalian dialect, where all the Thessalians call him Aplos. Also, he is Balaam, always shooting, because he is a master archer who never misses. Or again, the name may refer to his musical attributes, and then, as in Akoluthos and Akoitis, and in many other words, the A is supposed to mean together. So the meaning of the name Apollo will be moving together, whether in the glories of heaven as they are called, or in the harmony of song, which is termed concord, because he moves altogether by an harmonious power, as astronomers and musicians ingenious in their play. And he is the God who presides over harmony, and makes all things move together, both among gods and among men. And as in the words akorythos and akorytos, the A is substituted for an O, so the name Apollon is equivalent to Omophilon. Only the second L is added in order to avoid the ill-omened sound of destruction, Apollon.
If you want to work at home and you don't have any legs, you can actually use a partner of crack and rub that on people.
Now, the suspicion of this destructive power still haunts the minds of some who do not consider the true value of the name, which, as I was saying just now, has reference to all the powers of the soul, who is the single one, the ever-darting, purified, the mover together, Applaus, I valor, Apollon, Omophilon. Most significant for our purpose is Plato's addition that Apollo is really most expressive of the power of the god. The notion of Apollo as simple and true connects directly to solar imagery, for what could be more direct and unambiguous than sunlight itself? Unlike the moon with its phases, or the stars with their mysterious patterns, the sun represents purity, unadulterated illumination. Pretty simple. Turning to the material culture, we find the visual merging of Apollo and Helios expressed through increasingly simple iconography. By the Hellenistic period, Apollo could be depicted with a radiant crown similar to Helios, while maintaining his distinctive attributes like the kipper, light, and breath. The Roman period accelerated this syncretism, as evidenced by the philosopher Macrobius and his Saturnalia. Apollo is the sun god, whose diverse powers have been given the names of other gods. Apollo is that energy in the sun which presides over health and prophecy. All etymologies refer his name to some property of the soul. His bow and arrows are the rays of the sun. He holds the graces in his right hand and his bow and arrows in the left because he heals faster than he harms. He is also called Apollo of the cloud, to drive away, when the heat of the sun is mild. But his arrows represent the pestilence he can send when the heat is inward. All his other names, Loxias, Helios, Phoebus, Smintheus, identify him with a different property of the sun. He is god of shepherds because the sun feeds everything that the earth brings forth. His golden locks allude to the brightness of the rays of the sun. Python was a coil of infectious vapor spiraling up from the earth and rolling back down. Delphian Apollo brings to light what was invisible. Other properties of the sun are given the names of Bacchus, Mercury, Hercules, Adonis, and Pan. This etymological connection, dubious by modern standards, nonetheless demonstrates how thoroughly solar attributes have become identified with Apollo by late antiquity. Perhaps the most profound expression of Apollo's solar nature comes from his association with Delphi, the site of his most important oracle, and, by Greek reckoning, the very center of the world. At Delphi, Apollo spoke through the people, his priestess, delivering cryptic yet illuminating prophecies. The connection between prophecy and light is not coincidental. The prophet, like the sun, reveals what was hidden. Plutarch, a real Platonist, who served as a priest at Delphi, in his essay On the E at Delphi, explores the mysterious letter E dedicated at Apollo's temple, a symbol puzzling many generations of visitors. Plutarch reveals Apollo's essence as divine being itself. Well then, our kind Apollo, in the oracles which he gives his consultants, seems to solve the problems of life and to find a remedy, while problems of the intellect he actually suggests and propounds to the born. Love of wisdom in the soul, thus implanting an appetite which leads to truth. Among other instances, this is made clear as to the consecration of the letter E. Unlike many contemporaries, who sought astronomical and numerical explanations for the sacred E, Plutarch dismisses these as superficial. He notes how some visitors connected the letter to planetary symbols. E is the second planet in the moon, and the sun the second planet after the moon, and that all Greeks, and nearly all, identify Apollo as the sun. But Plutarch sees something far deeper in the story. What emerges from his account is a sophisticated theological understanding that distinguishes Apollo from the physical sun while acknowledging their profound connection. For Plutarch, Apollo represents divine unity, purity, and thus unchanging beings. The wiser people disguised from the vulgar the change into fire, and called him Apollo from his isolation, Phoebus from his undefiled purity. This purity manifests in every aspect of Apollo's mission. As Plutarch observes, Apollo has the power, a set and sober music. Apollo is ever ageless and young, with smoothness and order and a gravity with no admixture. The contrast with Dionysus could not be stronger. Where Dionysus embodies multiplicity, transformation, and passionate becoming, Apollo represents singular, unchanging being, much like the sun's constant presence, despite the ever-changing phenomena it illuminates. Most profoundly, Plutarch interprets the letter E not as a numerical symbol, but as the Greek word eat, meaning thou art, a word that sounds familiar to those who know Elohim and his angels, which now, in this context, is a direct address to Apollo's eternal nature.
12 weeks, 3 months. That's how long it takes to see new hair growing in places where it no longer grows. Like many of you, I tried everything. The minoxidil routine twice daily that left my scalp dry and itchy. The finasteride.
In Plutarch's words, my own view is that the letter signifies neither number nor order nor conjunction. It is a complete and self-operating mode of addressing the god. We answer the god back with Iyah, rendering to him the designation which is true and has no line, and alone belongs to him and to no other, that of being. This interpretation aligns perfectly with Apollo's evolution from physical sun to metaphysical principle. Just as Plato had elevated the sun to a symbol of the form of the good, Plutarch elevates Apollo to pure being, unchanging and eternal and simple. The letter E becomes a philosophical affirmation of Apollo's essential nature as that which truly is, contrasted with the world of becoming and multiplicity. Like a true Platonist, this Plutarchian vision of Apollo is the culmination of Greek religious thought, the transformation of a tribal deity into a universal metaphysical principle. The journey from Helios to Apollo thus traces the development of philosophical consciousness itself, as humanity moved from concrete observation of thinking to abstract conceptual understanding. The German philologist Friedrich Nietzsche recognized this transcendent aspect of Apollo in his groundbreaking work, The Birth of Tragedy, where he presents the Apollonian as one of the two fundamental artistic principles, alongside the Dionysian. We shall have gained much from the science of aesthetics, when once we have perceived, not only by logical inference, but by the immediate certainty of intuition, that the continuous development of art is bound up with the duplexity of the Apollonian and the Dionysian. In like manner as procreation is dependent on the duality of the sexes, involving perpetual conflicts with only periodically intervening reconciliations. These names we borrow from the Greeks, who disclose to the intelligent observer the profound mysteries of their view of art, not indeed in concepts, but in the impressively clear figures of their world of deities. It is in connection with Apollo and Dionysus, the two art deities of the Greeks, that we learn that there existed in the Grecian world a wide antithesis in origin and aims between the art of the shaper, the Apollonian, and the non-plastic art of music, that of Dionysus. Both these so heterogeneous tendencies run parallel to each other, for the most part openly at variance, and continually inciting each other to new and more powerful births, to perpetuate in them the strife of this antithesis, which is but seemingly bridged over by their mutual turmoil, till at last, by a metaphysical miracle of the Hellenic will, they appear paired with each other, and through this pairing eventually generate the equally Dionysian and Apollonian artwork of Attic tragedy. For Nietzsche, these opposing yet complementary forces represent fundamental cosmic and psychological principles, with Apollo embodying the dream, form, and individuation. In order to bring these two tendencies within closer range, let us conceive them first of all as the separate art worlds of dreamland and drunkenness, between which physiological phenomena or contrasts may be observed, analogous to that existing between the Apollonian and the Dionysian. What Nietzsche perceives is how Apollo, through his evolution from solar deity to principle of illumination, came to represent both light and the essential human capacity for creating meaningful order within chaos. His solar heritage persists in his ability to bring clarity and distinction. Apollo, as the god of all shaping energies, is also the soothsaying god. He who, as the etymology of the name indicates, is the shining one, the deity of light, also rules over the fair appearance of the inner world of fantasies. The higher truth, the perfection of these states, in contrast to the only partially intelligible everyday world, the deep consciousness of nature, healing and helping in sleep and dream, is at the same time the symbolical analogue of the faculty of soothsaying and in general of the arts, through which life is made possible and worth living. Most significantly, Nietzsche connects Apollo to Schopenhauer's concept of the principium individuationis, the principle of individuation, which creates and maintains distinct forms within the undifferentiated flux of existence. And so we might apply to Apollo, in an eccentric sense, what Schopenhauer says of the man wrapped in the veil of mind. Just as in a stormy sea, unbounded in every direction, rising and falling with howling numberless waves, a sailor sits in a boat and trusts in his frail bark. So in the midst of a world of sorrows, the individual sits quietly supported by and trusting in his principium individuation. Indeed, we might say of Apollo, that in him the unshaken faith in this principium and the quiet sitting of the man wrapped therein have received their sublimest expression.
If you've been waiting to apply for disability benefits, don't. Applying as soon as you're unable to work or struggling to work due to your medical condition can really help strengthen your case. If you're considering applying for disability benefits, Atticus can help. Across the board, our clients win benefits 80% of the time, compared to the 22% national average. Complete our 2-minute quiz to see what benefits you might qualify for and get
Before the first thought carved itself into being, there existed only the gods withdrawn. Not the petulant retreat of wounded divinity, but the unbearable intimacy of infinite consciousness, recognizing that to fully know itself would be to cease existing as mystery. Creation was not an act of making, but of veiling, each layer of reality a merciful amnesia, protecting finite minds from the annihilating clarity of absolute truth. What you mistake for selfhood is actually the universe singing itself into temporary forgetfulness, each I, a localized hymn in a language that predates words, where meaning bleeds directly into being, without the mediation of symbol. You were never born to believe. Belief is the consolation prize for those who cannot bear to think. You exist to shatter repeatedly into ever finer pieces, until the very notion of wholeness reveals itself as the cruelest illusion. The eye that sees is oldest precisely where light becomes its own blindness, where perception curves back on itself until the observer dissolves into pure observer. Consciousness is not a spotlight, but a wound that has learned to think, awareness eating itself in recursive loops that birth what we foolishly call reality. Every moment of thinking is a fresh laceration in the fabric of the absolute, each thought a rebellion against the primordial silence that knows no need for justification. To remember is to wage war against that is, because memory presupposes time, and time is the first lie consciousness tells itself to avoid the terrifying immediacy of eternal reality. Every mirror bears its own ash, because reflection is always creation. The moment you see yourself, you have already become someone else. When the serpent speaks in the garden of consciousness, time stutters the reality of riches, revealing for one impossible instant that linear progression is merely the universe's way of avoiding its own gaze. Teaching implies closure, the arrogant fantasy that wisdom can be packaged and delivered like merchandise from one mind to another. But true transmission is a rippling, a resonance that shatters the very categories that make learning possible. This is a dance of inverse fire beneath the skin of logic, not the heat that illuminates, but the flame that burns away the need for illumination, leaving only the dancing darkness that needs no light to see. Halos fall into ash with perfect rhythm, because sanctity cannot survive scrutiny. Every angel is a recovering being. Every divine revelation a blade that consciousness turns inward to carve away everything it thought it knew about itself. The breath of truth is rarely clean. It carries the stench of decomposing certainties. The perfume of rotting dogmas that once seemed eternal and now reveal themselves as elaborate forms of spiritual masturbation. Symbols bite before they bloom, because meaning is always predatory, always consuming the very experiences it came to represent. No doctrine survives the dream that burst. Every systematic truth is strangled by its own umbilical cord, suffocated by the very womb of insight that gave it form. Wisdom wears scars more honestly than crowns, because genuine understanding always comes at the price of beautiful illusions sacrificed on the altar of what is. The angel lives because perfection is a wound that never heals, a perpetual reminder that completion is death disguised as achievement. The god stutters because infinite knowledge creates infinite doubt. Only ignorance speaks with confidence. Meaning is clothed in riddles and fire, because truth dressed in plain language is truth already dead, fossilized into manageable concepts that can be taught in universities and forgotten in examination. Language shivers when touched by the unsaid, because words know they are inadequate vehicles for the very experiences they desperately attempt to carry. The mouth knows more than silence, because speaking is always a reduction, a tragic compression of multi-dimensional reality into the linear prison of sequential sound. And silence keeps nothing, because emptiness is not a container, but a condition, the space where all possibilities dance before choosing their masks of manifestation. There is no word for this breath, because naming is the first moment, the moment when living experience is sacrificed to create manageable categories. It is the sound the soul makes when breaking beautifully, not the crude shattering of trauma, but the exquisite dissolution that occurs when consciousness recognizes its own groundlessness and laughs instead of screaming. There are no mirrors here, because reflection presupposes separation, and in this space there is nothing to be separated from. Only ruptures exist, the gaps in being where non-being bleeds through, where absence becomes so pregnant with possibility that it gives birth to presences more real than anything that has ever claimed to exist. Absence ripens in the belly of thought like a cosmic pregnancy, each moment of not knowing gestating universes of potential understanding that will never be born because birth will kill them. All edges dissolve into myth, because boundaries are stories we tell ourselves to avoid drowning in the oceanic unity that knows no shores, no distinction between dreamer and dream. The void sighs, and in that exhalation thought is born, not as contempt but as the very capacity of beauty, not as knowing but as the space where knowing becomes possible. Symbols do not mean in any conventional sense. They become transforming themselves and their interpreters in an endless dance of mutual metamorphosis. Meaning is not what is grasped, but what undoes the grasp, dissolving the very hands that reach for comprehension until only the reaching remains. Every myth is a wound of memory, because stories and consciousness are bleeding into narrative, time form given to timeless truths that can only be approached through the elaborate lines we call metaphor. Depth seduces only the starry, because those who are satisfied with surface never develop the hunger necessary to penetrate the things. And depth will drown away, because the deeper you go, the more inadequate become the words with which you descend, until language itself becomes an anchor, dragging you back toward the shallows of conventional understanding. Is an anchor, dragging you back toward the shallows of conventional. And we might even designate Apollo as the glorious divine image of the principial individuations, from out of the gestures and looks of which all the joy of nature together with beauty speak. Apollo's solar power is thus united with his evolved spiritual significance. Just as the sun's light allows us to perceive distinct forms and boundaries in the physical world, Apollo's divine illumination creates the possibility of individual consciousness and ordered perception in the metaphysical realm. The evolution from Helios to Apollo thus mirrors humanity's journey from awareness of physical phenomena to the capacity for abstract thought, ethical judgment, and self-knowledge. Yet Nietzsche recognized that Apollo alone was insufficient, that his principle of individuation and clarity needed to be periodically dissolved and renewed Thus then, the intricate relation of the Apollonian and the Dionysian tragedy must really be symbolized by Ptolemy Jungian of the two deities. Dionysus speaks the language of Apollo. Apollo, however, finally speaks the language of Dionysus. And so the highest goal of tragedy and of art in general is attained. However, in psychological terms, Carl Jung analyzes Nietzsche's Apollo-Dionysus dichotomy, but emphasizes that Nietzsche misunderstood its fundamental nature. Jung directly states, nevertheless, if medieval Christianity is understood only aesthetically, its true character is falsified and trivialized. In adopting the view that the antagonism between Apollo and Dionysus is purely a question of conflicting artistic impulses, the problem is shifted to the aesthetic sphere in a way that is both historically and materially unjustified. Jung specifically critiques Nietzsche's interpretation. Because of this, Nietzsche quite forgets that in the struggle between Apollo and Dionysus, and in their ultimate reconciliation, the problem for the Greeks was never an aesthetic, but was essentially religious. And when discussing the Principium Individuationis, Jung is actually quoting Nietzsche's borrowing from Schopenhauer. Jung then clarifies that the Apollonian state, as conceived by Nietzsche, is introversion. The Apollonian state, therefore, as Nietzsche conceived it, is a withdrawal into oneself, or introversion. Jung further critiques Nietzsche's romanticized view of Greek reconciliation between Apollo and Dionysus. Nietzsche considers the reconciliation of the Delphic Apollo with Dionysus a symbol of the reconciliation of these opposites in the breast of the civilized Greek. But here he forgets his own compensatory formula, according to which the gods of Olympus owe their splendor to the darkness of the Greek psyche. For Jung, this supposed reconciliation is actually a beautiful illusion, a desideratum evoked by the need of the civilized Greek in his struggle with his own barbarian self. Therefore, according to Jung, the Apollo-Dionysus relationship represents fundamental psychological and religious polarities rather than aesthetic principles. Or maybe they represent all three and much more than that. What is certain is that the transition from Helios to Apollo also reflects changing social structures in the Greek world. While Helios was the natural order that preceded human civilization, Apollo was the divine order of human law, reason, and cultural achievement. His principal sanctuaries at Delphi and Delos became centers of religious worship, but also of political alliances, artistic competition, and philosophical inquiry. Maybe that's also why Socrates began his dialectical and philosophical mission and legacy only after the oracle at Delphi told him that he was the wisest man in Athens. Anyway, in the Homeric Hebrew canon, after establishing his oracle at Delphi, Apollo searches for priests to serve his temple. He spots a ship of Cretan merchants from Knossos. Straightway there, in his heart began pondering Phobos Apollo, who were the men he should bring in there to be priests of the temple, making oblations and doing him service in pupil for the rock. As he revolved these things, he perceived a swift ship on the wine-dark sea, and saw inside of her men both many and noble, Cretans from Knossos, the city of Minos, who for the Lord make sacred oblations, and also as messengers bring the decrees of Phobos Apollo, the god of the cool sea, which he declares as oracles out of the laurel below the ravines of Parnassus. Apollo transforms himself into a dolphin and leaps aboard their ship, guiding it not to their intended destination of Pylos, but instead to Crete, near Delphi. After they land, Apollo reveals himself in his divine form, appearing like a star in the midst of the table, and addresses the Cretan sailors. He tells them directly, "Strangers who had your dwellings about well-forested Knossos earlier, but who will now no longer again be returning, each of you back to your lovable cities and beautiful houses, or to your dear bedrooms. But instead my sumptuous temple here you will keep and defend, that among many people is honored."
There are many Qigong paths out there, but none of which is able to bring to this people for function. This is a method of is one of those unique and rare human beings that possess the ability of actually demonstrating Qi. Other can pray, even when they pray on the people, these parts of the teaching especially sharing the school of Michigan State within different places that are people in my own.
I am the silent Zeus, and the name I claim is Apollo. Now I have guided you hither across the great gulf of the deep sea, not as intending your harm. Instead, my sumptuous temple here will be keep, but among all people so greatly as honored. Then you will know the immortals' purposes. So at their pleasure, all of your days and forever, unceasingly, you will be honored. When the Cretans express concern about how they will live in this new world, Apollo assures them that they will be well provided for through the sacrifices brought by worshippers, telling them, "You keep guarding the temple, receiving the nations of mankind who come gathering hither, especially sharing my guidance." This episode reveals Apollo's divine authority and his direct intervention in human affairs. Unlike Helios, who merely follows his appointed path across the sky, Apollo actively creates and manages human institutions, establishing his cult and choosing his own priests from among mortals. The transformation of these merchants into priests symbolizes Apollo's power to elevate human consciousness from commercial concerns to spiritual service. The Roman period saw the further evolution of Apollo's solar aspects, particularly under Emperor Augustus, who was the first who claimed Apollo as his patron deity. He also thought Apollo was the reason he became Rome's emperor. He also thought he was one of Apollo's sons. Augustus established a magnificent temple to Apollo on the Palatine Hill in Rome, directly connected to his own residence, a physical manifestation of the divine light that supposedly guided his rule. The poet Horace, writing during this period, composed an ode invoking Apollo in which he was depicted as a god of divine retribution, music, and poetry. The poem begins by recounting Apollo's vengeance against those who transgressed against the gods, such as Niobe, Tityos, and Achilles. Horace emphasizes Apollo's superiority even over great warriors like Achilles, who, despite being the son of a goddess, fell into Apollo's power. The poem then shifts to an alternate history, imagining what might have happened if Achilles had not been killed and had instead sacked Troy through treachery. Horace suggests that Achilles would have brutally slaughtered even the youngest and most innocent Trojans, burning them with Achaean fire. However, this cruel fate was averted, because Jupiter yielded to the pleas of Apollo and Venus, allowing Aeneas to escape and found a new city with a better destiny. In the final stanzas, Horace addresses Apollo by several epithets that highlight his various aspects. He calls him Phoebus, which you already know is associated with the sun and light. He also describes Apollo as a musician and teacher of tuneful poetry, one of the muses, underscoring his role as a patron of the arts. The reference to Apollo bathing his hair in the Xanthus stream evokes his connection to Lycia, a region where he was worshipped. Horace then entreats Apollo as beardless Aegeus, a youthful aspect of the god, to defend the honor of the Daunian Muse, referring to the Italian poetic tradition. This line suggests Apollo's role as a protector and inspirer of Roman poetry. The final stanzas are addressed to a chorus of young men and women, urging them to sing ritual praises to Apollo and his sister Diana, the Delian goddess. Horace instructs them to celebrate Apollo as the son of Matilda, and to honor Diana as a huntress and goddess, associated with the phases of the moon and the passing of time. The ode concludes with an imagined future, where one of the married chorus members will fondly remember singing Horace's divinely inspired poetry on this festive occasion. This ending subtly positions Horace as a poet, blessed by Apollo. His verses worthy of sacred celebration. Throughout the poem, Horace reminds us about several faces of the sun god now clothed as Apollo and Phoebus, archer, musician, prophet, protector of poetry, and god associated with the sun and the passing of time. Ultimately, Roman imperial ideology used heavily soul imagery, with Augustus and later emperors presenting themselves as earthly manifestations of Apollo's illuminating power. The emperor, like the sun, stood at the center of the Roman world, bringing order and civilization to the darkness of barbarism. This political dimension of Apollo's solar nature would have profound repercussions for Western religious thought. When Christianity eventually displaced the old gods, it nevertheless absorbed many Apollonian elements, particularly in its iconography of Christ as the light of the world and Son of righteousness. The 3rd century church father Tertullian complained that many Christians still oriented their prayers toward the rising sun, a practice he attributed to pagan solar worship. Yet Christianity itself would incorporate solar symbolism in increasingly visible ways. The famous mosaic in the tomb of the Julii within the Vatican necropolis, dating to the 3rd century, depicts a solar deity interpreted as Christ, with arrayed Nimbus riding in a chariot like Helios Apollo. As Kurt Weitzman noted, the artist was taking imagery of Saul Invictus, whose cult was favored by late Roman emperors. Alan Brent has described this as a synthesis between Christ and Apollo, representing early Christians' attempt to express the metaphysical order in the cosmos in terms of a Christian syncretism. The radiant crown that once adorned images of Helios and Apollo would transform into the halo of Christian saints and Christ himself, maintaining the visual language of divine light while reinterpreting its meaning within a monotheistic framework. These artistic choices were not accidental, but reflected theological connections to biblical passages like Malachi 4:2, which prophesied that the Son of Righteousness shall rise with healing in its wings. The radiant crown that once adorned images of Helios and later Apollo would transform into the halo of Christian saints and Christ himself, maintaining the visual language of divine light while reinterpreting its meaning within a monotheistic framework. This remarkable continuity reveals the enduring psychological power of solar symbolism. The journey from Helios to Apollo to Christ traces religious history and the evolution of human consciousness in its quest to understand the relationship between physical light and spiritual illumination. In Apollo, we see the true metaphysical principle. Apollo embodies the inner light of truth, prophecy, and self-knowledge. The illumination that in Plato's cave allegory allows the philosopher to perceive reality beyond the shadows. This subtle yet profound shift would establish a pattern of religious evolution that continues to influence how we conceptualize divinity and truth, even in our ostensibly secular life. For when we speak of enlightenment, illumination, or seeing the light, we are heirs to this ancient transformation, walking the path that leads from the radiant charioteer Helios to the far more complex and intriguing figure of Apollo, god of light in all its splendor. But now it's time to make a few steps back and walk into the scorching sands of Egypt to encounter God. You will discover a solar theology that evolved in parallel yet distinct ways from the Greeks, creating a divine king of gods where the Greeks created a divine Almighty.
Been in a car accident, won $5,000 for free. Let me show you how to get 40 to 80.
In ancient Egypt, the sun dominated absolutely and uncompromised. Ra's theological importance as solar deity surpassed even that of Apollo. Where the Greeks intellectualized the sun into a principle of illumination, the Egyptians elevated their sun god to the position of supreme creator and divine king. Ra, whose daily journey across the sky, just like Helios, became the central narrative of Egyptian religious thought for millennia. Unlike Helios, who remained largely the personification of natural phenomena, or Apollo, who evolved into a powerful principle of order and truth, Ra was undeniably the source of existence, one of the oldest creator deities, a creator of seasons, plants, animals, humans, and gods. He created the earth, heaven, the underworld, and everything within it. He created Shu, god of air, and the goddess of moisture, Tepna, out of which all forms of life emerge. Ra was also self-generated. Kepogesic and Egyptians again distinguished Ra from his Greek counterparts. While Helios was born of the Titans Hyperion and Thea, and Apollo was the son of Zeus and later, Ra emerged autonomously from the primordial waters of Moon. In the Heliopolitan creation myth, Ra first rose from the watery abyss as Atum, sometimes called Atum Ra, creating himself through an act of divine will before proceeding to create the rest of the cosmos. The pyramid texts represent some of the oldest religious writings in the world, inscribed on the walls of pyramids during Egypt's Old Kingdom, primarily 5th and 6th dynasties, circa 2400 to 2300 BC. They contain spells and instructions to help the deceased pharaoh navigate the afterlife and join with the gods, particularly Ra. The pyramid texts are organized into utterances, numbered sections, and appear in the pyramids of kings like Unas, Teti, Pepi I, Merendre, and Pepi II. The texts contain important theological concepts about Egyptian cosmology, solar theology, and the afterlife. In these texts, there are several references to Ra, or Re, primarily called the sun, and sometimes called the beacon, which represented the sun of dawn, as the only difference between the Egyptian words for beacon and to come into being or to evolve was one repeated letter at the end of it. There's also the name Evolve, or Kepler, which intuitively embodies the sun at dawn as he evolves into being. Even more interesting, the sun was identified during the day with Horus, a descendant of Atum. However, when the sun was setting, he became Atum, the oldest god, the father of all, the creator deity we previously discussed. Atum is what gives Ra its creative aspect. So it's a story about birth and death, youth and seniority, beginnings and endings. But it's also a story about rebirths, as Osiris, the great living king, the god of the underworld, the father of Horus, allowed new life to be born. It's a story. The pyramid texts thus represent our earliest window into ancient Egyptian solar theology, a corpus of sacred words whose full significance has remained elusive to modern scholarship. Only by tracing Ra's presence through every utterance can we grasp the extraordinary cosmic plan of these texts encompass. From the opening declarations to the fragmentary final inscriptions, they reveal a progressive solar transformation, more comprehensive and profound than previously recognized. Let us begin at the beginning. The earliest utterances establish the fundamental relationship between Ra and the deceased king. Utterance 1 immediately positions the king within the cosmic framework dominated by Ra, as Mutnekta grants him power over the horizons like Harak, connecting him directly to Ra's horizon manifestation. By utterance 5, he is explicitly declared beloved of Re, living forever. This beloved status forms the foundation from which all subsequent solar transformations build. The offering rituals of utterances 12 to 203 might appear primarily concerned with mundane sustenance, but their true purpose emerges through persistent solar symbols. The Eye of Horus, that quintessential solar emblem, appears repeatedly as the mechanism of transformation. When utterance 44 declares, "May the sun in heaven be favorable to thee," it reveals the true source of all utterance. By repeatedly instructing the king to take to thyself the Eye of Horus, these texts establish ritual appropriation of solar power as the essential first step in divine transformation. Utterances 204, 212 make Ra's provisioning role explicit. It is Re who gives to him barley, spelt bread, good. This celestial nourishment transcends physical sustenance, initiating the king into cosmic participation. The culmination comes in utterance 210. Re in thought, take in with you that he may eat of that which you eat, establishing complete integration into Ra's entourage as the ritual's ultimate purpose.
Okay, welcome back. Let's dive right into this one. We've got a bunch of sources.
Theological tension between solar and Assyrian afterlife traditions emerges in utterances 214, 222. Here, Ra Atum is positioned as superior to Osiris. Re Atum does not surrender him to Osiris. This critical moment reflects the theological negotiation between older solar worship and emerging Assyrian elements. Rather than competition, we witness synthesis. Ra becomes the father who receives both Osiris and the king in his embrace, uniting Chthonic resurrection with celestial ascension. Even in the certain charms of utterances 226, 243, which seem furthest removed from cosmic theology, Ra's authority undergirds magical efficacy. Serpent, turn over that Re may see thee, reveals Ra as the ultimate witnessing power whose gaze neutralizes chaos. The king's protective actions operate within Ra's cosmic authority, showing how thoroughly solar power permeated even the most practical magics. The king's arrival in heaven, utterances 254, 259, marks a quantum leap in solar identification. No longer merely blessed by Ra, the king becomes the only star companion of Shubha, who actively brings provisions for his journey to Re every day. This reversal from recipient to provider signals complete integration into the cosmic order. The declaration, "The hand of N is in the hand of Re," establishes perfect equivalence between their purification, journeys, and transformations. Utterances 260, 262 document the cosmic order's acknowledgement of the king's solar transformation. The gods themselves are commanded not to disown him as Ra directly addressed. Disown not N, O Re, for thou knowest him and he knows thee. This mutual recognition transcends worship, establishing a relationship of equals. The king now journeys in both the Manjet and Mesech planes, participating fully in the complete solar cycle. The celestial journey details in utterances 263, 271 reveal multiple pathways to solar integration. The reed floats of heaven establish direct parallel between Ra's movement and the king's. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Re. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N. The eastern horizon becomes the place where the gods will give him birth, directly connecting the king's transformation to Ra's daily viewing. Most remarkably, the king transforms into a scout, Kepler, and claims the navigator's position in Ra's boat, guiding the solar journey itself. Utterances 272, 274 contain perhaps the most startling solar imagery as the king moves beyond identification with Ra to cosmic supremacy. The sky is overcast, the stars are darkened as the king appears dawning as Abba as a god. He consumes the gods themselves to acquire their powers, incorporating their magic, Hekai, and spirits, Abadi, both concepts with profound solar associations. Even the practical protective spells of utterances 275, 299 maintain the solar framework. Re dawns, his Uraeus on his head, against this serpent, shows how Ra's protective power extends into every realm. The final charm establishes a cosmic hierarchy with the Uraeus serpent for heaven, demonstrating how solar power structures the entire cosmos. The king's administrative position within Ra's cosmic bureaucracy emerges in utterances 300, 301. He becomes the Dai of the gods, who is behind the house of Ra, born of the wish of the gods, which is in the crown of the birth of Ra. This official status transcends mere association, positioning the king within the cosmic government, with Ra as supreme executive. The most profound connection appears in utterance 310, which creates an unbreakable bond through shared faith. If N should be bewitched, so will Aten be bewitched. This formula makes their identities inseparable. What happens to one happens to the other. Their essence is merged to the point of complete ontological unity. Then the brief charms of utterances 312, 316 might seem minor, but they contain telling solar references. N will sit on the side of him who is revered in Heliopolis, positions the king beside Ra in his own sacred city, establishing both proximity and alliance. This Heliopolitan connection creates the mechanism for heavenly ascension, demonstrating how even seemingly minor utterances advance the solar transformation narrative. At this point, I believe more details are desired, like the polis of the Egyptian Helios. Ra's cult center was human.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get that money you're owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you thought about hiring an attorney,
Place of Helos, later known to the Greeks as Heliopolis, Sun City, and today located in the suburbs of Cairo. While Ra had been worshipped since the early dynastic period, his cult grew dramatically during the Old Kingdom, particularly in the 5th dynasty, when the pharaohs proclaimed themselves Sons of Ra, a title that would remain part of royal protocol throughout Egyptian history. The earliest evidence for Ra's growing prominence comes from the 2nd dynasty, but by the 4th dynasty, the pharaohs were seen as Ra's manifestations on earth. In the 5th dynasty, Ra was elevated to a state deity, with pharaohs building specially aligned pyramids, obelisks, and sun temples in his honor. The rulers claimed direct descent from Ra through the wife of Heliopolis' high priest, and lavished vast resources on solar temples. The first pyramid texts, appearing in the late 5th dynasty, give Ra increasing significance in the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. By the New Kingdom, Ra worship had become even more with tomb walls covered in detailed texts depicting his underworld journey, and hymns designed to help the sunboat overcome purpose. The miscellaneous utterances, 317, 337 expand the king's solar role in surprising directions. He becomes an active regulator of celestial time, who has regulated the night, sent the hours on the earth. He becomes a cosmic administrator. The shared purification rites position the king on that pyramid mound of the earth, on which Re purified himself, the primeval mound of creation itself. In utterances 338, 349, we discover Ra's celestial dining pavilion with its hierarchical structure. The king's sustenance comes not from earthly offerings, but from the same divine sources that feed Ra himself, further emphasizing complete solar integration. The king's car becomes red as a flame, living as Captain, visually marking his participation in Ra's cyclical regeneration. Utterances 350, 374 solidify the king's cosmic integration while revealing Osirian intersections. The eastern horizon becomes the cosmic battleground where the king joins the solar struggle, finding his seat empty in the bottom hold of the boat of gold of Re. Most profoundly, the king becomes the horizon whence Re goes forth. So he is not simply traveling to the horizon. He becomes the cosmic location itself, from which Ra emerges daily. The complete identification reaches its apex in utterance 405. N is thou art, O N. Their identities have become fully interchangeable, transcending mere symbolic association. This equivalence extends to every aspect of their being, with the king bearing Ra's physical attributes and commanding cosmic processes. On purifies Re, and N is the scribe of the divine, who says what is and causes to exist what is not. In later utterances, we find the king's position seemingly superior to Ra himself. Utterance 439 declares him greater than he, Re, while utterance 467 portrays him as Ra's son, who surpasses his father. He becomes the administrator and navigator of Ra's cosmic journey. Then rose Re to the west, and then rose Re as him who strides over the sky. Their purifications occur in perfect parallels. Re is purified in the marsh of reeds, Horus is purified in the marsh of reeds, N is purified in the marsh of reeds. The synthesis reaches complete cosmic synchronization in utterance 565, N dawned with Re as dawn. This simultaneous appearance positions the king as Ra's equal in the solar whole. Utterance 570 takes this further, with the king actively participating in divine nativity. The god is brought to birth by the sky upon the arms of Shu and Tefnut, upon the arms of En. The king's imperishable nature is directly connected to his solar identity in utterance 570. En is the deputy of Re. En shall not die. This deputization transforms death itself from terminus to transition, ensuring the king's eternal participation in the cosmic cycle. The pyramid's identity as the Eye of Horus in utterance 534 transforms the architecture that houses these texts into a solar symbol. The monument becomes not merely a tomb, but a transformation machine, the mechanism through which the king achieves his solar apotheosis. Utterance 539 presents a complete bodily transformation, with each part of the king's anatomy likened to that of a deity, culminating in his complete solar genesis as the son of Re, his beloved, begotten, conceived of Re.
Bedtime with my 8-year-old lately has just been a whole thing. And after months of back and forth with his bedtime and everything, we were exhausted.
And born. This genetic language establishes the king as solar entity at the cellular level. Most remarkably, utterance 571 positions the king as primordial being, born before the sky came into before men came into being, before the gods were born, before death came into being. The king's daily cycle of birth, death, and rebirth achieves perfect cosmic synchronization in utterance 650. His mother, heaven, bears him, living each day, beloved of me, with whom he dawns in the east, with whom he sets in the west. This daily pattern establishes complete integration into Ra's eternal journey. Utterance 601 parallels the king's endurance with Ra's eternal existence. As the name of Reed and horizon endures, so may the name of N endure, so may this pyramid of N endure. This connects architectural permanence with cosmic perpetuity, making the pyramid itself a solar statement in stone. The most direct identification occurs in utterance 606. Thou art indeed real, who comes forth from nothing, who gives birth to real every day. N is born every day, like real. This unambiguous declaration represents the culmination of the solar transformation, complete identity with the sun god himself. The king now assumes this throne of real, the thou-mayest command of gods, exercising Ra's own administrative authority over cosmic governance. The previously completed traditions achieve perfect synthesis in utterance 657. Horus, this N is Osiris. This pyramid of N is Osiris. This his temple is Osiris. The Osirian identity is fully integrated with the solar monument, uniting chthonic resurrection with celestial ascension in a comprehensive theological framework. In utterance 662, the cosmic parallelism becomes explicit. Thy life is on the way to N. The life of N is on the way to B. Their very life forces are intertwined and mutually reinforcing. When the text declares thou art green, N will be green as living plants, it establishes the king's renewal as intrinsically connected to Ra's generative cycle. The later utterances reveal the broader cosmic implications of this solar transformation. In utterance 670, we witness the awakening of the god, the rising of the god, for this spirit who ascends from the deity, directly paralleling the king's resurrection with Ra's daily rebirth. Utterance 676 transforms the Osirian reassembly of the body into solar ascent. The tomb is open for thee. The double doors of the coffin are undone for thee. The double doors of heaven are open for thee. Even the fragmentary final utterances maintain solar connections. Utterance 688 reveals they cause N to ascend to Keter, he who exists on the eastern side of the sky. This positioning of the eastern horizon, Ra's birth confirms the ultimate destination of the king's journey. The text continues, was ye the car of N to ascend to the god, we begin to the two lions, causing to ascend to Adam. The final sections establish the king among the imperishable stars, declaring in utterance 684. N is one of these four beings, sons of Atum, sons of Nut, who do not rot. N does not rot, who do not decay. En does not decay. This celestial immortality completes the solar transformation, confirming the king's permanent integration into the eternal cosmic order. What emerges from this comprehensive analysis is a theological system of extraordinary sophistication. The pyramid texts reveal Ra as sun god and as the organizing principle of existence itself, the pattern through which order emerges from chaos, life from death, renewal from decay. Through progressive identification with Ra, the king transcends mortal limitations, not by escaping the cycle of nature, but by perfectly embodying. This solar transformation represents perhaps humanity's earliest sustained attempt to conceptualize transcendence not as escape from material existence, but as its perfect realization. The texts reveal a civilization that recognized in the sun's daily journey a fundamental pattern of all existence, a pattern the king could join as a co-creator and ultimately embody it. In the pyramid texts, we encounter not primitive nature worship, but a comprehensive metaphysical framework that recognized the profound truth of perpetual renewal, where Ra illuminated the physical world, Apollo illuminated the mind, but neither were merely the sun itself. Ra was the creator who manifested through the sun, a god whose daily journey across the sky represented the eternal pattern of all existence, emergence, struggle, sent to meet them. The king's complete solar transformation, becoming indeed real, represents the ultimate fulfillment of Egyptian religious faith. Death is not overcome through escape from nature's cycles, but through perfect participation in them. The king becomes blessed by Ra, protected by him, in service to Ra, and lastly Ra himself, the source of light, life, and cosmic order. In this perfect solar identification, we discover the essence of Egyptian religious genius, the recognition that divinity is found in nature's most perfect expression. It becomes evident that the central myth of Egyptian solar theology was Ra's daily journey across the sky and through the underworld. Remember, each day, Ra would travel across the heavens in his solar bark, called the Manjet, boat of millions of years. He appeared at dawn as Khepri, the scarab beetle who pushed the sun above the horizon. At midday, he was Ra at the height of his power. By evening, he transformed into Aten, the aging form of the sun descending toward the western horizon. When night fell, Ra began his perilous journey through the Duat underworld in his evening boat, the Mesekhet. During this nocturnal voyage, he merged with Osiris, god of the dead, becoming Ra Osiris, symbolizing the sun's temporary death before its rebirth at dawn. In the underworld, Ra took on his ram-headed form and confronted numerous obstacles, the greatest being the serpent Apophis, who sought to devour the sun and plunge creation into eternal chaos. The Book of the Dead, a New Kingdom funerary text, elaborates on Ra's journey in a hymn to Ra when he rises from the papyrus of Necht, in which Necht, the royal scribe, the captain of soldiers, praises Ra thus: Homage to thee, O thou glorious being, thou who art bound with all sovereignty. Tem Heru Kuti, Tem Harmachis. When thou risest in the horizon of heaven, a cry of joy cometh forth to thee from the mouth of all peoples. O thou beautiful being, thou dost renew thyself in thy season, in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place, every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising, forever. The regions of the north and south come to thee with homage, and send forth acclamations at thy rising in the horizon of heaven. Thou illuminest the two lands with rays of turquoise light. O Ra, thou who art Heru Kuti, Harmachis, the divine man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, king of earth, prince of the Tuat, governor of the regions of Orient. Thou comest forth from the water. Thou hast sprung from the god Nu, who cherisheth thee and ordereth thy members. O thou god of life, thou lord of love, all men live when thou shinest. Thou art crowned king of the gods. The goddess Nut doeth homage unto thee, and the goddess Mart embraceth thee at all times. Those who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy, and bow down their foreheads to the earth when they meet thee. Thou Lord of heaven, thou Lord of earth, thou King of light and truth, thou Lord of eternity, thou Prince of everlastingness, thou sovereign of all the gods, thou God of life, thou Creator of eternity, thou Maker of heaven wherein thou art firmly established. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising. The earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rise. The peoples that have been long dead, all come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties every day. Thou goest forth each day over heaven and earth, and art made strong each day by thy mother Nut. Thou pulsest through the heights of heaven. Thy heart swelleth with joy, and the lake of Testos is content thereof. The serpent fiend boweth forward. His arms are hewn off. The knife hath cut asunder his joints. Ra liveth in Mart the beautiful. The Sektet boat draweth on and cometh into port. The south and the north, the west and the east turn to praise thee. O thou primeval substance of the earth, who didst come into being of thine own accord. Isis and Nephthys salute thee. They sing unto thee songs of joy at thy rising in the boat. They protect thee with their hands. The souls of the east follow thee. The souls of the west praise thee. Thou art the ruler of all the gods, and thou hast joy of heart within thy shrine. For the serpent fiend Enebath been condemned to the fire, and thy heart shall be joyful forever. Thy mother Nut is a judge to thy father Nu. Doesn't the hymn to Ra from the papyrus of Necht beautifully complement and extend the theology we've traced through the pyramid texts? It As you probably observed, unlike the pyramid texts, which primarily concern the king's solar transformation, this hymn presents Ra from the perspective of ordinary creation. Yet the theological underpinnings remain strikingly consistent. The opening invocation from 10 Heru Kruti immediately establishes Ra's syncretic nature, combining Atum, the creator aspect, with Horus of the horizons, precisely the combined solar theology we've seen developing through the pyramid texts. When the hymn declares Ra self-begotten and self-born, it echoes the concept of Kepa Jessa we identified earlier. Ra's unique ability to create himself through an act of divine will, distinguishing Ra fundamentally from Greek solar deities, who are born from parents rather than emerging autonomously.
Everyone knows you need a lawyer after a car accident, but what if I told you there's a better way? One, it gets you a lawyer in 30 seconds without 40% lawyer fees. Let me show you something that's changing everything. This is the Case Command Compensation Model. It's powered by Harvard-level AI technology and analyzes over 100,000 accident settlements in a 20-year period.
The text reference to Ra as Prince of the Turk, governor of the regions of Achaea, confirms his dominion over the underworld, a crucial aspect of this complete cosmic circle that was merely implied in many pyramid text utterances. This nocturnal journey, during which he merges with Osiris as Ra-Osiris, represents the completed synthesis of solar and chthonic realms and traditions that we watch developing through the pyramid texts. Particularly striking is the hymn's recognition of Ra's dual nature as both transcendent and immanent. Thou comest forth from the water, thou hast sprung from the God nature. This emergence from the primordial waters parallels the king's own emergence described in the pyramid texts, reinforcing the pattern of solar transformation we trace. The hymn's description of Ra as crowned king of the gods, with the goddesses Nut and Ma'at embracing him, reinforces the cosmic order, Ma'at, of Ra's journey maintains. Precisely the role we saw the transformed king assuming in the later pyramid text accounts, where he regulates the night and sends the hours on their way. The reference to the serpent fiend whose arms are hewn off directly acknowledges Apophis, Ra's eternal adversary, who seeks to devour the sun and plunge creation into chaos. This cosmic battle, while not explicitly detailed, is implied in their protective spells and references to Ra's triumph over chaos. Most significant is the hymn's declaration that Ra liveth in Ma'at Pagura, confirming the intimate connection between the sun god and cosmic order. When the hymn describes the Sektet boat, evening boat drawing into port, it completes the daily cycle that forms the foundation of Egyptian solar theology, the same cycle into which the deceased king is integrated through the utterances we've examined. The hymn concludes with familial imagery that echoes the pyramid text's treatment of the king as Ra's son. Thy mother Nut is judged to thy father Nut. This divine parentage establishes Ra within a cosmic family, while maintaining his primacy and self-generating nature. Just as the king in the pyramid texts is positioned as both son of Ra and Ra himself. What emerges from comparing this hymn with the pyramid texts is the remarkable consistency of Egyptian solar theology across different contexts and time frames, whether addressing the specialized concerns of royal afterlife or expressing devotion through more accessible hymnic forms. The fundamental understanding of Ra as cosmic creator, maintainer of order, and model of eternal renewal remains constant. This theological consistency across contexts further confirms the extraordinary sophistication and resilience of Egyptian solar conceptions. Let's get back to Ra's creator qualities. As we previously mentioned, all forms of life are believed to have been created by Ra. In some accounts, humans were created from Ra's tears and sweat, which is why Egyptians sometimes called themselves the cattle of Ra. As the supreme creator, Ra called all things into existence by uttering their secret names, a profound expression of the Egyptian belief in the creative power of language. Before creation, when there was nothing but chaos, Ra existed alone in the watery mass of moon that filled the universe. From this primordial chaos emerged the Benben, a pyramid moon, and upon it a lotus flower that, when it blossomed, revealed Ra. As he proclaimed, I am Atum when he was alone on earth. I am Ra when he dawned, when he began to rule that is made. From Ra came the first divine couple, Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, who in turn produced Geth, earth, and Nut, sky, completing the fundamental elements of creation. From these deities descended the rest of the Elohim, including Osiris, Isis, Set, and Nephthys. The myth of the celestial cow reveals how humankind once plotted against an aging Ra, praying to him to send his eye as the goddess Sekret to punish them. Only through a clever trick, dyeing beer red to resemble blood, which Sekret drank until she became intoxicated and pacified, was humanity saved from complete annihilation. In terms of visual depictions, Ra was portrayed in various forms throughout Egyptian history, each emphasizing different aspects of his divine nature. Most commonly, he appeared as a man with a falcon's head, crowned with a solar disk encircled by a cobra, representing the eye of Ra. This form arose from his syncretic relationship with Horus, another sky god. And maybe that's why Nietzsche's Zarathustra walks with an eagle and a serpent. Other forms included a full-bodied ram, especially in the underworld, a man with a beetle's head as Kepler, a phoenix, heron, serpent, bull, or lion. Some texts describe him as an aging king with golden flesh, silver bones, and hair of lapis lazuli, emphasizing both his solar nature and his status as the eldest of the gods.
If you're 55 or over, did you know there is a way to leave your loved ones with an inheritance of up to $300,000 without needing to earn more money or stick to a complicated budget? Most seniors don't realize their life insurance policy can be about more than just covering funeral expenses. It can also provide a financial legacy for your loved ones. And the best part, every dollar of the life insurance payout goes directly to your loved ones, completely tax-free. It's a smart, straightforward way to pass on what matters without hidden fees or unexpected tax implications. To see if you qualify for up to $300,000 in coverage, click on the link on or around this video now and complete the short assessment on the next page. Life insurance plans designed for seniors has made securing your legacy more affordable than you might think. And with no medical exam plans also available, getting coverage is now easier than ever before. To see how much inheritance you could leave your loved ones with a senior life insurance policy, click on the link below this video now.
You want to make passive income online? I'd like to pay you $5,000 to $10,000 a month to help my agency, Veritas Digital, generate digital marketing clients here in Australia. I'm going to show you exactly how it works. So essentially what you'll be doing is you'll be going to websites like yellowpages.com, typing in small business niches like dentists, chiropractors, and things like that anywhere in Australia, and you simply come down, you can see all these results here, you simply click get more info, and you can copy that email address right from here. I'm then going to teach you how to go to ChatGPT, get a professionally written email that's 100% customized to that person done in 3 seconds without you having to know anything about the business, anything about digital marketing at all. You then simply send the email to the business using one of our email addresses I'm going to give you for free. They will then contact our agency. We'll get on the phone, we'll sign the client up to a $2,000 a month marketing service, and we'll pay you a 50% ongoing monthly referral fee for simply being the middleman and connecting us with the client. So you don't have to speak with anyone, you don't have to do any of the work, you don't have to start an online business. We'll simply pay you on average around about $1,000 for every single client you send us. So you make $5,000 a month. All you need to do is send us 5 clients. Name anything, how many emails do I send? How do I exactly send those emails to the client? Great question. I can't answer it all in this big message, so I've recorded a free training video that you can access by clicking the link below right now. I'm going to walk you through the 3-step process you need to follow to get your first paying client in the next 24 hours. It will be $1,000 per month, and we'll pay it directly to you. So, why am I teaching this? Why am I sharing this with people? Because if you go over and have a look, there are 9,000 agencies in Australia, but there are 2.5 million businesses. So I can't, it's too big of a pie for me to be able to do all by myself. So essentially what I'm doing is getting a few select people who are really good fits for our brand, bringing them in. I'm going to show you how to do this, and you can make passive income online in your spare time because it's recurring from anywhere in the world with zero experience. really fast. And the coolest part is we can do it by providing genuine, real value to business owners. You can come down here and you can see that our agency is the #1 boutique marketing agency in Australia, where we work with companies like S45 Training, Hocking Stewart, Adriatic, Mobile Insurance companies. It's like a $185 million private insurance company. You can actually go and see them on the public stock exchange as well. So click the link on the screen. Help us spread the love with Australian businesses. All these business owners right now on yellowpages.com.au aren't getting any love because no one uses Yellow Pages anymore. So click the link on the screen right now. I'm going to show you how to legitimately make your first income online so you can travel the world, help out your parents, and stop trying all these oversaturated methods like dropshipping, Amazon, and all that crap. It doesn't work. I tried it for 4 years. So click the link on the screen. I'll show you exactly how to do this.
Ra's ability to transform reflected the sun's changed appearance throughout the day. As Kepler, the scarab, he represented the morning sun being pushed above the horizon. As Ra, he embodied the full power of the midday sun. As Atum, he personified the evening sun descending to the underworld. Then, as you observed, as Egypt's supreme deity, Ra formed syncretic relationships with numerous other gods, absorbing their attributes while maintaining his solar supremacy. These syncretisms reflected theological evolution rather than confusion, allowing the Egyptians to express difficult religious concepts through divine pairings and bondages. The most significant syncretic forms included Amun-Ra. When the Theban deity Amun rose to prominence, particularly during the New Kingdom, he merged with Ra to become Amun-Ra, combining Amun's hidden transcendence with Ra's visible power. Amun-Ra was proclaimed king of the gods, and typically appeared as a man with a ram's head or a red-eyed man with a lion's head surrounded by a solar disc. Then there was Atum-Ra, which you already know well. Atum-Ra combined the creator god Atum with Ra, emphasizing their shared role as the father of gods and pharaohs. While Ra represented the sun at its zenith, Atum embodied the setting sun approaching the western horizon. Then Ra-Horak. This name meant Ra who is Horus of the two horizons, linking Horakti, a sunrise-oriented aspect of Horus, with Ra. This form emphasized Ra's journey from horizon to horizon and symbolized hope and rebirth. Ra-Horakti was prominently featured in funerary texts during the Third Intermediate period. Kepler-Ra is associated with Kepler, the scarab-headed god who pushed the sun across the sky, representing the morning sun. Last but not least, Khnum-Ra. The ram-headed god Khnum was seen as the evening manifestation of Ra, particularly when the sun god traveled through the underworld. Ra's daughters included Bastet, Sekhmet, and Hathor, each representing different aspects of his solar power. Sekhmet embodied Ra's destructive potential, while Hathor represented his life-giving aspects. When Ra feared humanity was plotting against him, he sent Hathor, who transformed into Sekhmet, as his eye, to punish humankind. And as you know, only through a divine trick, dyeing beer red to resemble blood, which the lioness goddess drank until becoming intoxicated, was humanity saved from complete annihilation.
This is the retro style dress made out of belt buckles that I saw on TikTok. Download TikTok now to learn more about flower dress.
Do you know you can get a free smartphone and free unlimited service if you're a part of Section 8 housing, Medicaid, or food stamps? Also, if you're part of the Veteran Benefits Pension Program, or if you just make less than $18,000 a year. Yes, this is absolutely real. Get a free smartphone if you're on one of those programs and free unlimited service. You will never have to pay anything. You'll never be asked for a credit card, and you will never be sent a bill. program that just started.
Ra was thus the highest god in all traditions and theologies and utterances, and even later traditions that are not Egyptian but celebrated the sun. Ra was not the only god, but was the king of all gods. The relationship between Ra and the Egyptian pharaoh was also particularly significant. Unlike Greek gods, who might claim distant divine ancestry, the Egyptian king was considered the literal son of Ra, governor as his direct representative in Ra. The royal title Son of Ra appeared as early as the 4th dynasty and remained part of the royal titular throughout Egyptian history. The pharaoh's primary duty was to maintain Ma'at, just as Ra did on the cosmic level. Another reflection of the Egyptian principle, as above, so below. The cult of the Manabis bull, an embodiment of Ra, had its center in Heliopolis, with a formal burial ground for the sacrificed bulls north of the city. This animal cult reinforced the connection between solar worship and kingship, as the pharaoh was often associated with the powerful bull. Even as other deities rose to prominence in different periods of Egyptian history, Ra maintained his association with kingship. When Alexander the Great conquered Egypt in 332 BCE, he was proclaimed son of Ra, according to Egyptian tradition, a title later adopted by the Ptolemaic kings. The Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, in his work on religious symbolism, observed, "The sun is the only truly rational image of God we have. The self in a psychological sense of wholeness emerges from this darkness. First as a sun hero, half animal, half divine, but gradually maturing toward fully human form." For Jung, the Egyptian conception of Ra, particularly his transformation from the morning sky of Kepri to the noon sunrise of evening Anu, represented a profound intuition about psychological development and integration. The solar cycle became a template for individuation, emergence, full realization, and return to source. The enduring influence of Ra extended well beyond Egypt's borders. The solar theology of Heliopolis influenced Greek philosophical thought, particularly Neoplatonism, which conceived of the ultimate reality as the one from which all existence emanates, like light from the sun. Remember that both Plato and Pythagoras studied in Egypt, among all sages of antiquity. Even after the rise of Christianity in Egypt, solar symbolism persisted in Coptic art and theology, with Christ sometimes depicted with solar imagery reminiscent of Ra, or better said Horus, because he is the son of the sun, and the sun that is the sun. The ancient Egyptian understanding of the sun as the supreme manifestation of divine power proved too profound to disappear entirely, instead becoming transformed and absorbed into new religious frameworks. And the patterns in all traditions are strikingly similar. As we move from the scorching certainties of Ra's divine kingdom to the legal clarity of Mesopotamian Shamash, we witness yet another cultural interpretation of solar power, one that would establish legal and moral principles lasting to our own day. But the afterglow of Ra's majesty remains with us still, whenever we conceive of divine power as both transcendent source and immanent presence, whenever we imagine cosmic order as a triumph over chaos that must be renewed each day. In Ra, we encounter a solar divinity who was never merely the sun itself, but the creator who manifested through the sun, a god whose daily journey across the sky represented not just astronomical reality, but the eternal pattern of all existence, emergence, struggle, triumph, descent, and rebirth. Where Apollo illuminated the mind, Ra sustained the cosmos itself. Where Egypt's Ra ruled as divine king and Greece's Apollo illuminated the mind, Mesopotamia's Shamash is different yet equally profound and significant, the embodiment of cosmic justice, the all-seeing witness whose light penetrates every hidden heart. Shamash is arguably humanity's first articulation of universal law, a divine principle that precedes human authority, transcends all or mostly all known cultures, and establishes the moral framework within which civilization itself becomes possible, and influences the whole civilization spanning millennia. The most powerful testament to Shamash's unique position comes from the oldest and most notorious written law, The Code of Hammurabi, a monumental stele bearing the oldest comprehensive legal code yet discovered, begins not with the king's authority, but with an elaborate divine mandate that firmly establishes the cosmic hierarchy through which justice flows.
If you're looking to get money you're owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know a way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get that money you're owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you thought about hiring an attorney before, but you didn't because you were unsure or you had reservations, it's not your fault. You were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you could actually make. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anyone who's been in a car accident in the last 2 years. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out the 15-second quiz, you will get an instant quote on how much your case is worth. And me and my team will help you get that money you deserve in as little as the next 30 days. Still think it's too good to be true? Let me tell you about our client, Stephen. Now, when Stephen first came to us, he was really unsure that this case was going to be worth anything. He was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he didn't know if he was going to get paid for his injury at all. Turns out, after filing a claim with us, he was able to take home over $100,000 in settlement from an accident that was over a year ago. It's possible. No matter what you thought in the past, you can get the money you were owed and probably a lot more than what you were expecting. Simply click the button below and answer the questions about your case, and you'll get an instant quote about what your case is worth. And if you qualify, an attorney from our team will lay out a game plan instantly and for free. The fact that you've been through this pain means that you deserve to be compensated. Together, we're going to hold the parties responsible and get you the money that you are owed. You deserve more, and we're going to get you more. So what I want you to do is click the link below and fill out the 15-second quiz. And after getting your instant quote, it says you're qualified. It'll ask you for some additional contact details. And someone from my team will reach out and will lay out the fastest game plan for you to get the money that you are owed and get massive compensations for your injury. The YouTube video you're wanting to watch will always be there, but this opportunity and the resources behind it are limited. So we want you to click the button below and fill out the casework quiz. So click the button below, begin the short process, and we'll be in touch soon.
Psalm 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to give you hope and a future." Even though we might be struggling, He has a plan for us. And maybe, just maybe, this video is part of that plan for you. Let me tell you what's going on. There's a special burial fund that will put $25,000 in your family's pocket, but the Gov is keeping it quiet for now, hoping you don't ever find out how to claim it. It's called the Final Expense Program, and it's meant for burial benefits, unpaid medical debt, whatever you need. But here's the catch. It's not given out automatically. You have to reach out and know what to ask for to claim it yourself, because they don't have enough to tell you. You must act right now or risk missing out. My church friend was one of the first to get it and told me about it. They're distracting us with news about all these new administration changes and other noise, so that important stuff like this benefit stays in the dark and they don't have to give away the money. If you don't call immediately and ask specifically for Final Expense Program, others who knows about this will get to claim it. That's right. They're counting on people not knowing because it's temporary and who knows when it will go away. My husband got his approval, and I can't stress enough how real this actually is. I thought it was too good to be true, but I received the check in the mail and gave it to my son because he can use the money. But here's what you have to understand. These funds are going fast. Once they're gone for good. And the people who don't claim will miss out completely. It's so simple to claim. So here's exactly what you need to do to claim yours right now. Click the link below, get to the official site, and make the call immediately. When you speak to a rep, say you want the final expense program, say exactly that. Don't assume they'll tell you about it when you call. They don't want to have to give this money to everyone. They don't want you to know about final expense program, but if you know it, they have to qualify you. This won't last. Act fast. Because when the funds are gone, there's no going back. If you hesitate, you're letting $25,000 slip through your hands, and you will wish you didn't wait. Don't miss out. Click below, call in, and claim your benefit right now before it's too late.
Lofty Anu, king of the Anunnaki, and Bel, lord of heaven and earth, he who determines the destiny of the land, committed the rule of all mankind to Marduk, the chief son of Ea. When they made him great among the Agiti, when they pronounced the lofty name of Babylon, when they made it famous among the quarters of the world, and in its midst established an everlasting kingdom, whose foundations were firm as heaven and earth. At that time, Anu and Bel called thee Hammurabi, the exalted prince, the worshipper of the gods, to cause justice to prevail in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evil, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak, to go forth like the sun over the black-lead race, to enlighten the land and to further the welfare of the people. This extraordinary opening constructs a divine chain of command that legitimizes Hammurabi's authority through multiple cosmic delegations. The sequence reveals volumes about Mesopotamian theology. First come Anu and Bel, and the highest gods of heaven and earth. They delegate power to Marduk, Babylon's patron deity, elevating him among the Agiti, lesser gods. Only then, through this divine cascade, is Hammurabi himself called to his role. But notice the magnificent solar metaphor that follows. The king goes forth like the sun to illuminate the land with justice. This single phrase reveals Shamashi's essential role in Mesopotamian political theology. By identifying his rule with the sun's journey, Hammurabi claims power and predictability, universality, and inescapability. Just as the sun's light falls on everyone regardless of rank or station, Hammurabi's justice will reach all. Just as the sun returns each day without fail, his justice will be consistent and reliable. The reference to the black-head race, Salmatkaki in Akkadian, is significant. This was the common term Mesopotamians used to refer to themselves collectively. Not all humanity in the universal sense, but specifically the peoples of the Mesopotamian cultural sphere. By invoking this collective identity, Hammurabi positions his laws as applying to all Mesopotamians under his rule, regardless of their city of origin or which local deity they primarily worship. Just as the sun's daily journey crosses all cities and territories without discrimination, Hammurabi's justice would provide a consistent legal framework across previously fragmented jurisdictions with their varying local customs. This unifying ambition was revolutionary, though the actual code itself still maintained social distinctions, with different penalties for nobles, commoners, and slaves. The solar metaphor worked on multiple levels. The sun illuminates hidden things, making them visible, just as law clarifies acceptable behavior.
That's a lot of cereal. Price is going up everywhere, and goodbye steaks, a little cereal. This is Girl Scout, and your family can still have steaks for dinner. Follow me. At Grocery Outlet, we have an amazing selection of meats, like beef, pork, chicken, all within your family's budget. Today, I love steak and chicken and pork chops. Grocery Outlet, Garden Market. Sorry, got excited.
Sun follows a predictable path, just as good law provides consistency, and the sun nurtures life when moderate like punishing with drought, when excessive, just as justice must balance punishment and mercy. The prologue continues with an astonishing catalogue of Hammurabi's achievements, each connected to specific deities and cities. Hammurabi, the governor named by Bel, Ammon, who brought about plenty and abundance, who made everything for Nippur and Durimu complete, the exalted supporter of equal, the wise king, who restored Eridu to its place, who purified the sanctuary of Iapsu, who stormed the four quarters of the world, who made the fame of Babylon great, who rejoiced the heart of Marduk, his lord, who daily served in Esagil, of the seed royal which sin began, who filled the city of Ur with plenty, the pious and suppliant one who brought abundance to Ea-Sagar, the diplomatic king obedient to the mighty Shamash, who refounded Sippar, who clothed with green the shrines of Malkuth, who decorated Ea-Baba, which is like a heavenly dwelling, the warrior and protector of Lhasa, who rebuilt Ea-Baba for Shamash, his helper, the Lord who gave life to the city of Uruk, who supplied water in abundance to its inhabitants, who raised the turrets of Ianu, who brought riches to Anu and Nanu, the divine protector of the land, who collected the scattered people of Nisus, who supplied Edomar with luxurious abundance, the monarch, the city king, the brother of Zamarmar, who laid the foundations of the settlement of Kish, who surrounded Etamir-Osad with splendor, who constructed the great shrines of Mar, the patron of the temple of Har-Sarkar, the grave of the enemy, whose help brings victory, who extended the limits of Kufa, who enlarged Shidlom in every way, the mighty bull who gores the enemy, the beloved of Tutu, who made the city of Borsippa beautiful, the exalted one who was untiring to the welfare of Ezekah, the divine city king, wise and intelligent, who extended the settlements of Dilbert, who stored up grain for the mighty Urash, the Lord adorned with scepter and crown, whom the wise god Marmar has clothed with complete power, who defined the confines of Kush, who made sumptuous the splendid banquets in honor of Nin-Tut, the wise and perfect one, who determined the pasture and watering places for Shirpura, Lagash, and Girsa, who provided large sacrifices for the temple of Kit, who seizes the enemy, the favorite of the exalted God, Oracle, who put into execution the laws of Aleppo, who makes joyful the heart of Anu, the illustrious prince, the lifting up of whose hands are God recognizes, who pacifies the heart of Anu, the warrior, and Kala, who re-established the appointments in Eothelia, the king who gave life to Udmul-Kish, the benefactor of the temple Emu, the lordly city Kir, the soldier who has no equal, who presented life to the city of Mashtu-Shai, who poured out abundance over Shidlom, the wise governor who captured the bandit kings, who provided a hiding place for the people of Helcom in their misfortune, who founded dwelling places for them in plenty, who determined for all time the splendid sacrifices for Ea and Dan-Gel-Mun, who had extended his dominion, the city king Terstarel, who subdued the settlements along the Euphrates, the warrior of Dagon, his creator, who protected the people of Mer and Tutu, the exalted prince, who makes the face of Namor to shine, who established splendid banquets for Nina-Zur, who helps his people in time of need, who establishes in security their property in Babylon, the governor of the people, the servant, whose deeds are pleasing to Anunit, who installed Anunit in Eonash and Nagani Broadway, who made justice prevail, and who ruled the race with right, who returned to Asher its gracious protecting deity, who made the rising sun to shine brilliantly, the king who made the name of Nanu glorious in Inshmish and Nineveh, the exalted one, who makes supplication to the great gods, the descendant of Sumuraimu, the powerful son of Simuralit, the ancient seed of royalty, the powerful king, the son of Babylon, who caused light to go forth over the lands of Sumer and Akkad, the king who caused the four quarters of the world to render obedience, the favorite of Marduk and Arnon. When Marduk sent me to rule the people and to bring help to the country, I established law and justice in the land and promoted the welfare of the people. This breathtaking litany serves multiple purposes. Politically, it establishes Hammurabi's legitimacy across the diverse cities of Mesopotamia by documenting his pious acts toward each city's patron deity. Historically, it catalogues his conquests and building projects, cementing his legacy. Theologically, it demonstrates proper reverence to the entire pantheon.
Want to keep your hairline where it is? Roothoops.com, giving a store a range of treatments that work best for you. grow thicker and fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months. Get ahead now. Keep the hair you love. Get started today at Hims.com.
But for our understanding of Shamash, several passages stand out with stunning clarity. First, Hammurabi describes himself specifically as obedient to the mighty Shamash, unlike his relationship with many other deities, where he brings offerings or performs restorations. With Shamash, he emphasizes his obedience. This subordination to the sun god's authority underscores the fundamental Mesopotamian idea that even kings remain subject to divine justice. Hammurabi then details his work in both Sippar and Lhasa, the northern and southern cult centers of Shamash, specifically mentioning that he refounded Sippar and became the protector of Lhasa. Most significantly, he records that he rebuilt E-Babara, or Shamash, his home. E-Babara, meaning White House or Shining House, was Shamash's principal temple, and its repeated mention, once for each cult center, emphasizes Hammurabi's special relationship with the sun god. The designation of Shamash as his helper reveals another crucial aspect of solar theology. The sun god doesn't merely judge from afar, but actively assists those who uphold justice. Throughout Mesopotamian texts, Shamash is portrayed as the special ally of righteous judges and fair-minded rulers, offering them divine guidance in difficult cases. The solar imagery intensifies toward the prologue's conclusion, where Hammurabi claims to have made the rising sun to shine brilliantly. This paradoxical claim, how could a human king enhance the sun's brightness, makes perfect sense within the Mesopotamian theological framework. By establishing just laws and fair governance, Hammurabi has strengthened the cosmic principle of justice that Shamash embodies, metaphorically increasing the sun's brilliance through moral alignment. Most striking is Hammurabi's ultimate self-identification as the son of Babylon, who caused light to go forth over the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Here the king no longer merely goes forth like the sun, as in the earlier passage. He has become the earthly embodiment of solar justice itself. Going from sunlight to sun embodying is the path of the Mesopotamian righteous kingship. The just ruler incarnates divine principle in the real world. The famous relief carved atop the stele makes this relationship visually explicit, showing Shamash himself, seated on his throne with the rod and ring of authority, directly presenting the laws to Hammurabi. This visual theology confirms what the text reveals. Human law derives from and remains accountable to cosmic justice as embodied in the sun god. This revolutionary concept, that law transcends even royal will, emerges from Mesopotamia's unique geographical vulnerability. Unlike Egypt, protected by deserts, or Greece, fragmented by mountains, the Mesopotamian plain lay open to constant invasion. Kings rose and fell with alarming frequency, yet civilization required stability. What better symbol of eternal, unchanging principle than the sun itself? Shamash's daily journey across the sky provided the perfect metaphor for consistent, inescapable justice. Then, in the great hymn to Shamash, the god emerges as a being whose primary power is not creation or destruction, but something far more subtle and sophisticated. Perfect, inescapable witness. You ascend the peaks to survey all lands. From heaven's height you hold the earth circle in balance. Your watchful care extends to all peoples of every region. All that you, Counselor, King, Creator, now rests in your trust. This extraordinary vision of divine surveillance transforms the natural fact of sunlight into moral metaphor. Just as nothing can hide from the sun's rays, no misdeed escapes Shamash's notice. The hymn continues. Every breathing creature falls under your guardianship. You stand as a protector in realms both above and below. Without pause, we journey across the celestial expanse. Daily, we traverse the breadth of the world. Unlike land, who was honored as the creator who emerged self-generated from primordial waters. Shamash is positioned as the custodian and guardian of creation. He does not claim to have made them. That honor belongs to Ea and other deities in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Instead, Shamash's distinction is that he watches over what others have created, establishing an order of perfect accountability. Consider the hymn's elegant explanation of Shamash's cosmic function. Guardian of the depths, watcher of the heights, Shamash, you guide all things, you illuminate everything. Never do you fail to journey across the vast waters so deep even the Igigi cannot understand. This persistent movement, this eternal watchfulness, creates the conditions for justice itself. Unlike human judges who must rely on testimony from gods, Shamash witnesses every act committed. His light penetrates physical darkness and moral obscurity. Your radiance, Shamash, penetrates to the deepest abyss, so even the creatures of the deep perceive your brilliance. This pervasive illumination gives Shamash unique authority among the gods. Among the Igigi gods, none labors as you. None holds supremacy like yours in the divine assembly. At your dawn appearance, the land's deities gather. Your intense brilliance blankets all territories. Even more remarkably, Shamash stands as the first truly international deity. His jurisdiction recognizes no political boundaries. Across lands of countless tongues, you perceive their intentions, you observe their paths. All humanity bows before your presence, Shamash. Creation yearns for your illumination. This universal jurisdiction represents a quantum leap in religious thought, the recognition that whatever our cultural differences, we all exist under the same sun, the same moral law, the same obligation to justice. Shamash's light falls equally on all nations, a profound theological foundation for the concept of universal human rights that would not be fully articulated for millennia to come. Perhaps the most striking aspect of Shamash's character is his role as enforcer of sexual and legal ethics. The hymn speaks with remarkable directness. One who desires a neighbor's spouse will perish before his destined time. A terrible trap awaits such a man. Your judgment will strike him, with none to offer rescue. The punishment described is both swift and inescapable. His father cannot defend him. At the tribunal, his brother's pleas will go unheard. He will be ensnared in unforeseeable bonds. This vision of divine justice strikes directly at social privilege. Unlike human laws where family connections and wealth might secure lenient treatment, Shamash's judgment penetrates all limitations. You break the strength of the deceitful wrongdoer, the zealous evildoer's foundation you undermine. The correct judge you acquaint with imprisonment. He who accepts bribes yet perverts justice shall bear his punishment. Most remarkable is Shamash's special concern with judicial corruption, a meta-justice that holds the justice system itself. The god particularly rewards those who maintain integrity in positions of power. But for one who refuses gifts yet defends the vulnerable, you, Shamash, show favor and extend his grace. This vision of corruption and free governance would have seemed revolutionary in a world where bribery was often considered a normal approach to doing business. The hymn continues its focus on Shamash's special attention to abuse of power. The descendants of evildoers shall not prosper. Those whose words deny truth, their cases come before you. Instantly you discern their speech. You hear and examine, judging the causes of the wrong. Unlike human judges who might be deceived by clever rhetoric or false testimony, Shamash penetrates deception instantly. The hymn powerfully illustrates the God's role as universal protector. Every individual is placed in your care. You interpret their signs. What confuses them, you clarify. You witness Shamash, every prayer, plea, and blessing, every bold, genuflection, whispered right, and prostration. But where Shamash truly distinguishes himself from other sane deities is his special relationship with society's most vulnerable members. The hymn presents a remarkable catalogue of those under his particular protection. The weak call to you from parched lips, the hungry, powerless, suffering, and impoverished. The mother whose child is captive appeals to you endlessly. Those separated from family, distant from homeland. The herder amid wilderness dangers seeks your presence. The shepherd during conflict, the flock keeper among foes. This extraordinary passage reveals a profound theological insight. Divine justice shows special concern for those most exposed to human injustice. Travelers, being particularly vulnerable far from home and legal protection, fall under Shamash's particular care. Shamash, the fearful travelers of caravans approaching, the merchant unknown, the agent bearing valuables. Shamash, the fisherman with his nets, seeks your aid, the hunter, the archer pursuing game, the bird catcher with his snare turns to you. Even more remarkable is that Shamash hears even those who violate his principles. The lurking thief, your adversary, the wilderness bandit stands before you. Wandering spirits, souls without rest, all come before you, Shamash, and you hear each one. You turn none away who approach you. The hymn's author, recognizing this universal accessibility, makes a profound intercessory request. For my sake, Shamash, withhold your curse from me. You bestow insights, Shamash, upon human households, your stern countenance and powerful light you grant me. He envisions divine mercy tempering justice, suggesting a sophisticated moral theology, one that recognizes both the necessity of law and the value of compassion, a balance that continues to challenge legal systems today. The hymn reaches its metaphysical peak in a stunning declaration of Shamash's transcendent perception. The heavens themselves cannot contain your gifts. All earthly territories are insufficient as your divination provides. This striking image suggests that Shamash's sight extends or rather pierces matter to its ineffable core. Where Ra ruled the cosmos and Apollo illuminated the mind, Shamash sees beyond both, penetrating to the essence of truth, a vision intimately connected to human lives. You rescue those surrounded by towering waves, receiving in return their pure libation. The relationship between God and worshipper becomes reciprocal. Shamash provides protection, and humans offer gratitude. This mutual exchange establishes a covenant of justice that sustains both divine order and human society. With reverence they praise your name and honor your greatness eternally. The hymn concludes with a powerful affirmation of Shamash's universal presence. What mountains are not clothed in your rays? What regions remain untouched by your warming light? Brightener of shadows, illuminator of darkness, dispeller of night, light bringer to the vast earth. This final image, light penetrating all darkness, perfectly encapsulates Shamash's essence. He is not just the sunless or the abstract principle of illumination, but living justice itself, the divine guarantee that no misdeed remains hidden, no crime escapes punishment, no victim cries unheard. The legacy of Shamash extends far beyond ancient Mesopotamia. His association with justice influenced the development of legal systems throughout the ancient Near East. The rod and ring symbol that Shamash presents to Hammurabi would remain emblems of just authority for millennia. Moreover, Shamash's role in divination, particularly through the reading of sheet rhythms at apostrophe, established the connection between divine knowledge and human decision-making. The Babylonian diviners who interpreted the signs on sacrificial livers began their prayers with invocations to Shamash, acknowledging that true insight comes only through divine illumination. The Swiss psychoanalyst Carl Jung, in his exploration of solar symbolism, noted how the all-seeing sun began to represented the psychological function of illumination, the capacity to see ourselves and our actions clearly without self-deception. This psychological dimension gives Shamash continued relevance even in our ostensibly secular age. Even more profoundly, Shamash's association with universal law established a theological foundation for concepts that would later develop into notions of natural law and universal human rights. The idea that certain principles of justice apply to all people everywhere, regardless of nationality or social status, finds one of its earliest and most powerful expressions in the worship of the Mesopotamian sun. Even if Plato made laws, or generally laws are different, the act itself is important, the constant striving for better laws between justice and defilement of God. Shamash is no doubt one that recognizes the sun's light as the perfect natural symbol for justice and sun. His rays, like perfect law, fall on rich and poor alike, penetrate the darkest corners, and establish accountability as the fundamental principle of civilization. And in a few moments, we will meet Surya, the Indian solar divinity that plays a central role in the unfolding of spiritual liberation and cosmic consciousness. But the afterglow of Shamash's justice remains with us still, illuminating our courtrooms, our constitutions, and our continuing human quest for perfect impartial justice and mercy.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000. If you're looking to get money you owed for an injury, I want you to imagine you and your family getting that money, because I know the way that you can. Now, before you think I'm crazy, I want to show you how you can get that money you're owed in the next 30 days. Now, if you thought about hiring an attorney before, but you didn't because you were unsure or you had reservations, it's not your fault. You were probably given no guidance and couldn't get a straight answer out of anyone about how much money you could actually make. I want you to capitalize on a limited opportunity that can have you cashing out a massive check in the next 30 days. This opportunity won't last long, and it's perfect for anyone who's been in a car accident in the last 2 years. Do you still think it's impossible? I'm willing to guarantee that by clicking on the link below and filling out the 15-second quiz, you will get an instant quote on how much your case is worth. And me and my team will help you get that money you deserve in as little as the next 30 days. Still think it's too good to be true? Let me tell you about our client, Stephen. Now, when Stephen first came to us, he was really unsure if his case was going to be worth anything. He was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he didn't know if he was going to get paid for his injury at all. Turns out, after filing a claim with us, he was able to take home over $100,000 in settlement from an accident that was over a year ago. It's possible. No matter what you thought in the past, you can get the money you were owed, and probably a lot more than what you were expecting. Simply click the button below and answer the questions about your case, and you'll get an instant quote about what your case is worth. And if you qualify, an attorney from our team will lay out a game plan instantly and for free. The fact that you've been through this pain means that you deserve to be compensated. Together, we're going to hold the parties responsible and get you the money that you are owed. You deserve more, and we're going to get you more. So what I want you to do is click the link below and fill out the 15-second quiz. And after getting your instant quote, it says you're qualified. It'll ask you for some additional contact details. And someone from my team will reach out and we'll lay out the fastest game plan for you to get the money that you are owed and get massive compensations for your injury. The YouTube video you're wanting to watch will always be there, but this opportunity and resources behind it are limited. So we want you to click the button below and fill out the casework quiz. So click the button below, begin the short process, and we'll be in touch soon.
Your free phone? Listen up. If you're on SNAP, Medicaid, SSI, or Section 8, you're eligible for a brand new smartphone with unlimited service. Completely free. That's right, free. I ditched my old phone and signed up in just 30 seconds. Within 2 days, I received a brand new premium phone, all without spending a dime. No contracts, no hidden fees, no hassle. I was skeptical, but this has been a real lifesaver for us. I was able to give my kid my old phone, and our family is now more connected than ever. Tap the link below to apply now before this amazing deal expires.
A divine case, an illuminated mind, justice. Now India Surya reveals another level of solar divinity, the transformative life of consciousness. Surya begins with the physical sun, but culminates in the recognition that the true sun is the immortal awareness within each of us, the inner light that witnesses and goes beyond life. The Rig Veda, composed approximately 1500 to 1200 BC, contains humanity's oldest continuously utilized sacred texts. Among its 10 books, mandalas, and 1028 hymns, Surya appears prominently as both physical sun and divine power. The most direct and comprehensive hymn to Surya appears in the first mandala, Rig Veda 1.50, hymn to Surya, as follows. His bright rays bear him up aloft, the God who knoweth all that lives, Surya, that all may look on him. The constellations pass away, like thieves, together with their beams, before the all-beholding sun. His herald rays are seen afar refulgent over the world of men, like flames of fire, burn and blaze. Swift in all beautiful art thou, O Surya, maker of the light, illuming all the radiant realm. Thou goest to the hosts of gods, thou comest hither to mankind, hither all light to be beheld. With that same eye of thine, wherewith thou lookest brilliant Varuna, upon the busy race of men, traversing sky and wide mid-air, thou meetest with thy beams our day's sun, seeing all things that have done. 7-day steeds harnessed to thy car bear thee, O thou far-seeing one, God Surya, with the radiant head. Surya hath yoked the pure bright seven, the daughters of the car with these, his own dear team, he goeth forth. Looking upon the loftier light above the darkness, you have come to Surya, God among the gods, the light that is most excellent. Rising this day, O rich in friends, ascending to the loftier heavens, Surya, remove my heart's disease, take from me this my yellow hue. To parrots and to starlings let us give away my yellowness, or this my yellowness let us transfer to Hari's harlotries. With all his conquering vigour, this Aditya hath gone up on high, giving my foe into mine hand. Let me not be my foeman's prey. This hymn reveals several key aspects of early Vedic soul theology. Surya is all-beholding, the maker of light, and traverses both divine and human realms. Like Helios with his chariot, Surya rides across the sky in a car drawn by 7-day steeds. But there is already a hint of his healing power and his role in removing heart's disease. Most significantly, verse 10 speaks of the loftier light above the darkness, suggesting that even at this early stage, the physical sun pointed toward a higher spiritual illumination. This transcendent dimension would become increasingly important as Indian thought evolved. The most sacred verse in all Hindu traditions, the Gayatri Mantra, is addressed to Savitri, an aspect of Surya representing the vivifying power of the sun. Rig Veda 3.62.10, the Gayatri Mantra. We meditate on the adorable glory of the radiant sun. May he inspire our intelligence. Recite it daily by millions of Hindus during their morning ablutions. This mantra establishes the sun as the illuminating principle that awakens human consciousness, a connection between solar light and mental clarity. This idea proved profoundly influential, establishing a conception of divinity inseparable from awareness itself. As Indian thought evolved towards more abstract philosophical conceptions during the Upanishadic period, 800 and 500 BC, Surya transcended his earlier role as a distinct god to become identified with Brahma, the ultimate reality underlying all existence. The Chandogya Upanishad explicitly connects solar worship with the highest metaphysical knowledge. The sun is Brahman, this is the teacher. A further explanation follows. In the beginning, this world was non-existent. It became existent. It grew. It turned into an egg. The egg lay for a year. Then it broke open. The two halves were one of silver, the other of gold. The silver one became this egg, the golden one the sky, the thick membrane the mountains, the thin membrane the mist with the clouds, the veins, the rivers, the fluid in the bladder of the ocean. And what was born from it was yonder Aditya, the sun. When it was born, shouts of hurrah arose, along with all beings of all desires. Therefore, whenever the sun rises and sets, shouts of hurrah arise, along with all beings and all desires. Those who, knowing this, meditate on the sun as Brahman, pleasant shouts come to them, and they rejoice.
Wake up, rent's due. Rent. Still paying rent? Time to get Adult Life started. And Adult Life starts with home ownership. Okay, Adult Life, where do we start? What can we afford? How do we buy it? 20% down? 100% don't have 20%. You better like that. Go back to sleep.
Wake up. I'm a realtor. And I can get you back to your dreams and make it a reality. You awesome adult you. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
This passage transforms solar worship from your usual ritual to internal realization and awareness. The physical sun, Aditya, emerges as the manifestation of Brahma, the ultimate reality, and those who recognize this identity experience spiritual joy. The Upanishad continues, now that which is the essential nature of yonder sun, and that which is the essential nature of the essence here in the right eye, these two are the same. That is the self. That is the immortal. That is Brahma. That is all. This identification between the external sun, the light in the human eye, and the essential self, Atman, represents one of the most profound insights of Indian thought. External and internal life become one, suggesting that the true sun is the consciousness that illuminates all experience. This is the recognition of one's own immortal nature. The Maitri Upanishad further develops this internal soul theology. He, the self, bears the self in two ways, as he who is Prana, red, and as he who is Aditya, the sun. Therefore, there are two parts for him, within and without, and they both turn back in the day and night. The sun is the outer self, the inner self is breath. Hence, the motion of the inner self is inferred from the motion of the outer self. For thus it is said, he who knows and has thrown off all evil, the overseer of the senses, the pure-minded, firmly grounded in the self, and looking away from all earthly objects, he is the same. Likewise, the motion of the outer self is inferred from the motion of the inner self. For thus it is said, he who within the sun is the golden person, he looks upon this earth from his golden place. He is the same who, after entering the inner lotus of the heart, devours food.
This shit is what I'm talking about.
And he who, having entered the inner lotus of the heart, devours food, the same, having gone to the sky as the fire of the sun, called Tama. And being invisible, devours all beings as his food. What is that lotus and of what is it made? The Balakiras asked. The lotus is the same as the ether. The four quarters and the four intermediate points are its names. These two, breath and the sun, move on near to each other, in the heart and in the ether. Let him worship these two, with the syllable Om, with the Vairiti words, Purpur, star, and with the Savitri hymn. This remarkable passage establishes a series of profound correspondences that really brings the fine dining in soul theology. First, it identifies two manifestations of the self, the outer self, the sun, and the inner self, breath or prana. Rather than being separate entities, these are presented as two aspects of the same underlying reality. The cycle of day and night corresponds to the rhythm of breath, establishing a microcosm-macrocosm relationship. The text then makes the extraordinary claim that the golden person within the sun is identical to the consciousness that enters the inner lotus of the heart. This golden person, Hiranyamaya Purusa, becomes a central concept in Upanishadic thought, the immortal conscious essence that inhabits both the cosmic sun and the human heart. The metaphorical lotus of the heart is identified with the ether itself, with the four directions as its petals, suggesting that this inner space of consciousness is as vast as external space. The Upanishad continues with an even more explicit identification. There are two forms of Brahma, the material, effect, and the immaterial, cause. The material is false, the immaterial is true. That which is true is Brahman, that which is Brahman is light, and that which is light is the sun. And this sun became the self of that Om. He divided himself threefold, for Om consists of three letters, plus U plus J. Through them all, this is contained in him as war and woof. For thus it is said, meditate on that sun as Om, join yourself, the breath, with the self of the sun. Here the text makes a series of radical equations. Truth equals sign, Brahman equals sign, light equals sign, sun equals sign, self equals sign, Om. This chain of identifications transforms Surya from a mere celestial body of deity into the very principle of reality and consciousness. The physical sun becomes merely the visible symbol of an invisible truth, that pure consciousness, Brahman, is the fundamental reality of the universe. This internal solar theology is further developed in the subsequent verses. And thus it has been said elsewhere, the Udgita of the Samaveda is the Pranava of the Rigveda, and the Pranava is the Udgita, and thus the sun is Udgita, and he is Pranava, or Om. For thus it is said, the Udgita called Pranava, the leader in the performance of sacrifices, the bright, the sleepless, free from old age and death, three-footed, consisting of three letters, A plus U plus M, and likewise to be known as five-fold, five crowns, placed in the cave.
9-year-old Ryan first encountered Beatman while searching for a lost Lego brick under his bed. After an incident involving his Aunt Lori in a room, Beatman finds himself imprisoned in the dark. However, Ryan's real adventure begins when Beatman and his spider wife, Vincenza, sneaks into his lunch pail and accompany him to his fourth grade classroom at Madison Elementary. There, the arachnids cause delightful chaos during his math quiz. Beatman and Vincenza are a lovable pair of mischievous plotters that dreams of world domination. This book is a safe read. Just be careful not to get bitten.
More rewards, more savings, more special offers. That's what new Fuel Rewards members get at Shell. Join to save 10 cents per gallon on your first fill, 20 cents per gallon on the second, and 30 cents per gallon on the third. Join today.
And it is also said, the three-footed Brahman has its root off. The branches are ether, wind, fire, water, earth, etc. This one, Asvata by name, the word, is Brahman, and of it, that is the light which is called the Sattva, and it is also the light of that syllable Om. Therefore let him forever worship that, breath and sound as manifestations of Brahman, with the syllable Om. This passage connects solar worship with sacred sound, Om, breathing practices, and the invoking cosmic trees, the Ashwagandha, with roots above and branching from below. These correspondences create a complete system of spiritual practice, in which meditation on the sun, breath control, and recitation of Om become unified methods for realizing one's identity with Brahman. The culmination of this teaching appears in the final lines. This alone is the pure syllable. This alone is the highest syllable. He who knows that syllable only, whatever he desires, is his. This internal sun, the light of consciousness, becomes the focus of meditation, transforming solar worship from external ritual to the realization of one's true nature. The physical sun serves a reminder of the immortal awareness that constitutes our essential being. Unlike the worship of Ra, Peleus, Apollo, or Shamash, which survive only in academic study or artistic references, Surya worship remains a living practice for millions. The Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, a sequence of 12 yoga postures, physically embodies the ancient solar theology. Each position is accompanied by one of the 12 names of Surya, creating a moving meditation that harmonizes body, breath, and consciousness. And who else has 12 besides? What about the months in the zodiac? But that should be a video in itself. I also have some words to say about number 13. Let me know in the comments if you want me to do a video. Anyway, contemporary Hindu worship retains numerous solar elements. Many Hindus offer water to the rising sun while reciting the Gayatri Mantra. Major festivals like Makar Sankranti, Pongal, and Chhath honor Surya at critical points in the solar year. The magnificent sun temple at Karnak in Odisha, with its massive stone chariot wheels, stands as testimony to Surya's continued architectural and artistic importance. What distinguishes Surya most profoundly from other solar deities is the systematic way Indian thought transformed literal solar worship into a sophisticated metaphysics of consciousness. While Greek philosophy moved from Helios to Apollo to abstract principles of reason and form, the Indian tradition preserved continuity between the physical sun, divine personhood, and ultimate reality. As the Isha Upanishad declares, the face of truth is covered with a golden disk. Unveil it, O nourisher of the world, so that I who love the truth may see it. O nourisher, lone traveler of the sky, Source of all, remove thy rays, gather up thy brilliance, that form of thine most beautiful I see. He who is thy person in the sun, I myself am he. A remarkable conclusion. I myself am he. The culmination of solar theology. The worshipper no longer merely adores the external light, but recognizes his or her essential identity. This is not the hubris of claiming to be a god, but the humility of recognizing that the divine light illuminates all beings equally from within. The sun is supramental light, divine gnosis, unity and diversity, the ultimate awareness. Carl Jung also concluded that the sun is the self, and the self is found especially in India, as the collective Brahman, and in its individual aspect, Atman. In Surya, we encounter perhaps the most fully realized solar theology, one that begins with the physical sun, but culminates in the recognition that the true sun is the immortal awareness within. While Ra created the cosmos, Apollo illuminated the mind, and Shamash upheld justice, Surya reveals the ultimate truth, that the witness of all experience, the light of consciousness itself, is our essential nature. As we stand at the confluence of these four great solar traditions, Egyptian, Greek, Mesopotamian, and Indian, we recognize that each captured a vital aspect of our relationship with the sun. For regardless of cultural context, we humans remain, as the Vedic sages intuited thousands of years ago, fundamentally solar beings, creatures whose consciousness, like the rising sun, daily emerges from darkness to illuminate its soul. The journey from external worship to internal realization, from the visible sun to the invisible light of awareness, from Ra to Apollo to Shamash to Surya, traces not just the evolution of religious thought, but the development of human consciousness itself. In Surya, this journey reaches its natural culmination, the recognition that the divine light we have sought throughout history burns eternally within.
I bet you haven't seen this Shishibo before. This is one of the new ones, part of our dice series, okay? This is a six-sided die, more classically designed, with some beautiful coloration on the inside. But the best part about this one is that when you totally invert it, it turns into a 12-sided die. So you can see what the odds are for yourself. And if you forgot your die anywhere that you're at, you've got a Shishibo handy. If you haven't played with a Shishibo while you're tabletop gaming before, it's an excellent way to keep your hands busy. Okay, instead of being on your phone, instead of getting distracted, you can use this as a little bit of a fidget with a little bit more finesse to it, you know? So try this one out today, and remember, this is an actual die. We just came out with this one. We're now on our website. We're at a special toy store near you. Thanks, guys, for watching. As always, have fun and happy shapeshifting, everyone.
That's a lot of cereal. Prices going up everywhere. It's goodbye steak. Hello, cereal. This is Girl Scarlet, and your family can still have steaks for dinner.
After our journey through the solar theologies of Egypt, Greece, Mesopotamia, and India, let us now turn eastward to Japan, where we encounter something truly remarkable, the female embodiment of solar power. In Amaterasu Mikami, the great divinity illuminating heaven, we discover how the nurturing, life-giving aspects of the sun found expression in feminine form, creating a solar theology that balances cosmic authority with generative compassion. Amaterasu emerged from the left eye of the primordial deity Izanagi as he purified himself after visiting the underworld. This emergence from the eye, the organ of sight that receives light, it creates a profound metaphorical alignment of solar function. Yet unlike her male counterparts across Eurasia, Amaterasu's power isn't focused primarily on judgment, illumination, or even creation, but on nurturing sustenance. As the Kojiki records, following her birth, Izanagi proclaimed, "You shall rule Takamagahara, the high celestial plane," entrusting her with the sacred jewels of sovereign authority. This divine investiture established Amaterasu was the progenitor and protector of Japan's imperial line, a solar dynasty that claims unbroken descent from the goddess who her grandson, Ninigi no Makoto, died to the present day. solar myth has greater psychological depth than Amaterasu's famous withdrawal. When provoked by her Celtic brother Suzanu's violent disruptions of a heavenly weaving, a transgression that caused the death of one of her attendants, Amaterasu retreated into the Amanoi Water, the heavenly rock cave. The Kojiki describes her decisive action. Then Amaterasu Omikami was terrified, and opening the door of the heavenly rock dwelling, went inside and shut herself in. This solar withdrawal precipitated a cosmic crisis as the Kojiki vividly recount. Therefore, constant darkness filled the plain of high heaven and the central land of reed plains. Because of this, the voices of myriad deities were like summer flies, and all manner of calamities arose. This is important. The presence of the sun is necessary. Unlike myths where the sun threatens to burn the world through excess, as in Phaethon's story, here we witness the catastrophic consequences of solar absence. A world plunged into chaotic darkness, stripped of both physical light and divine order. The deity's response to this crisis demonstrates remarkable psychological sophistication. Rather than using force or supplication, they employ both strategic planning and celebration of joy to lure Amaterasu from her seclusion. They commission a miracle, hang jewels on a sacred sakaki tree, and arrange for the goddess Ameno Uzumi to perform a bawdy ecstatic dance that causes the assembled gods to erupt in laughter. The Kojiki records Amaterasu's curious response. Hearing this, Amaterasu Omikami was amazed, and opening slightly the door of the heavenly rock dwelling, spoke from inside, saying, "Since I have shut myself in, I thought that the plain of high heaven would be dark, and that the central land of reed plains would all decay. Why then does Ameno Uzumi sing and dance, and why do the 800 myriad deities laugh?" Ameno Uzumi's reply reveals the divine strategy. We rejoice and dance because there is here a deity superior to you. When Amaterasu peers out to see the supposed rival, she glimpses her own reflection in the sacred mirror. In that moment of self-recognition, the strong deity Ameno Tajikara pulls her from the cave and light returns to the universe. This myth differs profoundly from other solar narratives. Amaterasu's withdrawal isn't a natural cycle like Ra's nightly journey through the black, nor a test of faith like Helios's daily disappearance. It represents an emotional response, a divine depression or retreat that threatens cosmic order. The solution comes not through force or heroic quest, but through communal celebration and self-recognition. The mirror that captures Amaterasu's reflection suggests something remarkably sophisticated. The sun must recognize its own light to fully manifest its power. This psychological dimension has few parallels in other solar traditions, though it echoes history from the Upanishadic identification of Surya and mirror consciousness. The sacred mirror that lured Amaterasu from her kettle became one of the three sacred treasures, Sanshu no Jin, of the Japanese imperial house, along with the curved jewels, Magatama, and the sword Kusanagi. According to the Nihon Shoki, when Amaterasu sent her grandson to rule the earthly realm, she gave him these treasures with instructions. This reed plain 1,500 acres fair Lycia land is the land entrusted to my descendants to reign over. You, my heir, go, and may prosperity attend your dynasty, and may it, like heaven and earth, endure forever. The mirror, called Yata no Kabama, carried specific significance, as Amaterasu told her grandson, "Look upon this mirror as my spirit, keep it in the same house as yourself, and worship it as if you were worshipping my actual presence." This remarkable statement transforms solar worship from external veneration of the celestial body to the internalization of divine reflection. Just as the mirror captured Amaterasu's image and drew her from darkness, the ritualized mirror in Shinto worship captures her essence for human veneration. This theology of reflection stands in stark contrast to the directional worship of Ra or Helios. Amaterasu isn't only observed, she observes herself through human worship. The mirror creates a reciprocal relationship between deity and devotee that mirrors, in microcosm, the reciprocal relationship between sun and earth, each reflecting the other's light and nature. At the grand shrine of Ise, Japan's most sacred Shinto site dedicated to Amaterasu, no images or statues of the goddess exist, only the sacred mirror, hidden from public view within multiple habitually rebuilt every 20 years. This practice of periodic renewal, Shikin and Sengo, echoes the mythical renewal of life in Amaterasu and ensuring that each generation experiences the rebirth of divine energy. Yet Amaterasu's femininity distinguishes her dramatically from most other solar deities. A rather striking but probably welcome alteration of the usual narrative. While exceptions exist, such as the Baltic Sun, the Hittite sun goddess of Aruna, and certain aspects of the Germanic sun, the overwhelming majority of world solar deities are masculine. This gender patterning reflects profound cultural observations about solar qualities. In most traditions, the sun embodies active principles, judgment, authority, penetrating light, fierce heat, qualities traditionally associated with masculine energy in patriarchal societies. Yet the Japanese tradition recognized what others overlooked: the sun's nurturing, life-giving, sustainably generative aspects, qualities often associated with feminine principles. As the divine ancestor of Japan's imperial line, Amaterasu represents both sovereign power and maternal care. She weaves the garments of the gods, symbolizing cultural creation, when Susanoo disrupts her sacred hall. This weaving imagery connects solar radiation with the creation of the fabric of life itself, a nurturing rather than dominating expression of divine power. The mythologist Joseph Campbell observed this feminine solar quality as a peculiarity of the Far East, where the stress in the mythologies tends to be on peace, and the symbolism genuine as maternal. In this framework, Amaterasu's nurturing solar energy balances her brother Susanoo's chaotic storm, creating a complementary divine pair, rather than the hierarchical relationship seen in traditions where the sun subjugates other cosmic forces. Most remarkably, despite her supreme position, Amaterasu employs persuasion rather than force in her cosmic governance. Even when dealing with the unruly Susanoo, she first engages in competition rather than direct confrontation. When she emerges from the cave, she doesn't punish the assembled deities, but resumes her rightful place, allowing the establishment of cosmic barriers to prevent such disruptions in the future. This preference for harmony over dominance extends to her relationship with humanity. Through her grandson, she establishes the imperial line not to subjugate Japan's people, but to nurture their development. As she proclaims in the Nihon Shoki, this reed-plain land is a land where my children shall flourish. Also, unlike the solar deities of Greece, Rome, and Mesopotamia, whose worship survives only in historical records and artistic references, Amaterasu remains a living spiritual presence in contemporary Japan. Shinto, often described as Japan's indigenous religion, places her at the center of divine order and national identity. At the grand shrine of Ise, daily rituals offer food, cloth, and prayers to Amaterasu. During the major renewal ceremony, Shikin and Sengo, held every 20 years, the shrine buildings and sacred treasures are completely replaced, ensuring both material freshness and spiritual revitalization. Over 2,000 ceremonies and cost approximately $500 million, demonstrating the enduring significance of Amaterasu worship in modern Japan. Even beyond formal Shinto practice, Amaterasu's influence permeates Japanese culture. The national flag, Hinomaru, features a simple red disc representing the rising sun, a direct reference to Japan's identity as the land of the rising sun, and to Amaterasu's divine light. The imperial family's legitimacy continues to derive from their supposed descent from the goddess, linking contemporary national identity to ancient solar mythology. Contemporary feminist interpretations have found in Amaterasu a powerful counter-narrative to the male-dominated solar deities of other traditions. Her embodiment of both sovereign authority and nurturing creativity offers a model of divine feminine power that doesn't merely invert patriarchal structures, but transcends them through integration of strength and compassion. The psychologist Hayao Kawai, in his explorations of Japanese mythology, noted how Amaterasu introduced a distinctly Eastern approach to consciousness, where self-recognition, as in the mirror episode, comes not through heroic individuation, but through communal relationship and integration of shadow elements, represented This psychological reading aligns with Jung's understanding of soul symbols as representing the development of conscious integration. As we place Amaterasu alongside other soul deities, remarkable patterns emerge. Like Ra, she holds sovereign authority and ancestral lineage. Like Apollo, she brings culture.
Need a free phone? Listen up. If you're on SNAP, Medicaid, SSI, or Section 8, you're eligible for a brand.
you know you can get a free smartphone and free unlimited service if you're a part of Section 8?
With explicit instructions. This breed claim 1,500 autumns fair rice-ear land is the land entrusted to my descendants to reign over. You, my heir, go with, go, and may prosperity attend your doomsday, and may it, like heaven and earth, endure forever. The mirror, called Yata no Kagami, carried specific significance as Amaterasu told her grandson, "Look upon this mirror as my spirit, keep it in the same house as yourself, and worship it as if you were worshipping my actual presence." This remarkable statement transformed solar worship from external veneration of a celestial body to the internalization of divine reflection. Just as the mirror captured Amaterasu's image and drew her from darkness, the ritualized mirror in Shinto worship captures her essence for human being. This theology of reflection stands in stark contrast with the directional worship of Ra or Helios. Amaterasu isn't merely observed, she observes herself through human worship. The mirror creates a reciprocal relationship between deity and devotee that mirrors, in microcosm, the reciprocal relationship between the sun and earth, each reflecting the other's light and nature. At the grand shrine of Ise, Japan's most sacred Shinto site dedicated to Amaterasu, no images or statues of the goddess exist, only the sacred mirror, hidden from public view in multiple layers of wooden structures that are ritually rebuilt every 20 years. This practice of periodic renewal, Shikin in Sengo, echoes the mythical renewal of life when Amaterasu emerged from her cave, ensuring that each generation experiences the rebirth of divine energy. Yet Amaterasu's femininity distinguishes her dramatically from most other solar deities. A rather striking but probably welcomed alteration of the usual narratives. While exceptions exist, such as the Baltic Sun, the Hittite sun goddess of Arima, and certain aspects of the Germanic solar, the overwhelming majority of world solar deities are masculine. This gender patterning reflects profound cultural observations about solar qualities. In most traditions, the sun embodies active principle,